On that catastrophic day, countless eerie black monuments plunged from the sky across the human world, prompting authorities to deploy barriers around every structure before anyone understood what had arrived. But creatures named disaster beasts broke containment and invaded, turning humanity's precautions into expensive decorations, while young Tenma Itsuki watched one armored monster strike down his father during the massacre. And his mother fled through streets overrun by beasts, carrying her terrified son towards safety, though the blue-flamed predator pursued relentlessly, refusing to let its surviving prey escape, as she shielded Itsuki inside a spiraling barrier while several monsters closed around them, then collapsed beside him and begged the boy to run before her strength disappeared, leaving her cries of his name burned into a memory he still cannot silence. Years later, a pink-haired classmate notices Itsuki spacing out during their school's outdoor awakening ceremony, and he dismisses her concern, although that childhood nightmare clearly still owns premium space upstairs. Puzzled by his unusual alertness, she asks why the famously sleepy student is even awake, while their easy teasing reveals that mandatory school events rarely survive contact with his nap schedule. After the invasion, humans who gained powers became awakened and repelled beasts during the River Crossing War, inspiring classmates to discuss Nento, the northern continent's legendary commander-in-chief who led that victory, though Itsuki only vaguely remembers a bearded old man before learning Nento was humanity's strongest awakened, a title supported by the commander's absurdly muscular portrait, looking less veteran and more final boss. While recent research proves ordinary people may awaken simply by touching one of the monuments, so the school has gathered every student to attempt contact and potentially join humanity's defenders, as the activated monument rises amid golden energy, beginning an awakening lottery with considerably worse consolation prizes. Excited students pray for powerful jobs and gifts, treating supernatural destiny like the world's loudest gacha pull. While Itsuki's bespectacled classmate asks whether he finally has any chance of awakening himself, before a staff member removes another failure and the pink-haired girl orders Itsuki to cue properly. Standing behind her, he watches silently as resentment begins glowing red across his shadowed face, because the ceremony represents the opportunity he has awaited ever since losing his family. Another candidate fails to awaken, and the supervising examiner dismisses him without ceremony before calling next, proving even a record-breaking athlete cannot brute force compatibility with a monument through excellent cardio alone, as several more students touch the stone and leave with exactly the same disappointing result. Anxiety spreads because nobody has awakened yet, making the school's grand ceremony resemble a rejection speedrun. Until the examiner finally summons Oishi Hikaru, a familiar name that immediately changes the crowd's mood. Several girls hope the habitual bully fails, fearing supernatural power would upgrade an already serious problem, but blue lightning erupts around Oishi the moment his hand contacts the towering black stone, revealing a grade 2 lightning elementalist gift and 12 total stats, exceptional for a level 0 rookie. While an evaluator reports that ordinary level 0 candidates average only 5, making Oishi unusually gifted, and cheering students celebrate the school's first success as he proudly soaks up the attention. Yet Oishi immediately grabs Itsuki while passing, demonstrating why giving the bully lightning was questionable balancing, then threatens him for touching his supposedly filthy hand, eager to test his shiny new advantage. As nearby students identify the target as Tenma Itsuki and assume his prospects are already finished. Instead, the examiners sense extraordinarily intense emotion building inside the silent boy before his turn, because Itsuki has forged his hatred of disaster beasts into an unwavering resolve to destroy them all. One examiner recoils as the monument answers that resolve with a phenomenon nobody expected from him. Projecting an enormous spectral warrior behind Itsuki while power floods the ceremony grounds in blue light, geometric energy wraps around the monument, signaling that his awakening is still escalating beyond normal parameters, until a luminous blue lotus unfolds above it and transforms the entire test into a spectacle. The crowd recognizes the pillar as a rare gift awakening sign, something ordinary candidates never produce. And the pink-haired classmate celebrates, delighted that Itsuki finally proved every doubter spectacularly wrong. Evaluators identify the phenomenon as the appearance of Order Breaker, the rarest known awakened job, leaving Oishi furious while the boy he mocked casually steals the whole ceremony's main character lighting. Inside a blue mental space, Itsuki wonders whether the strange awakening actually succeeded at all. Before his status reveals fixed level 0, Order Breaker, and the special grade gift named Nirvana, Itsuki also gains Z rank over Mimesis, which analyzes enemy attacks and creates corresponding counterskills, while Nirvana immediately raises every zeroed stat by 200, producing 800 total power. He realizes leveling is unnecessary because acquiring skills lets Nirvana strengthen him through a completely different route, giving the permanently level 0 rookie a path to annihilate disaster beasts without conventional progression. Blue energy surges around his body as Itsuki opens his eyes with freshly sharpened purpose, and his transformed presence dominates the grounds before anyone can process the numbers they witnessed. The evaluators declare those stats unbelievable for a rookie and place him among history's strongest beginners. effectively handing Itsuki the strongest title before orientation has even finished loading. His public status confirms 200 points in every category and 800 overall at level 0, sending the students into an uproar over a record that will permanently haunt future school assemblies. Oishi seethes because Itsuki has stolen the cheers and attention he considered rightfully his, then declares a loser should remain one while approaching with his new lightning already crackling. The bully launches Silver Serpent directly through Itsuki, apparently choosing attempted murder before receiving his certificate, but Overmimesis detects the C-rank attack and begins analyzing it while electricity engulfs him. Progress climbs from 57 to 69% as Itsuki calmly endures the continuing current, allowing the lightning to coil around his body instead of retreating from the dangerous experiment. Classmates lose sight of him inside the blast, while Oishi assumes his rival has disappeared. Yet at 88%, Itsuki appears behind the immobilized bully before Oishi can even turn, grips his shoulder, and warns that only being human saved him from dying 100 times. When Oishi collapses in terror, the surrounding students laugh while wondering how Itsuki moved so quickly. As analysis reaches 99% and the rookie notes that C-rank techniques process surprisingly fast, completion grants Thunderbreaker, wrapping Itsuki in brighter lightning than the original attacker ever produced. The renewed glow shocks everyone nearby, including one student grateful he brought sunglasses for Destiny Day. Itsuki is pulled back into the mental space whenever analysis finishes, confirming Silver Serpent's acquisition. And Thunderbreaker lets him absorb C-rank lightning, release it for speed, and gain permanent agility. A spherical electric field expands around him as the stolen counterskill settles into his body, while Oishi rages that Itsuki's lightning is brighter and demands to know how he learned anything. Nirvana adds 10 points to every stat, raising Itsuki's total from 800 to 840. But the sunny sky darkens without warning, cutting short the crowd's argument about his impossible growth. Another black monument descends through the storm clouds, turning a school ceremony into an emergency invasion. Alarmed defenders confirm disaster beasts breached the barrier, and the attacking monument has targeted their school, forcing the evaluators to organize an evacuation instead of relying on the existing defenses alone. One armored awakened refuses to flee, arguing that panic will spread if every adult abandons the students, while ranks of skeletal monsters gather beyond the grounds and advance through the violent storm. The descending monument crashes nearby, tearing apart pavement as its invasion force establishes a foothold. Rather than running, Itsuki welcomes the approaching beasts and promises to exterminate every last one. Despite classmates warning that awakening 5 minutes ago does not qualify him for a boss raid, he simply tells the pink-haired girl to trust him, then steps forward without hesitation, while another terrified student agrees to leave and warns Itsuki not to blame them for dying. Itsuki smiles at his first enemy as an awakened, finally confronting the monsters behind his revenge. Recognizing the same beast type that killed his parents, he considers their meeting unbelievably lucky. While Overmimesis identifies a level 8 skeleton soldier with doubled defense and C-rank bone fire, Itsuki decides the battlefield is perfect for testing his newly acquired Thunderbreaker at full power, and launches forward through blue lightning before the skeleton soldier can establish its defense. His charged fist drives toward the monster as he refuses to let anyone else die nearby, smashing directly through the armored torso in a single electrified strike before it can retaliate, then sending the entire creature flying into the school building with the impact's remaining force. Witnesses stare because a brand new Level 0 Awakened just launched a Level 8 beast across campus, though veteran defenders warn its doubled defense and burning techniques still make victory difficult, as bone fire erupts around the skeleton soldier, promising to reduce anything it touches to ash. Seiya and the students panic while Oishi gleefully calls Itsuki a fool for rushing into bone fire, yet the flames merely accelerate over Mimesis' analysis as repeated hits steadily raise its progress, and Choha warns that even a level 10 awakened would die after taking the attack directly. With analysis passing 80%, observers fear an extraordinary rookie will perish before reaching his potential. While Itsuki remembers his mother through the blue flames and refuses to repeat that helpless loss, Choha realizes he still has not used his full power, changing her fear into cautious anticipation as the process reaches 100% and the burning technique becomes completely understood. Some defenders assume their hopes were foolish when his motionless silhouette remains buried inside the inferno. But Itsuki calmly wonders which counterskill Overmimesis will create from bone fire this time. He receives Black Wall, generating defensive ice against fire, while Nirvana raises every stat to 230. A vast sphere of blue energy forms around him, extinguishing the supposedly lethal flames from within, and Itsuki emerges healed inside flowing ice armor, looking considerably healthier than the burning skeleton. Witnesses celebrate his miraculous recovery while the pink-haired Seiya finally releases her held breath. Choha marvels that Orderbreaker grants both lightning and self-healing, making Itsuki uniquely difficult to classify, while he tests Black Wall's protection and wonders how absurd Nirvana's recovery can become. The skeleton soldier charges again through bone fire, determined to solve the ice problem with additional violence. But Itsuki forms a sharp frozen weapon directly from Black Wall's continuously generated armor, then meets the beast head-on as burning bone collides against his newly shaped ice blade. His weapon carves through the soldier's armored frame, proving the increased attack now exceeds its defense, and the follow-through tears across the monster before bone fire can rebuild any meaningful pressure. Itsuki accelerates through the battlefield, leaving a spiraling trail of blue ice and lightning behind him, while another charged slash drives the skeleton soldier backward beneath a storm of electric fragments. The final sweep severs its defense completely, dropping the level 8 beast beside the ruined school building. Students conclude only an awakened could follow his movements, since everyone else saw an especially violent blur. And even trained observers struggle to believe the fighter dominating this scene awakened moments earlier. Itsuki stands over the corpse in solid ice armor, capable of shaping both protection and weapons, until Seiya calls his name from the crowd and brings his attention back to his classmates. Relieved she is unharmed, he immediately asks about Seiya rather than celebrating his first victory, but the bespectacled student explains she never came over and had looked close to crying. Itsuki wonders whether she is angry, failing to understand why she vanished after his awakening. The masked savior orders Choha to manage cleanup, notify the principal, and leave Itsuki with him, while the glasses-wearing classmate suggests Seiya touch the monument because she feared falling behind. Approaching the rookie, the masked savior confirms that the young fighter is Tenma Itsuki, as Itsuki turns from the dead skeleton soldier to face the intimidating veteran directly. Excited onlookers wonder whether the savior will recruit him, despite Taewajin being his only known student, while Itsuki's classmate agrees to search for Seiya before their situation becomes even more confusing. The masked man calls Itsuki exceptionally special, beginning an assessment that feels more personal than official. Itsuki questions the description, unsure whether surviving one battle justifies the veteran's intense interest. And the savior observes that the boy's heart is filled almost entirely with anger and hatred. Rather than condemning him, the veteran asks Itsuki to explain exactly where those emotions originated. Itsuki reveals that Disaster Beast killed both parents while protecting him 10 years earlier, recalling himself frozen in terror as the same armored predator towered above the surviving child. An unknown awakened intervened before the beast killed him too, saving Itsuki at the final instant. Although nothing could save his mother, whose last words urged him to walk forward alone, young Itsuki called for her while blue flames consumed the final safety his family provided, leaving him convinced that disaster beasts and their hidden source represent the root of all evil. His memory centers on a towering purple demon, the enemy he believes stands behind that horror, and he swore that day to kill this demon alongside every creature of its kind. Even now, recounting the vow leaves Itsuki trembling as the childhood grief breaks through his composure, while the masked savior notices that tears still fall despite hatred consuming nearly everything else. Itsuki explains his right eye has cried on its own ever since witnessing his mother's death, prompting the veteran to offer mentorship and entry into the Salvation League for his revenge. He explains that 5 continental governments created the League to fight disaster beasts systematically worldwide, with members called saviors receiving training grounds, powerful weapons, and generous monthly compensation. Those benefits carry a brutal price since saviors constantly battle monsters along humanity's front lines, but Itsuki dismisses the salary because money has never been the point of his awakening. What matters is gaining the right to fight disaster beasts directly, so he accepts the goal. The mentor explains February's National Salvation League tournament attracts 10,000 competitors, but only 100 qualify, and Itsuki immediately asks for the highest score rather than discussing a sensible beginner target. Taewajin holds that record with 115,000 points, set 11 years ago during his own qualification. Itsuki recognizes the name as humanity's strongest awakened, the legendary light of humanity mentioned earlier, though the masked savior warns comparing himself with Taewajin could crush anyone lacking exceptional confidence. Itsuki answers by promising to surpass Taewajin entirely, skipping admiration and aiming straight for the throne, a declaration bold enough to leave even the battle-scarred recruiter momentarily stunned. The veteran remembers Taewajin predicting that someone would eventually surpass him like a new sunrise, and quietly concludes that the sunrise his former student awaited may have finally appeared. Their conversation continues before a colossal domed Salvation League facility built around another monument, where the mentor explains monuments are passages connecting humanity with the disaster beast's world. Facilities contain monuments that cannot be destroyed, regularly clearing emergent monsters while maintaining controlled barriers, and these dangerous training environments are called stages, despite having wildly unpredictable enemy strength. The upcoming level 10 stage carries the highest rookie mortality rate, earning its cheerful nickname Rookie Graveyard, while a record board shows Taewajin once cleared it in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The masked savior gives Itsuki 3 minutes, setting a challenge more reasonable only by Taewajin standards, and promises to accept the rookie as his student if Itsuki clears within that limit. At reception, visitors recognize Itsuki as the rumored level 0 rookie walking beside the famous savior, while Itsuki notices the veteran's reputation but remains focused on the challenge ahead. A warning display confirms the stage contains 10 disaster beasts around level 10, including skeleton soldiers, so bystanders assume a high-level awakened must accompany the reckless rookie despite seeing nobody volunteer. Itsuki approaches the receptionist and calmly requests entry into the stage without any visible support, then answers that he is the only challenger, instantly lowering the room's collective life expectancy forecast. The stunned receptionist silently studies him, apparently waiting for an adult supervisor to materialize nearby, before warning that this is a dangerous stage and his joke could get him killed. Spectators laugh, expecting the arrogant rookie to retreat once someone explains the obvious consequences, while Itsuki clarifies he came only to challenge the stage and has no romantic interest in her. Embarrassed, the receptionist offers contact information instead and tells him to leave before risking his life, but Itsuki refuses the misunderstanding and requests authorization, because paperwork remains humanity's strongest barrier. She finally agrees, warning him not to blame her if the solo attempt ends badly, as jealous onlookers focus more on her contact information than the rookie entering a death zone. One spectator bets Itsuki will flee back outside within a single minute of starting, though others admit his special grade gift creates a small chance, even if level matters far more. Itsuki scans the personal bracelet containing his awakened registration at the sealed stage entrance, and the system approves Tenma Itsuki alone, unlocking the door without sharing the crowd's concern. Remembering the promised 3-minute limit, he clasps his hands and prepares to begin immediately. While the timer starts counting before the rookie has even finished entering the artificial battlefield, Itsuki bursts through the gate at full speed, red determination sharpening his focus from the opening second, and discovers a vast forest surrounding the internal monument, far larger than the exterior facility suggested. Sensing movement ahead, he welcomes the first opponent without slowing his advance toward the center. As Overmimesis identifies Kodama number 1307, a level 4 tree beast with 174 total stats, Itsuki forms an ice axe and cleaves through the charging Kodama before it completes its ambush, then asks another tree how losing its comrade feels because axes remain professionally appropriate here. The remaining Kodamas curse him as rotten, only to join their chopped companion across the clearing. While Izumi Nento explains he chose the same stage Taewajin first challenged after Itsuki's bold promise, Choha argues surpassing Taewajin may require stepping beyond humanity's boundaries rather than merely becoming stronger, remembering how kindly he behaved before instantly killing a level 97 disaster beast in front of her. During that battle, Taewajin's cold and solitary eyes appeared utterly transcendent rather than recognizably human, and his overwhelming power resembled a god walking among ordinary fighters on the same battlefield. Nento admits Itsuki possesses comparable potential, though he remains an unpolished gemstone beside Taewajin, calling the savior-like Taewajin a god and hatred-driven Itsuki his frightening demonic opposite. Inside the stage, weak beasts fail to trigger over mimesis because they possess no suitable skills. But several red-eyed Kodamas gather in the forest, revealing something more dangerous hidden among them. Itsuki cuts through another attacker without slowing, leaving shattered wood and ice across the path, then notices one defeated tree beast moving again and realizes the real challenge has finally appeared. Since ordinary level 10 strength cannot explain the rookie graveyard's reputation, he searches for its hidden mechanic. And Overmimesis detects B-rank self-regeneration, instantly beginning analysis of the newly revealed ability. The progress starts at 5% while Itsuki studies how completely the creature can recover, narrowly avoiding another strike as the regenerated body returns faster than expected. Even removing half its head fails, because the wound rebuilds before the severed wood finishes falling. Revealing regenerated Kodama number 520, a level 10 beast with enhanced healing and 450 total stats. Itsuki activates Black Wall and shapes fresh ice armor before closing distance with the regenerating monster, though even splitting its head only raises analysis to 17% before the damage disappears. Repeated slashes push progress through 19 and 21% while the Kodama continuously reforms, its glowing eyes returning behind every cracked layer as if death keeps missing the unsubscribe button. Itsuki refuses to stop, reasoning that each regeneration gives Overmimesis more data to process, while enormous wooden limbs and branching weapons hammer against his ice defenses from several directions. The forest itself seems to crowd around the battle as multiple wooden faces emerge through tangled roots. And maintaining Black Wall long enough to fight them begins draining Itsuki's magic dangerously fast. He keeps moving between the golden branches, searching for an efficient balance between survival and analysis, then notices every regeneration accelerates progress, turning the immortal enemy into its own tutorial loop. Itsuki cancels Black Wall, conserves magic, and uses Thunderbreaker to evade attacks from range. But 75% progress arrives with the 3-minute challenge limit already closing around him. He reactivates both skills simultaneously, pushing attack and regeneration harder to produce data even faster, despite knowing that reaching 0 magic before completion could leave him trapped without meaningful defense. Even accepting that fatal risk only advances Overmimesis to 85% as pressure intensifies. While lightning and ice tear across the regenerated Kodama through another exhausting exchange, Itsuki stares into the creature's glowing face, refusing to surrender the remaining seconds or retreat. A frustrated curse escapes when his reserves finally approach empty before analysis reaches completion, and at 99%, his magic runs out completely while the healed enemy still stands. Then he remembers overmimesis consumes no magic, allowing analysis to finish after everything else fails. Self-regeneration yields Lotus Burst, an explosive area attack whose power scales with consumed magic, while Nirvana grants another 20 points per stat, fully heals Itsuki, and restores his depleted reserves. He activates Lotus Burst directly before the regenerated Kodama can exploit its brief advantage, bringing both hands together as concentrated power gathers between the surrounding roots. A fiery lotus explosion engulfs the regenerating beast, overwhelming every recovery cycle simultaneously, and the blast tears through the forest, scattering burning debris far beyond its 5-meter center. Itsuki calls the new technique acceptable, delivering perhaps the calmest review ever issued from a crater. Using 1/3 of his magic produced enough power to simplify future battles against weaker monsters, but a sudden system response catches his attention before he can continue hunting the remaining enemies. The external display shows only 2 minutes and 9 seconds used while his challenge remains active, as Nento doubts Itsuki will lose but still considers a sub-3-minute clear almost impossible. The facility immediately announces a new record, interrupting that prediction with mercilessly precise timing, and Choha can only stare while accepting that the rookie has somehow cleared the entire stage. Itsuki finishes in 2 minutes 14 seconds, beating the promised limit with 46 seconds remaining, replacing Taewajin's 3:17 record at the top and demoting humanity's strongest before dinner. Shocked spectators finally understand the green light means success, despite every defeated beast being around level 10, while Itsuki returns to Nento and asks whether he may officially receive the promised guidance. Bloodied but smiling, he addresses the masked savior as teacher and formalizes their new relationship, and Nento welcomes his student while Choha quietly wonders whether her father is genuinely happy. The crowd recognizes Izumi Nento and assumes his mentorship explains how Itsuki broke Taewajin's record, before the receptionist presents a decorated reward box and apologizes for her earlier dismissive behavior. Itsuki thanks her, noting that trying to stop his entry proved she worried about a reckless stranger, which leaves the flustered receptionist denying any concern while failing spectacularly to hide her reaction. Choha interrupts and tells Tenma they are leaving, ending the accidental romantic side quest immediately. Nento warns his student not to become arrogant and says this stage was already too easy, so Itsuki should begin challenging advanced stages where difficulty matches his unusual abilities. During their walk, Choha explains level alone does not determine how threatening disaster beasts become, because instinct-driven species lacking intelligence remain relatively predictable no matter how vicious they appear, whereas species with human-level or greater intelligence are far more troublesome than ordinary beasts. Awakened humans and disaster beasts are fundamentally similar creatures, though their jobs develop through different systems, and advanced stages contain intelligent monsters several times stronger, especially throughout North District 4. Itsuki asks whether such intelligent beasts possess pain receptors, revealing exactly where his revenge-focused mind went, while Choha recoils from the terrifying aura behind him and wonders what he plans to do. Nearby awakened whisper that North District 4 belongs to Kinoshita Ryoji, whose stage challengers often disappear, describing him as a self-proclaimed king while urgently silencing anyone reckless enough to continue gossiping. Elsewhere, Ryoji lounges with wine as the governor's son and unquestioned ruler of North District 4, telling an attendant he will depart whenever he wishes because every local stage remains under his control. He adds that waiting is something commoners do, neatly summarizing the man's entire personality in 5 words. Back outside, Itsuki opens the ornate reward box and examines the unfamiliar green crystal inside, while Nento and Choha settle beneath a tree to explain what the stage dropped. Nento asks whether Itsuki has encountered a karma stone before, receiving the expected blank response, then compares it with normal stage drops and points out one important difference between them. Itsuki identifies the crystal's green color, unaware that this marks it as an intermediate-grade stone. Choha names it an intermediate karma stone, prompting the level 0 rookie to request a full explanation. She describes karma as the world's equivalent of experience points released whenever living combatants die, and a karma stone forms when that invisible substance condenses instead of entering another recipient. Absorbing these stones can produce level gains, although karma stones should not appear naturally under normal conditions. Choha studies the crystal and realizes its existence must connect directly to Itsuki's fixed level. While Nento confirms her reasoning with the simple phrase that usually solves everything, level up, the explanation clicks for Choha, who understands why Itsuki's defeated enemies left their experience behind, since he cannot absorb karma conventionally and therefore forces it to manifest rather than disappear. By contrast, the school attackers left no stones because other awakened absorbed their released karma, whereas the enclosed stage offered no alternative recipient, causing accumulated energy to become a karma stone. Choha now wonders how Itsuki increases his stats at all when ordinary leveling remains permanently impossible, but Nento asks about his undisclosed gift, and Itsuki apologizes rather than revealing over mimesis. His teacher permits keeping or selling the stone, then announces an upcoming 5-continent commanders meeting, ordering secrecy about their relationship and gift, plus 6 advanced stage clears before his return. Itsuki accepts every condition as teacher, eager to begin the next phase without wasting time. At North District 4's execution ground, awakened protest after Kinoshita retainers block the reserved stage entrance, but a blonde guard dismisses them, demanding money and threatening anyone who refuses the family's authority. A towering shadow with glowing red eyes approaches behind the argument, silencing the crowd through sheer presence, then drives a fist into one protester before introductions can interrupt his preferred negotiation method. The Kinoshita enforcer swings at the powerful newcomer, expecting brute force to settle their territorial dispute, but the blonde guard is blasted backward instead, discovering his opponent arrived with considerably better numbers. He panics when his B-rank Earthspine technique fails to injure the muscular fighter at all, while the unbothered man says the attack neither hurt nor even produced an itch. Witnesses explain Earthspine can pierce nearly anything, making its total failure feel genuinely monstrous, before the red-eyed powerhouse closes distance and crushes the blonde guard with another direct strike. The enforcer hits the floor unconscious, ending his attempt to collect payment with negative earnings. Onlookers identify the victor as Oga Takaru, one of Kinoshita Ryoji's level 12 4 pillars, and Takaru declares nobody may enter without Ryoji's permission, limiting each stage to 2 challengers. Several defeated awakened lie around him as the district's private gatekeeping operation continues unchallenged. Another guard asks Takaru not to overdo things since beating weak students could reach their teacher. But the enforcer dismisses that concern and turns toward the next people approaching his checkpoint. Itsuki arrives beside Choha and catches one staggering victim before the injured student collapses, drawing whispers about the unknown rookie and recognition of the famous beauty accompanying him. Takaru repeats that nobody passes without Ryoji's permission and orders both newcomers to leave quietly. While Choha threatens to contact the district administrator over such blatant abuse of stage access, Itsuki says intervention is unnecessary because his teacher ordered him to fight without hesitation, then leaves treatment to Choha and steps forward to handle the checkpoint personally. Takaru examines Itsuki's undisclosed level 0 profile, confused by the rookie's complete lack of intimidation. While Itsuki reads Takaru's level 12 metallization build, carrying 605 total stats and exceptional defense, their stares lock as the enforcer realizes the quiet challenger intends to oppose him directly, and Takaru's reflection fills Itsuki's focused eye before either fighter commits to the first exchange. The larger man launches a crushing punch, expecting the level 0 rookie to fold instantly, as spectators wonder how Itsuki could possibly survive against someone 12 levels above him. Itsuki catches the metallized fist bare-handed, stopping its momentum inches from his face, and calmly notes that Takaru reinforced the blow with metallization rather than ordinary strength. Takaru acknowledges his speed before pulling back for another attack with more force behind it, but Itsuki counters at close range and drives him backward across the facility floor. Needing a clean surprise attack against a higher-level opponent, Itsuki prepares Thunderbreaker for additional agility. While Overmimesis detects C-rank metallization and begins analysis from 1%, Itsuki decides the enforcer is threatening enough to activate Overmimesis, then finally becomes serious, allowing reinforced punches to break through his guard so analysis can climb beyond 5%. A heavy body shot lands, but the rookie absorbs it without surrendering his stance or focus, and Takaru mocks the opponent for supposedly lacking both power and speed. In reality, Itsuki deliberately hit his full speed until the enforcer lowered his guard, then releases Thunderbreaker, wrapping himself in lightning before Takaru can re-establish defense. A rapid combination drives analysis from 25 through 66%, while blows overwhelm metallization, leaving spectators stunned that level 0 combat ability can pressure a fighter with an established job. Takaru realizes he cannot stop to reinforce himself and may lose if the barrage continues, but Itsuki hits too quickly for him to scream for the nearby guard's assistance. Cornered and desperate, the enforcer chooses full-body metallization despite its heavy resource cost, turning completely metallic just before another lightning charge strike crashes into his reinforced frame. Analysis reaches 88% as Itsuki admits he has never forced Takaru into this state before. While full metallization raises stationary defense by 50%, pushing the man's protection above 500, Takaru boasts that even a half-strength transformation can easily withstand every copied technique Itsuki possesses, and spectators agree that twice the defense of an equal-level fighter should make breakthrough impossible. Itsuki instead deduces full-body metallization drains enormous magic from Takaru's defense-heavy build, impressing the enforcer with an intuition far sharper than any rookie should possess. Refusing to wait for total depletion, Itsuki completes analysis and promises to end the fight immediately. Choha watches another blue lotus bloom, recognizing that her father's student is about to grow again. Bystanders question how a harmless-looking lotus could defeat Takaru's nearly absolute metallic defense, but metallization produces clear orb, a slow perfect sphere that flies straight through defenses. Itsuki notes that its 1 meter per second speed is trivial against anyone moving, unlike the stationary Takaru, whose absolute defense becomes completely irrelevant against an attack designed to ignore protection. Nirvana adds 10 more points to every stat, raising Itsuki's total power to 1040, as a dark spherical projectile surrounded by blue rings forms steadily beside his open hand. He activates Clear Orb and politely tells the immobilized enforcer to try dodging the incoming sphere. while onlookers mistake its mysterious appearance for an incredible high-level technique rather than fresh loot. The compact purple-black orb travels toward Takaru, slow enough to watch and impossible for him to avoid, forcing the entire crowd to hold its breath while his treasured defense faces a direct counter. Takaru mocks the tiny projectile and asks whether Itsuki is joking with such disappointing ammunition. But panic replaces confidence when his metallized body cannot move away before the orb arrives. He stares at the approaching sphere, realizing this unimpressive attack truly is Itsuki's trump card, while the rookie promises that Takaru is about to lose in an appropriately pathetic fashion. Fear finally cracks the enforcer's metallic composure when Clear Orb reaches his stationary torso, and the sphere tears through his defense, leaving him bloodied on the floor with an arm severed. Itsuki says he aimed for the arm because Takaru is human. A beast would lose its neck, then tells stunned guards to stop staring and carry their defeated boss to a hospital. With access restored, Itsuki orders the remaining Kinoshita men aside and prepares for his actual challenge, while their group lifts the wounded enforcer and abandons the checkpoint without further argument. Other Awakens celebrate Itsuki's victory as Choha congratulates him beside the fallen man's blood. Then invite the powerful rookie into a farming party, promising him more experience points with their team. Another group offers healing and magic restoration for the Flaming Rock Execution Ground Advanced stage, but Itsuki remembers Clear Orb gains flight speed whenever it defeats enemies with higher defense than his. Asked which party he chooses, the rookie decides neither arrangement serves the growth he actually wants, and announces he will enter alone, instantly transforming recruitment into another spectator event. The crowd mocks his level 15 solo challenge as arrogance copied directly from Kinoshita Ryoji's playbook, while rejected teams walk away, admitting Itsuki's standards apparently exclude everyone nearby. Choha warns every beast inside has defense comparable to Oga's and may exhaust Itsuki's magic, though she claims concern only because her father would blame her if his student died. Before leaving for the injured, Choha adds that unintelligent stone monsters still coordinate attacks in groups, and Itsuki scans his bracelet, receiving approval to enter the advanced stage by himself. The sheer number waiting inside exceeds his expectation, but his focus only sharpens at the opportunity. Dozens of high-stat stone statues charge through the canyon, confirming advanced stage difficulty immediately. While Overmimesis identifies one level 9 statue with 295 defense and magic conversion reinforcement, Itsuki decides to test Clear Orb's passive growth conditions against these defense-heavy targets, then activates the Dark Sphere and launches it toward the first stone monster's chest. Clear Orb passes directly through the charging statue despite its reinforced rocky exterior, killing the target and doubling the projectile's flight speed through its passive effect. The result matches Itsuki's prediction, making the entire herd a perfectly organized upgrade package, as another enormous stone creature lunges from the canyon wall toward his exposed position. Their poor speed and evasive ability leave them ideal prey for an accelerating defense-ignoring projectile, and successive kills double Clear Orb's flight speed again as level 8 and 9 statues collapse. Although magic falls to 110, Itsuki remains surrounded by enemies that now struggle to track his attack, with 3 remaining statues charging together while their defensive bodies offer no protection whatsoever. Itsuki lines up 2 enemies and prepares to kill both using one increasingly fast Clear Orb, sending the sphere through their formation as stone bodies explode into fragments behind it. He redirects his attention toward the final target before the scattered debris can settle, commands the empowered sphere forward, and takes the last statue directly through its center, defeating level 9 and 10 enemies while stacking 2 more 100% flight speed increases. Itsuki feels exhaustion approaching before his magic empties and hopes to acquire recovery eventually, but Clear Orb now flies 5 meters per second with a 500% passive speed increase. The canyon suddenly erupts as something far larger than the previous statues approaches from below, and a colossal stone fist crashes down, scattering rock across the battlefield around Itsuki. Overmimesis identifies a level 15 giant stone man carrying 777 stats and B-rank power defense conversion. Itsuki activates Thunder Breaker for 50% additional agility, preparing to challenge the enormous target directly, then races up the stone man's body while deciding whether one Clear Orb can finish it. He reaches the head and drives a lightning-charged blow against the giant's rocky face, following with a purple Clear Orb that pierces the monster before its counterattack fully develops. The giant stone man dismisses the tiny projectile, believing something so small cannot meaningfully damage it, before swatting Itsuki across the canyon with one massive arm and interrupting his offensive rhythm. Realizing the opponent is far tougher, Itsuki activates Black Wall before the next impact arrives, and an armored ice strike tears into stone while he continues testing the beast's defenses. Their collision explodes across its chest, yet the giant stone man remains standing and aggressive, confirming this boss cannot be handled like the smaller statues he just speed farmed. Overmimesis detects B-rank gigantification and begins analysis as the enemy grows through its ability, which excites Itsuki because repeated size changes provide an unusually convenient stream of data. Meanwhile, a servant interrupts Kinoshita Ryoji's relaxation with an urgent report from the execution ground, and the governor's son warns him never to create noise while entering Ryoji's private room. The trembling attendant apologizes, explaining that something genuinely unexpected has happened at their controlled stage. Someone defeated Oga, forced entry without permission, and challenged the Flaming Rock Execution ground alone. while witnesses claim the intruder punched straight through one pillar's supposedly invincible defense. Ryuji considers whether higher-level saviors arrived during the recent surge of descending monuments, but dismisses the idea that any level 0 rookie could defeat Oga through ordinary power. Since the opponent remains unidentified, his advisor recommends caution, though Ryuji trusts their people to respond. The ruler coldly orders his servant not to force another explanation, ending debate through practiced intimidation. After receiving a frightened agreement, Ryuji decides the intruder must regret opposing the Kinoshita family. Back inside the stage, Itsuki keeps attacking the giant stone man as analysis approaches completion, reaching 100% and celebrating that he no longer needs to run around the enormous target. A blue core glows inside the rocky head, revealing the energy sustaining the boss's expanded form. Gigantification analysis completes, but overmimesis upgrades Clear Orb instead of creating another skill, prompting Itsuki to inspect the existing technique for whatever new effects the evolution produced. Clear Orb level 2 doubles passive speed growth and allows its size to expand by consuming magic, giving Itsuki control over the projectile's scale while retaining its defense-ignoring properties. He decides to test the upgrade immediately, channeling every remaining point of magic into one attack, as Nirvana raises all stats to 280 and the maximum-sized clear orb forms above him. The dark sphere expands until it rivals the giant stone man, trading subtlety for planetary impact aesthetics, while purple lotus patterns unfold across its surface before the oversized projectile descends. Clear Orb crushes through the boss from above, erasing its colossal body and most nearby terrain, leaving Itsuki alive at 0 magic and wondering whether he pushed the experiment slightly too far. The giant stone man dies, adding another 200% increase to Clear Orb's flight speed, and Itsuki calculates 2 more clears would make the projectile travel roughly as fast as a car. He finally recognizes how useful passive effects are after previously ignoring their long-term potential. Because Lotus Burst passive expands every skill's range, including the distance Clear Orb can travel, each higher-level living kill therefore makes every future technique reach farther through Lotus Burst stacking bonus, theoretically allowing Itsuki to destroy distant disaster beasts from kilometers away after enough farming. The system confirms a level 15 stage clear in 3 minutes 1 second and updates the record, shocking veterans whose 5-person parties require over 10 minutes to survive the same challenge. Observers remain confused that Itsuki's level still reads 0 despite another impossible record and victory, while Choha congratulates him for breaking Taewajin's record again without sounding remotely surprised anymore. Itsuki says the statues were simply weak against defense-ignoring attacks, making the record unexpectedly quick. Then notices Choha's luminous green butterfly hovering beside her and asks what it is. She introduces Tamachu as her Shikigami, created through her own Shikigami user job, and Itsuki admits the creature is his first Shikigami encounter, calling the butterfly genuinely beautiful. Choha is amazed he lacks such common knowledge and begins explaining awakened job categories, which are broadly divided into 4 major types that most students learn before awakening. Elementalists command 7 elements and represent the largest group with strong direct combat potential, including Oishi's lightning build and the metallization power previously used by Itsuki's classmate in Oga. The second category is Shikigami user, whose practitioners summon bonded creatures that obey only their masters, ranging from Choha's butterfly to enormous birds, serpents, and other supernatural companions. Tamachu is a level 15 B-rank Shikigami despite Choha herself being only level 6, so Itsuki asks whether that level gap really qualifies her as a veteran awakened. His blunt question strikes directly through Choha's composure, activating emotional damage without overmimesis, and she silently fumes at someone possessing absolutely no concept of diplomatic coding. Choha explains Shikigami absorb experience independently, making them naturally higher level than their masters. Though Itsuki's intense reaction suggests he is already imagining combat against both summoner and summon, his predatory aura makes Choha wonder what exactly this revenge-obsessed person considers normal curiosity, before Itsuki asks about the remaining job categories and moves the lesson forward. Choha identifies the third as the least understood class with very little reliable public information, namely Order Breaker, the rare category Itsuki himself awakened during the school ceremony. Every Order Breaker manifests unique Z-rank abilities, such as his Blue Lotus and Analysis system, while others manipulate body size, produce infinite clones, or stretch their limbs like rubber. Normal jobs use rank skills from beginner tiers upward, but Order Breakers possess independent Z-rank powers, and secrecy protects those exclusive abilities, explaining why Nento stopped Choha from questioning Itsuki. She calls him irregular even among Order Breakers because at least 3 skills use incompatible elemental properties, leaving Itsuki grateful their teacher is absent, since additional discussion might expose everything he concealed. He asks about the 4th and final job category, one he has never even heard mentioned, but Choha refuses to explain as punishment for Itsuki revealing nothing about himself first. She changes topics, confirming the students he saved are safe and asking about his next move, while explaining cleared stages enter cooldown and cannot be challenged again for at least 2 days. Itsuki realizes cooldowns enabled Kinishida's monopoly, then seeks another way to increase Lotus Burst's passive, asking whether any available stage contains exceptionally large numbers of disaster beasts. Choha immediately suggests Locust Wasteland, a location infamous for its overwhelming enemy population, where more than 100 low-level locust beasts appear and drive challengers away through sheer numbers. Because the stage demands area attacks, Itsuki volunteers, secretly planning to use Lotus Burst for crowd control, despite Choha warning that anyone lacking Aya skills will face a miserable solo battle. Nearby witnesses fear Kinoshita Ryoji will retaliate once he learns what happened to Oga, correctly predicting the family has already begun tracking Itsuki rather than forgetting the public humiliation. Ryoji learns the target left after clearing the stage only 30 minutes after their confrontation, and orders magical traces followed while summoning a specialist called Hound to hunt him down. His expression turns murderous as he promises the intruder will pay for touching Kinoshita property. While elsewhere, a wounded awakened hides among ruined buildings after escaping another deadly pursuit. The fugitive admits he would already be dead without an escape technique, then senses danger nearby. Realizing the threat has found him anyway, he turns in terror before reaching any meaningful safety, and a massive black hound with red eyes lunges through the ruins to seize him. The creature pins its prey beneath one paw while the man can only groan in pain. As a hat-wearing stranger asks whether the dying fugitive has something he wants to confess. When the victim asks how they found him, the hunter's answer becomes chillingly simple, because their death hound possesses an exceptionally sharp sense of smell for injured targets. Beside the beast, Hound Charles claims he can detect the very scent of death people emit. The captured fugitive begs for mercy, realizing neither Charles nor his beast intends to negotiate. But Charles says Ryoji would object, and death has not tasted human flesh recently. His eyes glow red as he gives the Shikigami permission to begin its meal, sending the black hound lunging forward with jaws wide enough to erase further testimony. After feeding, Death reaches level 16 and displays tracking, scent, and accelerated respawn abilities, while Charles receives a communication indicating Ryoji has found a more important target. Learning Oga was severely injured by a weak-looking boy, the tracker immediately changes priorities and tells Death that fresh prey has appeared, launching their hunt for Itsuki. Meanwhile, Tenma arrives at Locust Wasteland, an isolated dome surrounded by endless wheat fields, and confirms the landscape truly contains the enormous insect population Choha promised. She explains disaster beasts choose suitable environments, making habitat recognition essential survival knowledge. While Locust Wasteland's danger rating is so high the facility no longer maintains ordinary reception, its beasts remain below level 13, yet unusual conditions have pushed officials toward dismantling the stage, because abnormally aggressive locusts swarm in overwhelming numbers across nearly the entire interior. A single lapse leaves challengers surrounded and devoured before they can reach the escape point. With previous victims reportedly stripped down to their bones by the relentless insect cloud, Itsuki calls that perfect, sounding delighted enough that Choha briefly questions which side should worry, though he insists he is not desperate enough to become a meal for oversized bugs. Choha watches him enter and recognizes the same confidence that preceded his earlier solo records, but remains uneasy after sending him alone with every warning she could provide. She suddenly remembers Mothers will let locusts reproduce endlessly and rushes to warn him, unaware that Hound Charles is already nearby, watching her through another red-eyed gaze. The tracker studies Choha from concealment, recognizing her connection to the person Ryoji wants found, and quietly says he is searching for someone before beginning his approach. Inside the stage, Itsuki looks across the seemingly empty wheat and calls the wasteland unimpressive. Then claps loudly and tells every sleeping insect to wake up for extermination. The emerging locusts are individually low-level, which makes them ideal Lotus Burst targets, as status windows identify multiple Level 1 and Level 2 evil locusts with no gifts. Thousands rise from the wheat in a dense black cloud, finally revealing the stage's true scale, while Itsuki forms a blazing lotus between his hands and prepares the exact counter required. The tighter the swarm clusters, the easier his work becomes once they enter the explosion radius, so he waits for maximum density before releasing the gathered magic into their center. Lotus Burst detonates beneath the cloud, sending fire through every insect caught inside its range, and each kill adds another 1% increase to all skill ranges through the passive effect. Notifications multiply across the system as level 1 and 2 locusts vanish throughout the blast. 110 kills expand Lotus Burst's diameter to 10.5 meters, exactly matching his farming plan, and Itsuki estimates 10 more efficient shots could produce roughly 1000% total range growth. He briefly regrets stage cooldowns, since unlimited repeat entries would make the process much smoother, before noticing the challenge success notification has not appeared despite apparently clearing the swarm. Overmimesis detects C-rank Mother's Will and starts analysis at 1%, proving something survived. Itsuki realizes a hidden enemy remains somewhere beyond the scorched wheat and scattered insect bodies, while movement beneath the crater confirms his first explosion only removed the visible wave. He deduces a boss deliberately hid behind bodyguards while he relaxed after the initial attack, and although his expanding range helps, Itsuki still has no idea where the controller waits. His solution is straightforward. Destroy every smaller locust until the concealed boss is forced outside, and another Lotus Burst wipes out a new wave, raising accumulated range growth to 220%. The resulting 16-meter diameter improves coverage, though the hidden enemy remains outside detection. 10 additional kills vanish under fire, yet endless buzzing confirms the stage keeps producing replacements. Fresh locusts hatch across the ground almost immediately, replenishing the swarm faster than expected, while Mother's Will analysis reaches 27% through their coordinated reproduction and attacks. Itsuki calculates 9 remaining Lotus Bursts with 232 magic, enough if each volley stays efficient, and promises to keep erasing the insects no matter how many new bodies appear. Another sweeping explosion burns through the swarm as locusts dive toward him from every side, producing 4 more range increases from a single concentrated detonation among the attackers. Itsuki chains Lotus Burst repeatedly, turning the wheat field into overlapping circles of controlled fire. Range growth reaches 990% and the explosion diameter expands to 54.5 meters, but only 50 magic remains, leaving exactly 1 more major cast while locusts still reproduce. The insect ocean shows no meaningful reduction, making brute force extermination increasingly unrealistic even for him. Retreating until analysis finishes would be sensible, but Itsuki dismisses that as a third-rate solution. He refuses to abandon the challenge when its hidden mechanic is finally revealing itself, declaring he will defeat every disaster beast present regardless of how many continue spawning. Another enormous Lotus Burst erupts through the locust cloud, consuming most of his final resources, while Itsuki prepares to turn that last offensive window into a decisive search for the boss. Mother's Will analysis reaches 91%, yet the number of locusts still has not decreased. Itsuki notices every new enemy is level 1 with a tiny body, resembling freshly hatched offspring, and concludes the controlling ability enables effectively infinite reproduction until its source dies. The source is Queen Locust number 379, a level 13 egg layer remotely commanding up to 110 hatchlings. With magic exhausted, Itsuki needs analysis to finish before the queen's endless production overwhelms him, as accumulated information condenses into a blue detection sphere around his strained body. Completion grants magic detection, sensing enemies across 1,100 meters and recovering magic per detected unit. He notes the passive could sustain endless farming by repeatedly detecting the queen's disposable offspring, but chooses to finish quickly because Choha is waiting outside the dangerous stage. Nirvana raises every stat to 290 while magic detection pinpoints the boss through magical signatures, sending concentric waves across the wasteland until one powerful response separates from the swarm. The queen appears beneath the scan, surrounded by layers of controlled hatchlings and defensive escorts, and Itsuki locks onto her exact location before the shifting insect mass can hide it again. He aims across the wheat, channeling recovered magic into a long-range finishing combination, while promising the queen that using her own children as shields will not save her. Clear Orb launches through the swarm, its reach extended far beyond normal by Lotus Burst's passive, and the purple projectile cuts a straight path toward the boss from 120 meters away. The queen deploys winged guards around herself, attempting to intercept the defense-ignoring sphere, but Itsuki rides Thunderbreaker through another attacker and continues controlling the offensive line. Calling checkmate, he closes distance while Clear Orb penetrates every shield protecting the queen, then strikes her directly with lightning as the projectile tears through the defensive formation. The remaining locusts fall into chaos once their queen dies and Mother's Will releases them, while Itsuki promises to send the offspring safely after their defeated mother with another blast. Final range growth reaches 1,210%, expanding Lotus Burst to 65.5 meters and Clear Orb to 131. Itsuki calls the harvest successful and plans 5 repeat clears after the stage cooldown ends, but his 17-minute 7-second record makes him wonder whether Choha became worried outside. He expects her to act aloof after his safe return despite having spent the wait concerned, and privately finds her clumsy kindness surprisingly cute before leaving the stage surrounded by blue energy. Outside, a red eye watches as Itsuki emerges, confirming the hunter has prepared an ambush. Hound Charles has Choa pinned beneath one boot and identifies Itsuki as Ryage's missing target, explaining he sought information through her because even wounded Oga refused to betray the rookie. Charles offers to release Choha if Itsuki approaches, though he intends to leave her barely alive. Deathhound snarls beside its master, clearly excited to add another body to its meal plan, then charges Itsuki with black fur and purple energy streaming from its enormous frame. Charles shouts for Death to attack faster, confident the surprise will prevent any resistance, but Overmimesis detects the B-rank Shikigami and begins analysis at 1% on contact. Progress jumps to 12% and Itsuki realizes defeating Death requires finding its hidden human master. Charles notices every movement was deliberate. Even being bitten only accelerated the analysis he cannot see, yet the tracker trusts Death and his hostage, believing that combination makes victory inevitable. Itsuki calls out to Choha while restraining the beast, pushing analysis beyond 34%, but Death tears free and lunges again, jaws closing around the same guarded arm. Charles boasts those fangs crush anyone below 30 defense, already picturing a severed limb, only to watch his supposedly helpless target remain standing, arm and composure equally intact. One violent counter drives the enormous hound into the ground beneath a hovering clear orb, though Death immediately reforms and returns, treating mortality like an inconvenient loading screen. Analysis reaches 77%, while Charles assumes any Shikigami user becomes defenseless without their summon, and mistakes the rookie's deliberate patience for ignorance about the hound's resurrection ability. Death's B-rank respawn desire drastically shortens recovery whenever the Shikigami is killed, so the restored beast charges again, and Charles confidently declares his cornered opponent prey. Instead of revealing another attack, the level 0 fighter quietly activates magic detection. Keeping it running proves correct as analysis climbs through 89, 90, then 91%. While he conceals the Blue Lotus, knowing its appearance would warn Charles before completion. The tracker praises Death's power, speed, and detection. Certain even surprise attacks are impossible, then tightens his threat against Choha, promising to break her neck if resistance continues. Itsuki wants the analysis completed without exposing over mimesis, accepting whatever price that concealment demands. And at 100%, Death Eater transforms into Shikigami Eater, stealing ownership through direct contact. The new skill arrives at level 1 and raises every stat by 20. Subtle entrance, monstrous payoff, but incomplete activation prevents Nirvana's recovery, leaving him at 310 per stat and 1,240 total. Still nearly fresh from his previous healing, he lets Death approach and prepares to claim it. Because if direct contact transfers ownership, the next move is wonderfully uncomplicated. He grabs the attacking beast and announces, "I will take your dog," with impeccable adoption timing as Shikigami Eater floods Death with blue energy and rewrites the bond to its master. The transfer's force sends Charles tumbling backward, suddenly separated from both leverage and confidence, though he curses the useless mutt and wonders what all that training was for. Retreating to his final card, he seizes Choha again and threatens her neck directly, but she tells her companion not to worry about her, despite barely remaining conscious. He raises both hands and appears to surrender, ordering Charles not to touch her, prompting the captor to sneer that earlier obedience would have spared the woman's suffering. Buying time, the rookie asks why he was targeted when he never crossed this stranger. And Charles reveals Ryuji ordered his capture for entering a North District 4 stage without permission. Hearing Kinoshita Ryuji's name actually helps. He already wanted a direct conversation with the tyrant, while Charles orders him forward and forbids the strange ice, threatening Choha if he resists. Then the tracker commands Death to bite off both legs, expecting immediate obedience, but the new owner calls upon his Shikigami to prove exactly where its loyalty belongs. Death's crimson gaze pivots away from its intended victim and settles squarely on Charles, giving Itsuki the instant needed to flash forward and pull Choha beyond the captor's reach. Charles panics as his trained beast attacks him, unable to understand the broken contract, and Itsuki calmly praises Death, confirming the hound has belonged to him since their contact. Now he promises to repay Choha's pain 100-fold, with Charles crying through every installment. So the trap tracker blames Ryuji's orders and desperately proposes joining forces instead. His opponent calls that a good proposal, briefly letting hope crawl back into Charles's face, and the traitor instantly sees an opening. Apparently loyalty had an even shorter respawn timer. Charles fires his concealed crossbow at point-blank range, shouting for the rookie to die, but the bolt is stopped, and Itsuki declares he has enough strength to kill Ryuji himself. He orders Death to return Choha's treatment to Charles. Dinner service officially begins, while the former master begs forgiveness, calling the betrayal a tiny, entirely reversible mistake. Death advances without hesitation, towering over the man who once controlled and abused it, as Charles pleads that he fed the hound and remains its true master. The argument ends inside Death's jaws, a brutally concise verdict on the ownership dispute. But Itsuki immediately addresses someone else who has watched him since he left the stage. He asks how long the observer plans to hide and invites them to finally appear, drawing measured footsteps from the surrounding wasteland while Death finishes behind him. A blonde, hooded stranger emerges with raised hands, impressed that his concealment was detected, and Itsuki first asks whether he belonged to the man who attacked them earlier. The stranger quickly denies any connection, distancing himself from Charles and his orders, but the rookie has no time for explanations, telling Death to follow after finishing its meal. Watching the mad hound obey, the newcomer decides this frightening fighter might solve his problem, then introduces himself as Iberia, praises the battle, and recognizes Taewajin's mysterious conqueror. Iberia requests help and offers payment in karma stones, weapons, or another negotiated reward. Which sounds suspicious until he argues anyone would help when the compensation truly fits. A cup of water can outweigh treasure in a desert. Value depends entirely on need, just as medicine matters most to the wounded and a blade to someone seeking revenge. Itsuki understands the principle, though he still waits to hear Iberia's actual leverage, and Iberia points out Choha cannot survive the long walk to the nearest hospital. Fortunately, he happens to possess healing supplies capable of stabilizing her condition, making the proposed bargain immediately more valuable than any pile of ordinary loot. Itsuki asks whether he can truly save her, dropping every trace of casual suspicion, and Iberia admits he cannot heal her completely, but he can prevent her death. He applies a rare karma tool bandage, crafted from monster materials, across Choha's injuries, prompting Itsuki to ask what exactly a karma tool is and why it works. Iberia explains modern weapons fail against disaster beasts, while crafters forge effective tools from monument and beast parts. Those Karma tools occupy 4 ranks: normal, rare, epic, and unique, according to materials and craftsmanship, with normal versions merely harming beasts, while rare tools also increase portions of the wielder's stats. Epic weapons add special effects, like the blood sword absorbing blood and having enemy self-healing, while unique masterpieces can grant overwhelming bonuses, even holy swords' inexhaustible reservoir of magic. Crafters rarely excel in combat, yet every awakened respects the people producing these essential weapons, and only 10 across all 5 continents can forge unique tools, a summit Iberia has not reached. The 3 remarkable items he carries were instead created by the father everyone reverently calls Dad, none other than the northern continent's crafter king, placing Iberia's lineage firmly above ordinary workshops. He catches Itsuki staring elsewhere and irritably asks whether any of that explanation registered. It did, but the rookie is already examining the crossbow Charles left behind. Using it could reduce clear orb deployments and keep his most dangerous ability concealed longer. And Iberia identifies it as rare. Projectile Karma tools convert ordinary ammunition into compatible shots. Hunter's crossbow grants 50 agility and once bonded can vanish into storage before returning on command. After thanking Iberia for treating Choha, Itsuki promises future help but must find Rigi first, prompting Iberia to admire his nerve for challenging North District 4's untouchable ruler. He is not trying to stop him. In fact, their immediate target is the same, and proposes teaming up for the Salvation League preliminaries scheduled the day after tomorrow. Only 10 advance, and the Northern Continent's venue sits here in North District 4, where Governor's son Ryuji must qualify or disgrace a family already represented by his savior brother. His monopoly over local stages exists to secure levels, while Iberia has prepared for days and believes teaming with someone this strong guarantees passage, though his urgency raises a question. Why risk everything this year when youth gives him plenty of future chances? Iberia remembers watching his father craft flawless Karma tools, each finished weapon deepening his admiration until he dreamed of awakening and fighting disaster beasts with one of those creations. Awakening 1 month ago finally brought that chance, but Dad reserved his tools for saviors. Persistent begging earned one condition: pass these preliminaries and the Crafter King will grant him a weapon. That condition is why Iberia must win this year's preliminaries regardless of the cost, though Itsuki wonders why someone with such an influential father needs a level 0 teammate. Dad demanded victory through Iberia's own strength, rejecting any team assembled through the family name, but Ryuji bought most strong participants, while remaining lone wolves refused fixed teams entirely. Then rumors spread about Oga's defeat and broken stage records, leading Iberia straight here. So Itsuki accepts the partnership, provided they take Choha to a hospital before anything else. Iberia immediately starts inventing awful duo names, making even Rikuru seem quiet by comparison, which reminds his partner of Rikuru and Seiya, both newly awakened and possibly entering too. Elsewhere, Rikuru suddenly sneezes. The universe apparently reviews reckless team branding in real time, while Seiya asks about a cold and he suspects someone, perhaps Itsuki, mentioned him. She privately wonders how long they have been separated since the school disaster, but Rikuru notices her concern and asks why she never visited after the beasts were defeated. Embarrassed, Seiya answers with a surging water attack instead of anything resembling emotional honesty, and her sparring partner blocks, reminding her that exposed openings remain fair targets. Their instructor, Akudo, ends the bickering because preliminaries begin the day after tomorrow. Revealing level 11 Water Elementalist Seiya and level 10 Metal Elementalist Rikuru have trained intensely. Akudo opens a case of resources, giving his students one more advantage before competition, while Ryuji notices Charles still has not returned and suspects something unexpected happened. He consumes another Karma stone, converting it directly into experience before the tournament, then abandons any search because failure means another confinement room punishment from his father. His subordinate reports recruiting 87 of 3,113 Northern participants, every one at least level 5, earning praise as the only operative Ryuji believes he can reliably trust. The governor's son consumes his final Karma stone and gains another level, reaching level 12 with 603 total stats, which he considers plenty for crushing commoners. At the hospital, Itsuki stands beside recovering Choha as cold blue energy fills the room. Apologizing to Nento for allowing his daughter to suffer during Charles's ambush, the commander offers to dispose of Ryuji himself if that is what his student wants, but Itsuki refuses and asks that the coming confrontation be left entirely to him. Nento agrees, requesting a full report only after the matter has been settled, while Iberia silently realizes the continent's commander is his teammate's teacher and considers requesting an autograph. Itsuki explains their preliminaries partnership, then asks Choha how her recovery is progressing. Tamachu completed the healing, aided considerably by Iberia's rare Karma tool bandage, which Nento recognizes as Aiden's Kodama bandage, immediately identifying Iberia as the Crafter King's son. Delighted that Nento knows his father, Iberia vows to uphold the family's eldest son dignity, then proudly announces that he is Aiden's father, reversing the relationship with heroic confidence. Everyone stares until Choha gently informs him that his family tree is facing backward, and the flustered boy corrects himself. Aiden is, unsurprisingly, the father in this arrangement. Nento thanks Iberia for saving Choha and suggests visiting Aiden together after the preliminaries, then sends both competitors away to prepare while he and Choha plan to watch tomorrow. Iberia promises they will qualify, carrying enough enthusiasm to power a smaller continent. As Choha notices her father has taken an unusually quick liking to Tenma, Nento remembers that childhood trauma triggers dangerous impulses whenever his pupil confronts disaster beasts, yet those urges weaken when someone he genuinely wants to protect remains nearby. That stabilizing effect is precisely why the commander placed Choha beside him, hoping she becomes his friend, his weakness, and eventually someone he instinctively protects. He also reveals the school invasion was planned, joining coordinated beast attacks against continental commanders. With more traitors defecting to the monsters, humanity's future appears increasingly pitch black, but Nento believes Tenma will illuminate that darkness when every established light begins failing, becoming the hope people need against an enemy now manipulating humans from within. The next day, thousands gather at North District 4's Salvation League preliminary venue, where Nento's rumored attendance inflated participation from roughly 3,000 to nearly 9,000. Ryuji worries about last-minute entrants, but his lieutenant says they lack time to organize teams. Every recruited ally wears a red ribbon, marking the numerical army prepared to protect him. Host Shinchihara Soryu calls for attention and begins explaining the preliminary tournament rules, starting with a first stage divided between enormous external and internal sections. Competitors must reach the inner area. Bracelets record entry order and only 50 advance. Rikiru studies the device and realizes dropping thousands in one stage will be brutal, while Soryu permits 2 karma tools, unrestricted teams, and any method that produces results. Iberia spots Ryuji surrounded by purchase participants ordered to obstruct everyone running ahead, but Itsuki plans to enter quickly, then strike once the tyrant relaxes his guard. His teammate freezes, realizing their carefully discussed plan has already been thrown overboard, because an unaffiliated fighter without a red ribbon now blocks their path anyway. The first stage begins, releasing thousands into the arena at once, as Nento welcomes growing interest in the league but warns that numbers without quality mean nothing. Soryu recalls their era having several entrants above level 15, then examines the current field, where only Taewajin at 21 and Height and Akira at 18 reached such heights that year. Nento counters that once-in-a-century geniuses do not appear everywhere, though he hopes one stands below. Soryu asks about the rookie who killed a level 8 skeleton soldier immediately after awakening. The commander confirms that Fighter is indeed his newest student, without revealing his identity, making Soryu expect someone exceptionally gifted as Nento's second recognized pupil after Taewajin. He searches the competitors, wondering which promising face belongs to that mysterious newcomer. Level 10 Metal Elementalist Horino Rikiru has only an ordinary Grade 2 gift, eliminating him, while level 11 Support-oriented Water Elementalist Kisagari Seiya also seems an unlikely candidate. Soryu instead suspects Hanyu Kana, a remarkably advanced level 16 Wood Elementalist, but Nento says every guess is wrong despite Hanyu holding the field's highest level. Then Soryu notices the annual level 0 Curiosity, usually beaten senseless before withdrawing, just as Ryuji confronts that lost kid and laughs openly at his non-existent level. Itsuki responds by raising Hunter's crossbow, the weapon Charles once carried, and Ryuji recognizes it immediately, finally connecting this stranger to his missing tracker. Green eyes sharpen as the rookie asks whether Ryuji has been searching for him all along. Unable to believe Oga lost to level 0 trash, the tyrant assumes someone stronger staged everything. He orders his ribbon followers forward and several volunteers eagerly promise to provoke the target. Their intended victim has no time for disposable henchmen and says so without slowing, yet 4 armored fighters spread across his path, convinced numbers can manufacture relevance. 3 level 6 and 2 level 7 opponents demand surrender, generously offering mere survival. While Iberia estimates he can handle 1 but believes 4 simultaneously would overwhelm even Itsuki. That calculation leaves him preparing to reveal another option he hoped to preserve, as Ryuji mocks the first opponent awaiting him for being level 0 trash. The rookie gives the nearest fighter one quiet command, move, and something in his expression makes even Ryuji's amusement hesitate for a heartbeat. The armored thug laughs, treating that warning like material prepared for his own comedy set, then promises to rescue the rookie at the final moment because he appreciates the attitude. Another attacker volunteers to crack open his skull and inspect whatever is inside, swinging with full force before the unarmed target appears to react. Itsuki is suddenly behind him, repeating, "I said move," as the body collapses. And Ryuji realizes someone 7 levels higher was eliminated instantly, puncturing every comfortable assumption. The others panic over Handa's defeat, but their fire user attempts an ambush with B-rank flamethrower. He unleashes full output, promising to burn the level 0 nuisance into a crisp, and a roaring inferno engulfs the arena before Itsuki can visibly draw his karma tool. Ryuji calls it overkill, dismissing the apparent death as punishment for level 0 arrogance. Yet the cheering attackers notice something wrong inside the flames where their victim should have fallen, as the inferno separates around a dark barrier, revealing someone still standing at its center. Iberia recognizes Black Wall completely blocked the B-rank attack, exactly as he expected, while Itsuki steps through the fire and orders the stunned caster away from him. Blocking a B-rank fire skill raises defense 10% from 310 to 341. But he needs to learn whether repeated use of the same attack can stack that passive. The caster mistakes Black Wall for ice magic, despite having no water elementalist nearby, so his target invites the same technique again and promises not to block this time. Furious at being mocked, the fire user accepts, declaring there will be no retreat afterward. He activates Flamethrower, Overheat, pushing the B-rank technique far beyond its previous output. Yet greater power changes nothing fundamental. The skill remains fire attribute and therefore manageable. A denser torrent swallows the level 0 fighter, filling the arena with another blazing eruption, while the caster accuses him of underestimating an attack powerful enough to finish everything. Every drop of magic drains into this ultimate technique, ending restraint and the supposed farce. His confidence collapses when the target survives again, apparently untouched by the improved flames. The experiment confirms Black Wall's passive will not stack from identical skills by the same attacker, and with that useful limitation verified, Itsuki decides the research portion is officially over. A second fire user boasts his ultimate cannot fail, even while the first has nothing left, then launches B-rank fire barrage, filling the sky with a storm of burning projectiles. Black Wall activates again, meeting the numerical plan with the tactical sophistication it deserves. As countless fireballs explode against its icy protection without slowing the figure beneath, the attackers assume a level 0 magic pool must empty eventually and focus on draining him, unaware the barrier now surrounds its owner like a frozen beast forged for close combat. Even dozens of fire barrage impacts trigger the passive only once from that single skill, so he identifies their caster's speed as the only strength worth removing first. The fire user recoils as his armored opponent asks whether that was truly everything, then takes one brutal strike, his supposedly useful mobility never entering the equation. A second unique fire skill adds another 31 defense, confirming bonuses use the original 310 baseline. Two remaining lightning elementalists offer the perfect chance to test Thunderbreaker's passive next, though one mistakes the approaching target's interest for an attempt to escape. He releases C-rank Silver Serpent, confidently recreating the lightning attack once used by Oishi, but Thunderbreaker absorbs it, raising agility to 341 while defense remains 372. Spectators watch several higher-level awakened fall like tutorial enemies accidentally loaded into endgame, and Ryuji can no longer understand what kind of level 0 anomaly stands before him. Another test shows Thunderbreaker also gains only once per identical skill from each target, leaving every hired attacker unconscious around the rookie they had confidently surrounded. Iberia expected difficulty, never imagining his teammate would dismantle the entire group this easily, and openly wonders what sort of ability could produce strength so disconnected from level. Itsuki redirects him with a simple question about who they came here to confront, reminding the amazed partner that studying the miracle can wait until Ryuji is caught. He ends the sightseeing and starts chasing Kinoshita, while Iberia hurries after him. Behind them, one defeated caster can only call their crushing performance unfairly lame. Far ahead, Ryuji assumes the level 0 nuisance is currently being beaten beyond recognition, though Charles's recovered crossbow remains suspicious enough to demand investigation afterward. Aside from saviors, almost nobody in the northern continent should be capable of capturing Charles. But another rival appears, and Ryuji trusts his own speed over the other's brute strength. Lightning envelops him as he accelerates past the competitor, claiming one more position, only for an unexpected strike to land while he is running at maximum speed. The impact tears through his lightning and breaks the rhythm of his carefully protected advance, as Itsuki appears beside him, asking whether being overtaken feels different from buying the road. Ryuji orders his recruits to regroup and conserve stamina for the second stage instead of wasting time. From above, an official identifies him as Administrator Kinoshita Senko's son and condemns his arrogance, while Nento notes that using followers to clear obstacles violates no rule and preserves Ryuji's stamina. With that advantage, the governor's son expects an effortless passage through the second stage too. And the internal area entrance appears ahead after a journey he considers surprisingly easy. Then one follower desperately calls Kinoshita's name from somewhere behind him, forcing Ryuji to stop as irritation gives way to the first edge of genuine alarm. His remaining entourage denies calling out, each person suddenly very interested in someone else's problem, before two silhouettes approach and a familiar insult, level 0, dies unfinished in his throat. The same rookie stands there with Iberia, completely unharmed and closing the distance. Ryuji refuses to believe dozens of level 6 and level 7 recruits could all be defeated, finally deciding the stranger must have bribed them because reality is apparently the less plausible option. Itsuki asks Iberia to wait while they settle this. The partner agrees after surviving entirely through him. Ryuji claims he is too busy to fight personally but promises plenty of new playmates. then orders every nearby recruit to remove the level 0 obstacle immediately. Armed followers surround their target, boasting that a nobody cannot invoke the Kinoshita name safely. Iberia counts upward through the crowd and realizes nearly 100 opponents now block them. His teammate merely tells him to keep his head down, offering no further explanation. Blue lightning erupts outward in a widening wave, swallowing the entire formation simultaneously. While Ryuji turns away again, convinced sheer numbers will finally close the matter. Instead, every recruited fighter is launched through the air before a single coordinated strike lands, and the tyrant looks back to find his human shield converted into scattered scenery. Itsuki says the earlier warning was unclear, so he will correct that misunderstanding now. Until their dispute is settled, nobody gets to enter the internal area or go anywhere. Meanwhile, Seiya and Rikyuru reach the inner zone 4th and 5th after defeating exhausted Red Ribbon blockers. Rikyuru thought they were fast, only to discover several competitors arrived even sooner. Ugaku holds 3rd and Akagami Shin 2nd, both already resting near the entrance. Most importantly, level 16 Hanyu Kana claimed 1st place before either of them arrived. Seiya expects Itsuki to act alone if anyone obstructs him, exactly matching the chaos behind them. As Iberia finally crosses the barrier in 6th place and immediately falls onto the ground, he shouts for Itsuki, drawing Rikyuru's attention from the exhausted competitors nearby, and Seiya confirms the stranger ahead used the same name as their missing classmate. That black-haired silhouette is unmistakable from behind, erasing any remaining doubt between them. Iberia calls again, but his partner repeats that nobody moves until this score is settled. Nento realizes his rookie stands one step from safety yet remains completely fixated on Ryuji. Choha watches silently, understanding exactly which debt has made the tournament secondary. The commander tells Heitan Akira to intervene only if the young fighter enters real danger, though Akira doubts he could have matched such incredible speed at the same age. Ryuji stops pretending this can be delegated casually and warns his challenger to prepare. As the arena recognizes what follows is no battle royale, but one side's complete subjugation. In other words, one man is about to receive a group beating or attempt to deliver one. Itsuki considers qualification secondary. Avenging Choha takes priority over every tournament reward. Ryuji screams for the remaining recruits to kill him before he advances another step, and fighters with transformed limbs charge together, surrounding their target from every direction. One claims his head using C-rank fire punch, while the rookie declares nobody gets ahead. The flaming fist is caught bare-handed, stopping its momentum inches from the intended target before a single counter drives that attacker headfirst into the arena floor. His body bounces away, eliminating another hired fighter before the crowd can adjust. Ryuji's followers panic at the one-punch defeat, then decide overwhelming numbers must still work. Their opponent welcomes the full assault with one quiet verdict: perfect. Catching Fire Punch with Black Wall blocks another Searing Fire skill and raises defense again, then Itsuki activates Lotus Burst, deciding this farce has consumed enough tournament time. Flame coils around his arm while Restrained Magic gathers into a compact area attack, and the released blast sweeps through every remaining recruit without touching the protected spectators. Iberia finally recognizes the explosion as another skill belonging to his impossible teammate, while nearby competitors wonder whether their strongest defensive ally could survive something that large. First place Hanyu silently studies the devastation, measuring the level 0 stranger for herself, and Soryu marvels that someone at level 0 can wield powerful skills outside one conventional job. Choha never knew about this area attack, though his Locust Wasteland confidence now makes sense. Because 30% output is enough against humans, preserving restraint despite the overwhelming result. Smoke clears across a cratered field where only the intended challenger remains standing, and he informs Ryuji that every hired shield is gone, leaving the tyrant alone. Ryuji demands why this stranger is so fixated after instantly defeating everyone he paid, receiving the answer that targeting him and seriously injuring Choha created a debt due today. The governor's son invokes family privilege, purchased karma stones, and levels ordinary people could never afford, then promises death through B-rank lightning cannon. Purple, certain their level difference decides everything. Overmimesis detects the unfamiliar lightning skill and begins analysis at 1%, while Purple Current crashes into Itsuki, who tracks the technique rather than avoiding contact. Ryuji watches him emerge at impossible speed and realizes his nominal level explains absolutely nothing. Terror replaces arrogance as he calls for hidden help, abandoning the tournament's permitted contest. Appearance no longer matters, so he orders outside protection to intervene despite violating the rules, summoning a level 35 awakened bodyguard and expecting the rookie to be torn apart. Nento immediately calls Heitan Akira, who accepts the interception without needing further explanation, as magic detection warns Itsuki that someone extremely fast is approaching and analysis reaches 19%. More than one illegal rescuer closes in, turning Ryuji's private panic into a coordinated extraction. Their advance suddenly stops beneath overwhelming force before any attacker can reach the duel. And the rookie looks toward the disturbance, finding another fighter already handling it. Heitan tells him to continue, casually pinning the bodyguard so the rightful confrontation can proceed. Itsuki turns back and tells Ryuji his lifeline has been disconnected, premium family service unavailable, while the cornered heir invokes his administrator father and savior brother as untouchable protection. The answer is another crushing strike, carrying him across the ruined arena floor. Because this entire punishment is the score owed for what happened to Choha. Watching from above, she asks why the fighter who defeated Ryoji suddenly looks toward her, while analysis pauses at 99% so Itsuki can reset his condition during stage 2. With the debt collected and timing secured, he finally runs toward the internal area entrance, but a familiar voice cuts through the arena noise before he crosses the boundary. He turns and recognizes Seiya waiting inside, an unexpected reunion replacing combat focus. She urges him through the entrance instead of lingering outside after everything already endured, then warns that standing in the cold rain any longer will leave him sick. He enters 7th, greeting the classmate he has not seen since the school invasion. Iberia immediately grabs his partner, loudly celebrating that he survived and remained safe. While Rikuru demands to know why some stranger is crying all over Itsuki, Iberia introduces himself as the new tournament partner, still clinging like reunion physics require it, prompting Rikuru to accuse his old friend of betrayal for forming a duo without notice. The argument spirals into whether their partnership has a name, because apparently that determines legitimacy, and Iberia proudly confirms it does while Itsuki quietly tries to prevent disclosure. Too late, the masterpiece is Double I, a name Iberia claims required tremendous effort, leaving Rikuru howling with laughter and calling it painfully lame while its creator protests. Soryu announces 500 arrivals. Everyone still outside is eliminated as Stage 2 approaches. The remaining competitors will fight disaster beasts across the trial grounds for 1 full hour, and Iberia reacts enthusiastically until realizing this phase may require everyone to fight alone. Heighton watches from the platform, openly anticipating what the rookie will reveal next, while the 7 earliest arrivals stand among the qualified field and await final instructions. Massive circular chambers open beneath them, each designed as an isolated combat ground, and competitors move toward the ominous gates leading into Stage 2's separate arenas. Rikuru greets his old classmate properly, then confirms the impossible level still reads 0. He asks how strength grows without levels or stat increases, but the teacher's secrecy order prevents answers. Seiya recalls that jobs normally unlock skills by leveling and tells Rikuru to stop pressing, as the reunion group joins Ryoji and other qualifiers before the second stage begins. Soryu asks whether everyone is ready, drawing attention back to the tournament. Rikuru recognizes several legendary figures overhead, including Nento and the famously masked commander. The host explains that disaster beasts will appear, awarding kill points according to difficulty, from beginners 100 through normals 500, hards 1000, and nightmares 5000 points. Each victory grants a 1-minute break, though competitors may skip it to advance immediately. Level 13 Earth Elementalist Ugaku confidently requests direct entry into Nightmare class combat, before Itsuki raises a hand and says he also has one question. Spectators assume the carried level 0 entrant now fears individual combat and wants to withdraw, but Soryu invites the question, telling him there is no reason to hesitate. He simply asks whether Nightmare is the highest difficulty available in the trial grounds. Even Nento looks surprised, recognizing ambition hidden beneath that calm wording, while competitors laugh that someone unable to beat beginner class should forget Nightmare entirely. Soryu says difficulty theoretically has no upper limit, something proven only by defeating Nightmare class. Rikuru dismisses the idea since even hard class is remarkable and Nightmare usually demands level 10. Points carry into the main tournament, meaning today's score shapes future Salvation League admission. Seiya realizes preliminary points matter beyond qualification, while Itsuki decides he must exploit that opportunity. Taewajin's 115,000-point record includes this stage, giving his challenger a clear target to surpass. Every qualified competitor enters an individual trial ground as the gates seal behind them, and Stage 2 begins inside arenas resembling regular stages but built for measured progression. 10 Level 1 Mad Dogs appear for beginner class, finally placing disaster beasts before the Avenger again. Black Wall activates, though such weak enemies cannot meaningfully raise stats and should be cleared quickly. Soryu asks whether Nento is monitoring his pupil, admitting he wanted to watch Hanyu instead. Height replies that this fighter is considerably more interesting than the obvious favorite. Nento agrees without looking away, noting his student somehow produces a new surprise every time. 1 second later, all 10 Mad Dogs fall and the system awards the first 100 points. Soryu stares because a round normally takes minutes, while Heighton enjoys being proven right. The host argues numerous low-level beasts favor instant attacks, but level 8 should resist. A level 8 normal-class salamander enters, carrying 500 points and heavy firepower, though Heighton doubts an enemy 8 levels higher poses any meaningful threat to this contestant. Choha asks about everyone else, prompting a multi-screen view while accusing her father of distraction. Most participants are still struggling through beginner-class encounters rather than progressing immediately, including Seiya, who carefully defeats the Mad Dogs instead of racing recklessly onward. Only Hanyu Kana currently matches the level 0 contender's overall pace through the trial grounds. Choha cries out when the salamander's flames engulf Tenma before he visibly evades, and the firestorm swallows his position, making survival appear impossible from the platform. Heighton prevents intervention, observing that someone this fast deliberately accepted the attack for a reason. Black Wall activates inside the flames, converting the salamander's power into another defensive gain, before an icy counter cleaves through the normal-class beast from below. The salamander splits apart, ending the supposedly difficult battle before its fire fades. 5 seconds produce another 500 points, keeping the record chase far ahead of schedule. and Soryu realizes the unscathed fighter could have won instantly, yet intentionally took the attack first. Black Wall converts that C-rank fire into another 10% defense gain, exactly as intended, bringing defense to 434 and total stats to 1,395 before the next difficulty begins. He skips the remaining 58-second break, eager to test this improved defense against something stronger, while Heighton explains that rising difficulty measures combat judgment as much as raw strength. A level 10 hard-class Aleki Rhino appears, worth 1,000 points and armed with an electrified horn, whose combined physical lightning charge pierces anyone lacking sufficient defense through sheer concentrated force. Even survivors with weak lightning resistance become paralyzed, unable to move after contact, so conventional strategy demands evasion until exhaustion exposes a safe opening. Soryu realizes the rookie intends something completely different and starts objecting too late. Because Itsuki calmly places himself directly before the enormous horn instead of dodging. That weapon is perfect for testing the defense he deliberately cultivated through previous fire attacks, and the Aleki Rhino lowers its head, electricity surging as its charge reaches full power. Horn meets body with a violent impact, launching the contestant across his isolated arena before he crashes through stone beneath the spectator's horrified view. Choa screams his name, convinced this experiment just converted optimization into self-destruction, but Height notes that these unpredictable decisions consistently produce results beyond reasonable imagination. Dust and ice erupt from the impact zone, briefly concealing whether the fighter survived, until Thunderbreaker absorbs the lightning, granting agility and proving level 10 beasts cannot damage him. With both defensive tests complete, red eyes rise and Itsuki announces it is time to finish. Thunderbreaker's stored electricity grants a 50% agility surge, wrapping his body in blue current as the Aleki Rhino charges again, expecting the same stationary target and easy collision. Instead, its opponent closes instantly and delivers a counter before the horn can align. The hard-class beast falls in 7 seconds, adding another 1,000 points to the chase. While Heighton admits this rookie is faster than his younger self and still withholding full power, attention shifts toward the next opponent, whose difficulty promises an entirely different test, a creature combining slicing movement, razor claws, and predatory speed inside armored darkness. Iron chains and a gigantic mouth add capture range capable of swallowing targets whole, while a colossal exoskeleton protects the beast from ordinary attacks across its entire body. This ferocious predator is designed to expose every weakness in a participant's combat skills, and the system identifies the level 15 Nightmare-class Inferno Giant, worth 5,000 points. Clear Orb activates before the roaring monster completes anything resembling an intimidating entrance, instantly defeating it and increasing the orb's flight speed by another 200%. Every observer freezes, because Nightmare difficulty just received the speedrun treatment without permission, while Clear Orb reaches 9 meters per second and a 900% accumulated increase. 1 second earns 5,000 points, so he immediately requests the next Nightmare phase. Elsewhere, competitors still battle individual beasts rather than skipping every available recovery period, with Seiya firing C-rank water bullet to finish another enemy safely. Ugaku reaches 80% beginner progress and plans to advance after 2 more kills, while Hanyu finishes normal class after recovering the magic consumed in her previous fight. Another strong contestant clears Nightmare in 21 seconds, still far behind the new benchmark. The leading competitors recognize Itsuki as the faster challenger, each responding with competitive interest. He simply orders the trial ground onward, refusing even a second of the offered break. Leaving Soryu stunned that a level 15 Nightmare beast vanished through its armor instantly, Heighton raises the difficulty again, determined to learn exactly where this monstrous run finally stops. Phase 2 produces 2 Inferno Giants for 10,000 points, disappointing anyone expecting a new species as both armored predators emerge together and fill the chamber with synchronized roars. The rookie decides to eliminate one during that theatrical opening, when neither giant is moving, and launches Clear Orb straight through the first monster before combat properly begins. Its death raises orb speed to 11 meters per second, now 1100% above baseline. Soryu sees another effortless one-shot, yet Heighton insists the skill carries a fatal weakness, because overwhelming damage means little if a target can evade the projectile's limited flight speed. The surviving Inferno Giant finally stops roaring and explodes forward with unexpected agility, moving faster than any disaster beast Itsuki has personally encountered so far. Its huge body misleads observers into expecting slowness, exactly the racial advantage Heighton anticipated, while Clear Orb gathers again in the contestant's hand for another direct shot. The black projectile launches, aiming along the giant's immediate path with lethal precision, but this race lacks magic and compensates by enhancing attack, agility, and defense 25%. Inferno Giant 1008 therefore holds 320 attack, 300 agility, 320 defense, and 940 total stats. It dodges Clear Orb completely, proving the supposedly fatal attack can miss before impact, then exploits its roar as cover for a surprise rush, displaying unexpectedly strong combat judgment. Soryu concludes that without greater projectile speed, the rookie cannot advance any further, as the giant closes from above and brings both overwhelming fists toward the ground. Stone detonates beneath the impact, leaving a crater where Itsuki stood moments earlier, though he evades from mid-range, measuring the giant's speed rather than retreating completely. Soryu assumes no alternatives remain, but Heighten questions why the cornered fighter still smiles. That speed is respectable, Itsuki decides before promising to close the distance himself, and Thunderbreaker activates, flooding every muscle with stored lightning at once. He disappears from the crater's edge and enters the giant's striking range before it adjusts, yet a massive armored fist swings down, seemingly catching him during the approach. Another crater erupts under the blow, sending debris across the trial ground. Choha covers her mouth, unable to see anyone walking away from such direct force, while Soryu demands a rescue team because this attack far exceeds the rhino's charge. Heighten stops him with one word, wait, having already understood the actual position, since tremendous power remains irrelevant when its intended target is no longer underneath. The giant's strike has hit nothing but stone, spending everything on an empty frame. It rises from the crater and searches for the human who vanished during impact, only to hear "I am right here" from impossibly close beside its head. Red eyes turn toward the voice as comprehension arrives several fatal seconds late. And Clear Orb tears through the giant at point-blank range before another dodge can begin. Itsuki emerges behind the falling monster, lightning and violet energy still covering his body, while the enormous frame crashes into the ground, ending Phase 2 completely. Clear Orb reaches 13 meters per second with 1300% accumulated flight speed growth. 12 seconds defeat both giants and add 10,000 points to the record attempt, making Choha cheer openly before remembering several very serious people stand beside her. Nento remarks that seeing her this excited is rare enough to deserve separate documentation, so she claims concern for humanity's future, and everyone's families caused the reaction, not Tenma's victory. Her father observes she has become remarkably talkative since they last met, receiving embarrassed silence. Heighten instead asks how he knew the rookie would evade the giant's attack. And Nento explains normal running speed differs sharply from movement after lightning fills his body. Thunderbreaker dramatically accelerates every motion, making the giant's supposedly fast attacks comparatively slow, and once activated, it removes any realistic chance that those fists can connect. Soryu argues 2 victories already guarantee first place despite several dangerous moments, recommending withdrawal. Heighten knows the goal extends beyond winning. The rookie intends to surpass Taewajin's human record. Accordingly, Itsuki refuses to stop for even 1 second and requests another phase, which summons 3 level 15 Inferno giants worth 15,000 points together. Clear Orb activates immediately and pierces the first giant before the formation spreads, while Heighten celebrates the expected continuation, declaring this relentless contestant his kind of fighter. Soryu recalls that Heighten once pushed through these phases himself, explaining the enthusiastic approval, though even the strongest physique of that era reached only Phase 3 before stopping. Now the remaining Inferno giants charge the rookie together, beginning the comparison in earnest. One fist descends, but Itsuki slips beneath it before the armored knuckles close. Thunderbreaker supplies the approach speed, carrying him behind the giant during its committed swing. And Clear Orb removes the second enemy, reaching 17 meters per second after another increase. Only the third Inferno giant remains, already tracking the human who dismantled its partners before it launches a ferocious rush, red eyes and claws aimed directly at him. The surviving giant opens its armored jaws, preparing to tear through anything caught nearby, while Itsuki gathers every remaining drop of magic instead of evading. Lotus Burst activates at full output, promising to rip the Nightmare Beast apart completely. A colossal explosion engulfs the monster and the entire combat zone around it, killing the third giant while raising every skill's range by another 1%. Phase 3 ends in 13 seconds, awarding 15,000 points for all 3 enemies, and Soryu recognizes the same terrifying area attack that erased the first stage recruits. That explosion scattered vast numbers of participants earlier, yet was restrained compared with this version, whose full output empties all 310 magic and leaves its caster temporarily depleted. Continuous spawns solve that weakness, because magic detection restores 10% per detected enemy. For new targets, therefore, return 124 magic as Nightmare Phase 4 begins for 20,000 points. Clearing this phase would surpass Heighten's run, only Taewajin has ever advanced beyond it. Heighten watches eagerly, knowing every Inferno giant also makes Clear Orb faster, and greater flight speed improves accuracy alongside damage that already ignores defense. A few more gains could eliminate point-blank shots, crucial when limited magic forbids waste. Itsuki forms one orb and chooses his angle against the 4 surrounding giants, but iron chains shoot from an open maw before he can establish safe distance. He notices them a moment too late, surprise breaking his careful targeting rhythm as the chains wrap his body and drag him toward the charging monsters. Clear Orb launches from the compromised position, crossing past an Inferno giant without connecting. The mist projectile shatters stone instead, wasting magic the plan could not afford. Bound tightly, Itsuki cannot apply enough strength to escape or fire accurately again. While another giant closes and buries armored claws into his unguarded side, blood erupts beneath the strike, proving Phase 4 has finally found a real opening, before the chains release and throw his wounded body across the chamber. He lands amid broken stone, badly injured and momentarily unable to rise. Choha orders Height to rescue him immediately, unwilling to gamble on another impossible recovery. Height agrees this appears to be the rookie's limit and prepares to intervene. But Nento recognizes the situation from his own past and asks them to wait. Heighten starts toward the arena anyway, only for the commander to stop him firmly. Tenma has not surrendered, Nento insists despite the chains and blood around him. Heighten calls trust dangerous in a desperate situation, while Nento refuses to abandon his judgment. The commander's certainty comes from one observation: his pupil still holds a hidden trump card. Asked how he knows, Nento directs attention toward the wounded fighter's eyes. Those are not the eyes of someone accepting death. They remain calculating and fiercely alert. Overmimesis resumes the paused lightning cannon analysis, finally revealing why 99% mattered. Ryoji's B-rank purple lightning returns in memory as the stored pattern approaches completion, because analysis was deliberately stopped one instant before reaching 100%. Completion now upgrades Thunderbreaker to level 2, exactly when recovery is desperately needed. Choha recognizes another skill activation but wonders how any ability can repair this condition. While Heighten notices the wounded contestant smiling and suspects she understands the reason. Level 2 Thunderbreaker absorbs B-rank lightning and doubles agility when releasing stored energy, and Nirvana adds 20 to every base stat, removes all debuffs, and fully heals every injury. Blue lightning and restorative energy erupt around him, tearing away blood, chains, and exhaustion, raising base stats to 330 each and 1,320 total before passive bonuses. Warm-up is over. Soryu cannot believe a near-fatal condition vanished in seconds, followed by even greater power. Clear Orb then kills 2 Inferno Giants rapidly, earning separate flight speed increases from both. Phase 4 ends in 31 seconds for 20,000 points, with no remaining damage. The next wave also falls, pushing orb speed to 27 meters per second. Phase 5 clears in 57 seconds and adds another 25,000 points, yet violet projectiles continue piercing armored giants before their chains can establish control. Phase 6 ends after 1 minute 34 seconds, awarding 30,000 more points. Choha finally exhales, relief arriving only after the last system confirmation. A mountain of defeated Inferno giants now fills the arena like an abandoned raid graveyard, but when he requests another phase, no new enemies appear from the trial ground. Soryu admits disbelief, never expecting a participant to exhaust every prepared encounter. He reaches for the control panel, where only an emergency announcement remains available, and tells Tenma the challenge is over because the system has nothing left. The fighter confirms he defeated every Inferno giant prepared for the entire preliminary, surveying the wrecked chamber where 11 enormous bodies lie scattered together. He protests that Soryu promised no upper difficulty limit, apparently ready to file a boss shortage complaint, then asks his final score, hoping the exhausted ceiling at least closed Taewajin's lid. Another goal succeeded. 11 kills raise Clear Orb to 38 meters per second. That projectile now travels faster than an average car, transforming accuracy at ordinary combat ranges. Residual lightning surrounds Itsuki while the completed challenge processes its remaining rewards, and satisfaction replaces disappointment as another valuable consequence becomes apparent. He had hoped for one more enemy, but the total haul offers consolation, because experience he cannot absorb converts directly into karma stones instead of disappearing. A massive crystal forms from every defeated beast's unusable experience inside the trial ground. Observers realize a teammate entering stages with him could receive experience he cannot absorb, though the sight of him crushing nightmares remains unsettlingly beyond normal human comparison. With every objective completed, he heads toward the exit and finally accepts some rest. The sealed door opens, releasing the first contestant who emptied his entire trial ground. And officials announce that he has left the second stage arena successfully. Tenma ranks first with 106,600 points after only 3 minutes 55 seconds. Heighten praises his pure potential and offers to arrange personal training worthy of it, but the rookie politely refuses because he already has a teacher, baffling the enthusiastic veteran. Heighten keeps pushing until Nento warns that relentless recruiting will make the student dislike him. He explains that he only judged the fighter who stopped Kinishida's rule-breaking subordinates, then learns this prodigy is Nento's disciple, making intervention an obvious obligation. The realization also explains why the mysterious Level 0 carries techniques and confidence beyond convention, and Heighten accepts the connection, finally abandoning his surprise mentorship campaign. An absurdly overqualified youngster appearing from nowhere makes sense once tied to Izumi Nento. Choha checks for injuries and offers healing, though Heighten insists the challenge barely touched him. Itsuki reports no wounds but considerable fatigue, choosing a short rest before anything else. Nento says such results fit his disciple, recalling Taewajin also exhausted every prepared second stage beast. Back then, Phase 4 was the maximum. Organizers expanded to 6, yet still underestimated this successor. They return to watching, since every other participant has only begun their much longer challenge. Rikyuru reaches 100% hard progress but stops after 1,600 points, arms completely exhausted. Seiya also clears hard class, nearly emptying her magic while suffocating a beast inside heavy water. Her run ends after 19 minutes 1 second with 1,600 points, matching Rikyuru's difficulty ceiling. Failed or badly injured contestants normally remain inside until the stage ends, unlike Tenma's special exit. Meanwhile, another competitor finally reaches Nightmare Class and draws the platform's attention, carrying a rare karma tool that could plausibly defeat at least one Inferno giant. Akagami Shin advances with her armored Shikigami Mei-chan, an achievement impressive even here. Shin orders Mei-chan into complete form, transforming the armored summon into a towering beast, which meets the Inferno giant head-on instead of relying on ranged support. Massive fists collide, proving this Shikigami possesses strength comparable to Nightmare-class physical power, and Choha explains summons have countless forms and mysterious abilities, unlike her unchanging Tamachu. Seeing their power, Itsuki decides Death should stop sitting unused and begin receiving every future drop. With Seiya and Rikuru already retired, however, his own exhausted body finally demands recovery. Before resting, he notices something unexpected appearing inside Iberia's arena, where red armor suddenly surrounds his partner, prompting questions about the dramatic transformation. Iberia identifies Dragon Gear, the strongest epic karma tool his father ever forged for him. It grants 100 attack and agility, then adds 20 more to both for every equipped minute. The sentient armor chooses its master, requiring tremendous effort before accepting Iberia's hands. But wearing it beyond 15 minutes triggers a severe penalty, imposing a hard battle deadline. 6 minutes currently provide 120 additional attack and agility, enough to contest the giant. Iberia charges beneath the armor's accumulating power, believing Tenma's announced clear was already Nightmare Class. He and the transformed Mei-chan fight under double I, determined to uphold the team's name. Itsuki admits Dragon Gear looks good on him, a rare compliment delivered without ceremony. Stage 2 finally ends after every remaining competitor completes, fails, or exhausts their challenge. Only 10-point leaders reach the main event, while the top 2 earn additional special rewards. U assumes nobody except Hanyu could outscore him, already mentally claiming those prizes. Soryu begins announcing the 10 qualifiers and their exact preliminary standings, led by Tenma's 106,600, then Hanyu's 16,600, U and Iberia at 6,600 each. Spectators cannot process a 6-figure result when each Inferno giant normally grants only 5,000, and third place U demands to know who Tenma Itsuki is, having never heard the name. Hanyu responds differently, resolving to cross swords with the mysterious runaway leader. Seiya sees the enormous gap and wonders whether a combat path ever suited her. Across all continents, Tenma ranks first nationally by 65,000 points over second place, leaving the masked commander privately pleased that humanity's newest dawn burns increasingly bright. Iberia lies exhausted after Dragon Gear, unsurprised his partner claimed the top position. He also avoided disgracing Double I, clearing Nightmare and proving the questionable name survived qualification. Itsuki praises the result sincerely, admitting the level 7 teammate surpassed his expectations. Iberia beams at the recognition, demanding confirmation that the compliment was real. The venue announces the 21st Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries are ending, and the event formally concludes with the 10 strongest point earners advancing. Far away in South Continent District 1, another command center receives unsettling information, while an ancient white-bearded man meditates amid attendants inside an ornate chamber. One soldier mocks the dawn summons until warned that this is the Southern Commander who sees the future. The elder is Balgur, South Continent Commander-in-Chief and one of humanity's great pillars. A skeptical subordinate wishes prophecy gave exact impact points before barriers were already deployed, but Balgur glimpses only fragments, despite standing shoulder to shoulder with Nento in humanity's defense. He suddenly declares the latest prophecy has a 90% chance of becoming reality, announcing that the northern continent itself is facing imminent danger. A massive disaster beast assault will soon strike across the northern territories, including monsters whose levels exceed 100, enemies beyond any ordinary defensive response. That night, quiet settles over the city while those warnings remain unknown to the qualifiers, and Itsuki reviews the updated status that finally pushes his total above 1,500. He has 330 attack, 380 agility, 462 defense, 330 magic, and 1,502 total stats. Since normal Awakened gain 50 distributable points per level, this equals roughly level 30, while Thunderbreaker and Black Wall can keep increasing agility and defense without leveling. Each suitable absorbed attack offers another percentage gain, leaving those two stats effectively uncapped, and Magic Detection endlessly restores magic, but no current mechanic permanently increases attack. That optimization problem pauses when Rikuru announces dinner is ready, proudly presenting piles of Itsuki's favorite dishes after an exhausting tournament day. Attack growth can wait. Overmimesis may eventually provide an answer through another acquired skill, while the returning classmate enjoys Rikuru's home cooking for the first time in ages. Choha asks where Iberia went, noticing one seat remains conspicuously empty. She fully healed him, but Dragon Gear left such exhaustion that he is still asleep. Seiya remains impressed a level 7 competitor cleared Nightmare when she and Rikuru could not. Rikuru mistakes her surprise for tears of culinary joy until she warns him about something behind. A shadowy figure rises silently at his shoulder, shaped more like hunger than humanity. Iberia requests food in a hollow voice, apparently resurrected by the scent alone. He reaches the loaded table while everyone recoils from his sleepwalking entrance. and Rikiru complains that silent approaches and unauthorized eating are both unacceptable house rules. Iberia ignores procedure, burying his face in a bowl with complete spiritual commitment. When asked whether he is angry, the exhausted guest barely pauses between mouthfuls, then declares everything delicious, returning instantly from rayed corpse to delighted child. Rikiru credits his cooking for the recovery, pleased the compliment restored someone from near death. Iberia suggests quitting Awakening to become a chef, then wonders why that sounds insulting. Once everyone settles, Nento addresses the table and asks the aspiring saviors one question, namely what each of them fears more than anything else in the world. Iberia fears losing youth before saving money and traveling globally for gourmet food, because aging could steal both the stamina to travel and the taste needed to enjoy it. The possibility alone gives him chills, leaving Rikiru unsure whether to respect this terrifying honesty. Seiya explains she was born into a medical family and grew up inside a hospital, where patients of every age and illness exposed her early to constant suffering. Seeing lives end in sterile rooms turned ordinary sickness into something deeply frightening, until even childhood colds or fevers triggered fear rooted in those memories. Itsuki realizes her earlier sneeze and sudden retreat came from that hospital upbringing. Awakening nearly doubles lifespan and prevents most illness, seemingly erasing the fear she carried. Iberia eagerly asks whether his turn is next, as though fears are another tournament bracket, admitting he previously feared failing the preliminaries, though that danger has passed. Now he fears becoming unable to keep fighting alongside Itsuki as their enemies grow stronger. He turns the question toward his partner, asking what frightens someone who appears unshakable. Everyone listens, unable to imagine any fear behind that calm and overwhelming strength. Itsuki remembers losing his parents and not knowing how or why he should continue living. Helplessness, sadness, anger, and hunger consumed him until nothing else remained. Then Seiya and Rikiru found him alone, urging him to look at the beautiful sky. They offered medicine, hospital care, and delicious food until immediate worries loosened their grip, and the warmth of those two friends pulled him from that isolated negative world. Later, he met Choha and Iberia, forming more bonds beyond the classmates who saved him. Those people became companions, or correcting the insufficient word, something considerably closer. They became a growing family around someone who once believed his own was permanently gone. Their security makes him wish this peaceful moment could continue forever, revealing that his deepest fear was never battle but having to live alone again. Choha senses the calm atmosphere around him, completely unlike the earlier unsettling hostility. Nento misreads the confession as eternal devotion, earning a startled correction from his student. The commander asked because saviors face true danger, where regretting the chosen path becomes unforgivable. He teaches that every savior's goal is a death without regret, not survival without purpose. Dinner resumes, and Seiya and Rikiru prepare to return to North District 1 tomorrow. Rikiru promises more home cooking and a reunion at the national tournament before departing, leaving Iberia curious about when those two became so close to his partner. The departing group remembers unfinished questions can wait until the main tournament reunion. But Itsuki notices Choha running toward them with urgency written across her face. She barely stops before being asked what could demand such a desperate rush, and announces highly classified intelligence newly delivered from the southern continent. Its clearance normally restricts disclosure to level 50 saviors and continental commanders, yet Nento trusts both students, allowing Choha to share the warning immediately. Balger predicts a massive disaster beast assault somewhere across the north within 3 days. The Elder is the 5 continents' most renowned prophet, making dismissal dangerously irresponsible, and Nento suspects the monsters intend to target him as Northern Continent commander. Remaining visible would therefore make him excellent bait for the force directing the attack, while Itsuki offers to stay and fight despite combat not being his assigned specialty. Nento already has battlefield plans and gives his student a different, equally vital responsibility. Guard crafter King Aiden alongside Iberia, supported by additional awakened dispatched from headquarters. Iberia suspects this divides forces merely to protect his father and keep him away from battle, before Choha reports 3 more requests that will shape the continent's response. Authorities must warn awakened, evacuate residents, reinforce impact zones, and minimize civilian casualties. Her preparations are already complete with Heighten expected soon, so Nento dismisses everyone to rest. Choha's knowing look suggests the commander understood motives nobody voiced aloud, and she promises to erase the small fry herself before drawing out the enemy leader. Nento has indeed seen through everything exactly as his daughter expected. A level 100 threat could force Tenma to expose every hidden ability, so keeping him away protects secrets. There is another purpose. His overwhelming toolkit still lacks permanent attack growth. Aiden may possess an artifact that fills that missing quadrant and completes the otherwise balanced fighter. At 8 that evening, black stone monuments begin falling like rain across northern districts, while Double I still has roughly 100 kilometers before reaching Aiden's remote home. With an assault expected anytime, both increase their pace rather than risk arriving after disaster. Iberia suddenly points upward and tells his partner to look at the darkening sky, where a black monument descends directly toward the populated route ahead. The attack has begun early, and the monument crashes into the city beneath them. A devastating impact tears through buildings, roads, and evacuation routes in one violent eruption, catching civilians mid-evacuation because official warnings had only just begun spreading. The prophecy arrived too early. Stone monuments and disaster beasts now strike before defenses assemble. Itsuki cannot abandon nearby citizens, yet diverting from Aiden could compromise their assigned mission, while Iberia's relentless travel reveals how deeply he fears something happening to his father. Then a level 21 flame golem appears, with no high-level awakened present to stop it. The partners agree to handle this beast together before continuing toward Aiden's home. Its burning body lands amid defenders already struggling to hold evacuation lines, and the level 21 golem advances as fire pours through every rocky joint. A massive flaming strike targets the formation, protecting civilians from the initial assault, but one defender raises C-rank rock shield and orders everyone to maintain formation. The golem answers by hurling concentrated fire directly at their layered defenses, and the blazing projectile smashes through the barrier with explosive force. The defender calls survival impossible as even their strongest protection begins failing. Since the highest defense fighter died instantly, the remaining group sees no path forward, and Iberia warns that fighting beyond their ability means suicide, urging immediate retreat. Civilians and surviving awaken scatter while the flame golem prepares another attack, its red gaze fixing on those still exposed near the ruined defensive line. A trapped elementalist begs for life and fires B-rank water cannon as a final response, trusting elemental advantage to extinguish fire after bursting the golem's attack apart. The beast evades, leaving the exhausted caster with nothing between himself and death, while his allies order someone else to finish the monster during that apparent opening. Instead, the flame golem rises unharmed and attacks again with renewed intensity, forming an enormous flame capable of erasing the remaining defenders together. Black ice intercepts the blast before it reaches them, splitting fire around a new arrival, as Itsuki declares this enemy belongs to Double I and enters the burning battlefield. Iberia will fight while his partner evacuates civilians. Black Wall blocks the B-rank fire completely. Onlookers mistake them for saviors, and Iberia announces ambitions beyond even Taewajin with typical volume. The rescued fighters doubt Ordinary Awakened can handle this beast despite the impressive entrance, and assume the ice armor surrounding Iberia must be some powerful defensive artifact. Itsuki remembers Nento's earlier guidance about fighting opponents strong enough to punish hesitation, since Clear Orb offers immense power but needs preparation and becomes harder to land afterward. It should remain a trump card whenever possible, while Black Wall supports safer close combat. When confident of surviving an enemy's skill, he can penetrate it in close distance directly, so overwhelming brute force will be suppressed by something even more decisive. Black Wall covers his body while the flame golem launches another burning assault, and Thunderbreaker releases stored energy, doubling agility through its lightning state. He passes through the descending flame faster than the golem can track, emerging directly beside its rocky torso before another attack pattern begins. Lightning gathers around one clenched fist, concentrating the doubled speed into a physical strike, which drives the enormous flame golem into the street beneath a collapsing crater. Bystanders assume their weakened defenders injured it first, because the alternative seems absurd, until someone realizes the beast was completely repelled by one attack. A level 21 flame golem cannot even retaliate against the nominal level 0 fighter, leaving witnesses desperate to know who this unknown rescuer actually is. One remembers seeing him depart with Iberia after effortlessly defeating a previous beast. His bare-handed power resembles level 30, though even that should not instantly kill this monster. Itsuki recognizes the remaining flaw clearly. Attack must somehow increase to match his speed. The current state shows 330 attack, 760 agility, 495 defense, 330 magic, and doubled movement. Iberia could not follow that speed with his eyes, but speed alone cannot solve every battle. Fortunately, the Crafter King's son remembers one practical way to strengthen attack immediately, offering access to Aiden's warehouse, supposedly packed with karma tools that boost physical power. Something suitable should exist, and being Nento's student may persuade Aiden to grant it. Iberia cheerfully imagines his partner in powerful enchanted armor, producing an understandably suspicious expression. Once home, he will request a tool, though Itsuki notices exhaustion forcing the boy to keep pace. He warns that pushing too hard now could leave Iberia helpless if they encounter another calamity. The blonde insists he is not tired and immediately accelerates again to prove it, only to fall behind while claiming they have helped enough and should stop racing. At 11:05 p.m. on the prophecy's first day, they finally reach the Crafter King's forest. Iberia celebrates arrival and admits his magic armor felt ready to fall apart, explaining Aiden lives deep among trees because town noise disrupts delicate crafting. The rundown wooden house hides traps around its perimeter, confirmed by faint magical fluctuations. Magic detection could avoid them, but Iberia insists following closely is perfectly safe. Delighted to lead at last, he confidently points out the final route toward home, then steps squarely onto a concealed trigger before finishing the sentence. Hanging helplessly, Iberia admits forgetting one trap and still insists this is definitely his house. Worse, the surrounding magical fluctuations intensify as the most troublesome defense activates, revealing an epic humanoid iron golem with 500 attack, 300 agility, 500 defense, and 200 magic. Itsuki is surprised the house possesses a humanoid karma tool capable of independent combat, just before the Guardian launches a massive armored fist toward the intruders. The blow tears through the ground, forcing both visitors into immediate defensive movement. Another gigantic fist follows, turning the supposedly peaceful perimeter into a mechanized sparring ground. But Clear Orb cannot be used when destroying Aiden's valuable guardian would defeat the mission's purpose. Iberia reveals the solution: target the green magical stone embedded in its chest. That core powers the iron golem, so breaking it should stop movement without destroying everything. Thunderbreaker activates. Knowing the weakness makes this simple, even if raw power remains limited. Itsuki slips past the guardian's next punch and accelerates directly toward the exposed chest, driving a lightning-covered hand through its outer armor before the golem can turn. His fingers reach the glowing core and disrupt the magic sustaining every joint, leaving the massive construct cracked, dimmed, and frozen in place. He expects that precise shutdown to settle the misunderstanding without damaging Aiden's property, but Iberia suddenly shouts for someone named Jasuk to stop attacking. A hidden blade flashes toward Itsuki, its wielder appearing only after committing to the strike. And Jasuk Bokudo apologizes after mistaking Iberia's companion for another forest bandit. Even magic detection sensed no fluctuation before the attack, making the stranger's concealment unusual. Iberia introduces his super strong level 0 friend, then urgently asks where Aiden is. Jasuk points behind them and warns that his master has arrived in a dangerous mood, revealing the Crafter King approaching with the expression of a final boss denied morning coffee. Iberia immediately announces he passed the preliminaries and even reached Nightmare class, proudly adding his regional 4th place rank and right to choose a promised karma tool. Aiden responds with one sharp strike to his son's head, postponing all celebration. The confused qualifier demands to know why success apparently earned physical correction, and learns dragon gear was only borrowed, while prolonged unauthorized use risks irreversible consequences. Furious, Iberia runs away and swears never to touch his father's tools again. Aiden turns toward the visitor and asks whether he is Izumi Nento's second student. Itsuki confirms, explaining Nento sent him to guard Aiden because of the large-scale attack prophecy. The Crafter King wonders why demanding Nento accepted someone so ordinary-looking, then notices level 0. He asks whether that level is permanently fixed, suddenly far more interested than before. The status confirms level 0 and order breaker while keeping gifts, skills, and stats private. Aiden briefly suspects a karma tool conceals the status, but receives a straightforward denial. That unusual condition explains why Nento specifically requested a certain artifact as compensation. Itsuki refuses payment because his assignment is protection, not another bargain between old rivals. Aiden reveals Nento offered him authority to test a disciple in exchange for granting this item. The crafter accepts anyway, curious why Nento chose someone seemingly defined by failure. Originally, Critical Crystal was a masterpiece designed to draw attack power toward its absolute limit, but a sudden crack altered the finished artifact before it could be used. Its rank became unknown, critical hits multiply attack tenfold while a strange broken effect appeared. Defeating an enemy with higher attack raises critical chance 1%, but leveling resets everything. That makes the crystal useless to normal awakened and nearly perfect for someone unable to level. Aiden does not know how this fighter grows stronger, yet their compatibility is undeniable. Enough victories over stronger disaster beasts could eventually raise critical chance to 100%, turning every future attack into a tenfold strike once the long progression is complete. The condition is harsh, but Itsuki postpones strategy until after surviving the current raid. Broken Critical Crystal equips successfully at 0% critical chance and never resets for him. Aiden confirms proper compatibility while Itsuki thanks him for solving the attack growth problem. The crafter dismisses gratitude, making tools and fighting beasts serve the same human survival. Without warning, a vast green barrier rises around the forest and seals the house inside, followed by an impact that shakes trees, traps, and everyone standing near the perimeter. The blast throws Aiden's party backward before they can establish a defensive formation, and Iberia demands an explanation as the dome finishes locking above them. A new monument barrier surrounds the remote home, proving the attack found their location. Aiden notes only Continental commanders knew where he lived, making coincidence extremely unlikely, while Jasuk warns Calamity Spirit beasts have already entered and are approaching fast. Itsuki senses something closing at incredible speed, sharper than the earlier forest traps, then detects 6 separate units converging through the trees. A level 14 one-horned demon tribe beast breaks from cover and charges first, placing itself directly between the protected civilians and the barrier's strongest defender. Black Ice Wall activates as the demon launches a violet, piercing attack, and the generated armor absorbs the initial strike without letting it reach anyone behind. Jasuk knows Lotus Burst could erase several level 14 enemies, but the group would share its shockwave. With Aiden and Iberia unable to withstand that blast, indiscriminate area damage is unusable here, confirming the level 0 fighter was never built for effortless solo play around vulnerable allies. Reckless Lotus Burst would catch both companions, forcing him toward careful close combat instead. Then magic detection senses another surge, far more intense than all previous enemies. The approaching presence belongs to something dramatically stronger than the one-horned scouts, identified as two-horned guardian beast 85, a level 24 demon tribe monster. Elsewhere, the demons reveal this lower-class advance party was deliberately teleported into the human realm. Their commanders discuss which 8 demon king should lead the main force crossing later. They also expect the advance unit to capture a particular important person marked for retrieval. Imaraku, one of the 8 demon kings, becomes part of that ominous discussion, while a demon general is assigned the mission because risking a king-class beast seems excessive. Another king suggests entrusting the main force to Enshokuma when the true descent begins, a creature reportedly hungry after going a long time without eating living humans. Back in the forest, Iberia screams as Guardian Beast 85 crashes through Aiden's room. The level 24 double-horned demon advances, dwarfing the first attackers in power and size. Itsuki realizes this enemy may have higher attack, offering the crystal's first progression opportunity. He meets the beast head-on, accepting close range because the others remain directly behind him. A stronger attack stat means victory should add 1% critical chance to broken critical crystal, so Clear Orb's piercing sphere launches through the demon before it can strike again. The kill immediately raises critical chance to 1%, confirming Aiden's explanation works. While Itsuki rushes toward other intruders, Josuk is ordered to handle the beast inside. Lightning carries the new crystal's owner away, leaving the room's defense to those already there. Exhausted Iberia admits he cannot win without dragon gear if another guardian beast attacks. With the monster closing, he prepares to resist anyway rather than abandon his father. But a huge purple claw seizes him before any useful defense forms. Aiden slams his crafting hammer into the demon, forcing it to release Iberia. Though officially non-combat class, the Crafter King faces the beast without retreating, drawing its full attention away from his exhausted son and toward himself. He tells Josuk to finish the battle, having created the opening his guard needed. Josuk responds instantly, driving a heavy strike into the guardian beast's body. While Black Ice Wall had already shielded Aiden from the monster's desperate counterattack, the coordinated blows finally dropped the level 24 demon inside the damaged workshop. Josuk apologizes for arriving late after taking time to eliminate the external lookouts. He senses no remaining fluctuations outside and suspects the level 0 fighter erased every attacker. Iberia stares at the surrounding bodies, amazed Josuk handled so many alone. Aiden warns the barrier will spawn beasts indefinitely, with each wave growing stronger over time. Itsuki intends to destroy its source while eliminating as many enemies as possible along the route, and assigns Josuk to remain behind protecting Aiden and Iberia if anything slips through. The Guardian sees no fear in his eyes, only an unmistakable thirst for battle, so Aiden agrees to leave destruction of the green barrier entirely to Tenma. Josuk warns its inner beast should exceed level 25, but receives unwavering certainty. Itsuki races into the barrier alone, lightning carving a bright line through the dark forest, privately delighted that he can finally fight without holding back for nearby allies. Back at the house, Aiden tells Iberia to forget following and remain with him. When challenged, the crafter calls their partnership pathetic because both fighters inhabit completely different worlds. Iberia argues teams exist to support each other and cover individual weaknesses, regardless of power gaps. Aiden answers brutally. Right now his son contributes nothing and functions only as dead weight. Continuing this way could eventually get Tenma killed while protecting a teammate unable to keep pace. The problem is not uniquely Iberia. Nobody from their generation can share Tenma's battlefield. Aiden asks whether his son ever noticed those eyes whenever the level 0 fighter faces disaster beasts, eyes drowning in hatred as 5 new enemies emerge and magic detection restores his mana fully. The incoming pack surrounds Itsuki, each beast strong enough to raise the new artifact. He orders them aside, refusing to let their numbers delay his path toward the barrier source. Lotus Blast erupts among the formation, eliminating every target in one compact explosion. 5 kills add 5% range and raise broken critical crystal from 1 to 2%. The double-horned enemies required significant magic, but none will be allowed toward Aiden's group. Smoke rises above the forest, announcing another wave's destruction to everyone near the house. Josuk recognizes the explosion as Tenma's skill and realizes he encountered beasts deeper inside. He wonders whether the inability to level could be a gift debuff compensating for such power. The green barrier itself feels different, and its residents greatly exceed previous monsters. Worse, the structure interferes with magic detection, obscuring their exact number and strength. Barrier colors mark danger. Gray covers levels 125, green 2650, blue 50 175, purple 76 100, red 101+. Since green barrier enemies drop enormous experience, Itsuki decides to share it with death. Shikigami Eater summons the Black Death Hound beside him for its first real assignment. Showing level 16, 250 attack and agility, 150 defense and magic, plus tracking and rapid respawn. The Hound may take experience drops later, but for now it must protect rather than hunt allies. Its owner gives one strict order: never lay a paw on anyone he identifies as a friend. Every disaster beast inside the barrier, however, is freely designated as prey. At 11:30 p.m., the awakened guards dispatched to protect Aiden finally arrive. Their leader is level 63 Wind Elementalist Kei Kairajima, a first-class savior. 5 third-class and 3 second-class saviors accompany him, though Height remains absent. Height reported traveling 6 hours earlier but later calls when unanswered at 1 and 3 hours. Kei assumes Northern Monument Chaos delayed him since ordinary beasts cannot threaten a special-class pillar. Aiden orders continued contact attempts, knowing only special-class strength can face the worst spawns. Kei questions this reverence, insisting special-class fighters like Taewajin and Heighten remain merely human. He believes the gap from first class is modest, and any beast they defeat should be manageable. Aiden respects confidence but recognizes someone speaking without experience against truly overwhelming enemies, exactly because Kei has never confronted a disaster beast powerful enough to erase that confidence. A beast suddenly approaches, interrupting the argument with immediate proof from the barrier. Kei welcomes the chance, eager to demonstrate a first-class savior can match special-class results, and promises his squad will finish every monster before any reaches the protected crafter. He intends to prove rank 1 remains capable even beside humanity's rarest champions, while deep inside, the green barrier glows like a sealed world around Tenma. The scenery resembles ordinary forest, yet the space feels disconnected from everything outside. An oppressive aura spreads through it, creating unease even before enemies appear. Magic detection cannot measure the entire structure, confirming inner and outer regions are separate spaces, but 5 nearby enemies restore 50% magic and reveal their approximate locations. Itsuki tells Death to wait and kill anything escaping past him toward the house. Then Thunderbreaker's roaring wave activates and the hunter begins moving himself. 2 purple-horned beasts charge from opposite sides, attempting to trap him between their bodies, only to lose sight of their target when lightning carries him beyond the closing jaws. Black Ice Wall armors his approach and absorbs the first retaliatory strike, before a lightning-driven counter tears through one attacker at close range. The second beast is driven backward through trees before coordinating another rush, yet it recovers and lunges again, horns angled toward his unprotected side. Clear Orb's piercing sphere forms directly against its body and bypasses every defense, drilling through the monster in one violet line before it can pull away. Another stronger enemy kill raises broken critical crystal to 3%. Statistically, that means roughly 3 critical hits per 100 attacks, though none has appeared yet. The barrier's central steel finally becomes visible through the trees at close distance, and breaking it should collapse the structure, making one powerful strike potentially sufficient. Magic detection restores 10% from one surviving enemy still hidden nearby, warning that the apparent route is not clear despite every visible body. A thin, dark attack suddenly slices across the space behind him, narrowly missing because he noticed the fluctuation and remained alert. Itsuki lands beyond the steel, turning toward the attacker concealed by the structure, where black tendrils reveal something that deliberately used the monument as cover. This enemy behaves unlike previous disaster beasts, planning an ambush instead of charging blindly. Back outside, Iberia worries about what his partner may be facing alone. While Aiden insists everyone wait inside and leaves the incoming beast to Jasuk, the guard normally exaggerates danger, yet tonight even he appears genuinely uneasy. Iberia asks whether Jasuk knows the level and abilities of the green barrier enemies. Jasuk admits he lacks courage to enter, then tells the exhausted boy that fear does not make him useless. Even Jasuk recognizes the difference between gray and green barriers is far more than levels. Gray barrier beasts lack intelligence, endlessly repeating simple cycles of slaughter and destruction, whereas green barrier enemies think, adapt, and require actual strategies rather than brute cleanup. The hidden attacker proves it. Square General 336 is level 34 and possesses detection abilities. Only a few young fighters could face something comparable, making these monsters unprecedented for the group. Iberia is a burden not because he is immature, but because Tenma is already monstrously strong. Inside, Itsuki celebrates an intelligent beast that read his skill and can speak human language. Square General mistakes that excitement for fear and asks why the level 0 human is muttering. It mocks him as a shaking coward who cannot even stand calmly before superior power, but the human has wanted a speaking enemy for years and requests one honest answer. The general agrees to grant this supposed final wish before killing him. Itsuki asks a single question, whether disaster beasts can feel pain. The monster laughs that no weak human could ever make something like him suffer, then swings an enormous crescent of force across the clearing to demonstrate why. Itsuki evades the first arc and closes distance through the gap beneath it, but Square General adjusts immediately, proving its reactions match its intelligence. A counter strike lands against the beast's armored body without visibly moving it, while the human realizes its magic power continues expanding beyond the initial reading. Even the attack speed increases, allowing the general to pressure him with successive arcs, though Thunderbreaker still gives Itsuki the upper hand in pure movement. His physical counters produce little damage because 330 attack cannot exploit that speed, prompting the general to mock every strike as nothing more than an insect's bite. Multiple bladed tendrils spread outward, surrounding the faster opponent with intersecting angles, until hundreds of rapid slashes fill the clearing and erase every obvious escape route. Itsuki still threads between them, using lightning acceleration at the final instant, then returns another precise blow while the general continues adjusting its guard. The beast barely reacts, confirming ordinary attacks cannot convert speed into meaningful damage. It invites him to do his worst. Certain level 0 has already revealed everything. Yet those electrical antennae are body parts, not skills, so overmimesis cannot analyze them, leaving him without the usual shortcut while the general keeps reading his accelerated movement. After nearly 20 failed strikes, Itsuki realizes speed alone is merely extending the stalemate. And with magic reduced to 97, his most reliable options are rapidly disappearing. Stamina is draining too, forcing him to channel every remaining advantage into physical offense, turning the battle into brutal gacha. Keep punching until one red flash ends everything. Broken critical crystal still offers only 3%, but one tenfold strike would decide this, so he doubles down on relentless attacks while the general confidently absorbs every attempt. Its bladed appendages hammer the ground, answering persistence with another violent counteroffensive, yet Itsuki slips through the converging impacts and continues striking at point-blank range. The general calls this desperate all-out effort foolish, certain its defenses will outlast him, then taunts him for failing to inflict the pain he promised only moments earlier. Even so, it grudgingly admits level 0 possesses surprisingly impressive defensive endurance. Until RNG finally blinks and the crystal guarantees his next attack will critically strike. That promised hit lands with tenfold power, bursting through the general's hardened body, as the delayed force tears onward before the creature can understand what changed. Square General 336 crashes apart, its confidence erased by one perfectly timed red blow. The dying beast cannot comprehend how such terrifying power appeared without warning. While Itsuki feels unfamiliar emotions surging up alongside strength beyond his own expectations, concentration, pleasure, and satisfaction merge into a battle high he has never experienced. Blood still pours from his abdomen, yet even that wound momentarily produces no pain, leaving him exhilarated enough to declare the sensation incredible rather than frightening. He asks whether the general finally understands pain, shattering its contempt for weak humanity. Then reaches toward its head while the alarmed creature demands his intentions. Previous beasts lacked intelligence and could not properly scream when he killed them, but an intelligent enemy's agonized voice sounds, in his darkest moment, almost musical. The general realizes the supposed human feels more demonic than anything inside the barrier, before Itsuki finishes it and raises broken critical crystal's chance from 3 to 4%. Once danger passes, searing wounds replace that intoxicating feeling and relief restores his senses, while the transparent barrier confirms no disaster beasts remain alive within its boundaries. Only the stone steel remains, meaning one final destruction should collapse the enclosure, and a single punch proves the monument far more fragile than he expected. Before returning to Iberia, however, he decides to inspect one important companion. Calling death back from its hunt once the barrier's spawning cycle has ended. He asks the hound to show its face, expecting the familiar level 16 form, only to discover its entire body has grown substantially larger during the battle. Size is not the only change because the hound accumulated far more experience, reaching level 19 with 150 unallocated status points after gaining 3 levels at once. Itsuki confirms leveling enlarges the Shikigami physically, so the growth was never imagined, and a few dozen more levels could turn his loyal hound into a friendly kaiju. At 1:35 a.m. on Prophecy Day 1, the shattered green barrier finally vanishes, prompting Aiden's guards to celebrate the successful mission from outside the forest boundary. Josuk finds a 10-minute clear terrifying, believing the boy has surpassed his past self. Although long-distance travel, continuous combat, and blood loss have nearly exhausted Itsuki completely, he orders Death to follow his magical trail back toward Iberia before his body gives out, and the upgraded hound immediately races through the trees with its wounded master aboard. Their movement rustles the dark canopy, drawing attention from the waiting guards below, who wonder why a disaster beast is crying out after the barrier has already vanished. Josuk sends Iberia back toward his room while preparing to intercept the approaching presence, but the younger crafter recognizes that distinctive cry from their earlier encounter. Death bursts from the forest, appearing hostile only because nobody expects Itsuki to ride it, so Josuk raises his weapon and vows to cut down whatever reaches them. The hound charges directly toward the guards, closing too quickly for a calm introduction. Until Iberia identifies it as the mad dog Itsuki claimed as a Shikigami. He urgently stops Josuk's swing, insisting the beast belongs to their missing ally, leaving another guard stunned that Tenma commands a Shikigami despite his different job. Normally, only Shikigami users can employ such creatures, making this ownership impossible by convention, yet his frozen level, abnormal power, and cross-job skills already make convention look optional. Iberia then notices the rider covered in blood and rushes forward in panic, while the barely conscious fighter asks only to rest for a little while. Believing the worst, Iberia breaks down and desperately asks what he should do, but Josuk calmly explains that Itsuki remains alive, so tears can wait. Hope returns instantly as the frightened teammate asks whether he truly survived, and proper breathing confirms that the injuries, though serious, have not become fatal. Josuk demands immediate treatment, trusting Iberia's Kodama bandages to stabilize every wound. Later, Iberia admits his combat strength may never catch up, however long he trains, but being a wind elementalist gives him valuable support options alongside direct attacks. His rank 2 heal focus gift halves wind damage and accelerates wind-based healing by 50%, a talent he once hated, yet now promises to use repeatedly for double I. He activates the C-rank skill Heal Wind, surrounding the bed with restorative green currents, and quietly asks Itsuki to recover soon for the sake of their partnership. The unconscious patient finally stirs under the treatment as Iberia anxiously calls his name. Elsewhere at 1:35 a.m., a purple barrier expands around the Izumi Nindo residence, where an overwhelming attack smashes through the defenders before they can establish control. A blue-haired healer finds Kashima badly wounded and urgently calls out to him, but while she begins treatment, he can only warn her to run from outside. The attacker eclipses humanity in defense, speed, and power, beyond even ordinary special-grade resistance, because Minotaur Warrior 14 of the Ox tribe has arrived at level 81. Kashima begs Izumi Nindo to flee, knowing none of their remaining defenses can hold. The Minotaur recognizes its intended target and mocks his distinctive appearance before advancing, while Nindo realizes Lord Sarugami sent this monster specifically to eliminate him. A massive impact erupts near the residence, apparently swallowing both target and attacker, and Nindo's daughter cries for her father as smoke blankets the entire courtyard. She believes everything is over, unable to see anyone surviving that collision. Until an armored figure emerges and dryly tells the long-awaited Heighten he arrived late. The special-grade savior answers the call, eyes blazing as he enters the ruined courtyard, then apologizes for his delay and personally takes over the Minotaur battle. The giant mocks his big mouth, dismissing the unknown human who appeared from nowhere, while Kashima warns that its raw strength can punish even the slightest mistake. Heighten launches himself forward anyway, meeting the level 81 monster head-on, and one crushing exchange drives the enormous Minotaur violently into the ground. Kashima can only stare, realizing the newcomer has overturned an impossible battle instantly. This is the true power of a special-grade savior, operating beyond conventional comparisons until Heighten's strength no longer seems human, but monstrous enough to defy common sense. Nindo rejects his daughter's relief, warning that the real crisis has only begun. At 11:40 p.m., the barrier near his residence shifts from purple to red, and inside that red zone, high-ranking demons calmly observe humanity's worsening situation. Level 37 Red Flame Demon King eagerly anticipates watching Lord Sarugami torment the humans, while level 49 White Oni asks whether his companion shares that enthusiasm. Their orders forbid distractions, capture one specific person, or face consequences for failure. Level 87 Demon General Grudge King of Frostbite questions why they entered Sarugami's barrier, but the 8 Demon King's assault deliberately occupies humanity's strongest defenders elsewhere. They can pursue their true destination while Sarugami monopolizes every savior's attention, guided by Lord Linga through an evil eye secretly planted within the human world. Their target can perceive that eye's coordinates and every trace of energy it observes, and right now the hidden observer occupies exactly the same location as their quarry. At 11:35 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1, Itsuki dreams of childhood with his mother, excitedly telling her he found a disaster beast capable of feeling pain like humans. Young Itsuki celebrates crushing it personally, believing his family's revenge has finally begun. Yet his mother immediately rejects the path forming behind that triumphant smile. She asks whether revenge truly matters more than eradicating every remaining disaster beast, explaining power should protect precious people instead of merely feeding vengeance. The child refuses to accept that answer, still trapped inside fresh grief, swearing he can never forgive the creatures that killed both her and his father. Hatred overtakes him as he promises to hunt every last one of them. While his mother's expression carries the sorrow he remains too young to understand, she finally announces that her time has come and begins walking into the light, prompting Itsuki to chase her because countless unspoken words still remain. Her final warning asks him not to let hatred consume the person he becomes, but she fades beyond reach while her terrified son desperately calls after her. Their fingertips almost meet across the widening light, making separation feel cruelly close. Until her hand disappears completely and leaves him reaching into empty space. The dream darkens around the grieving child as another presence begins approaching, mocking tears for the dead as predictable weakness from a lesser life form. Itsuki turns toward Red Eyes and recognizes the nightmare's true intruder, the demon of ruin, who sneers that affection has reduced him to childhood helplessness. The monster ridicules his behavior before that woman, finally snapping him back into rage. And he charges through the vision, screaming that he will kill this enemy. Linga promises there is no need to rush because despair will return very soon, leaving behind a vision of absolute ruin as Itsuki's attack tears through nothing. He swears to kill Linga, and the nightmare fractures around that furious vow, jolting him awake drenched in sweat with the intruder's words still painfully vivid. The bedroom proves it was only a dream, though his body reacts otherwise. Because an uninjured eye aches violently enough to make him clutch his face. That unexplained pain deepens his suspicion that the encounter carried something real, while fully healed wounds confirm Iberia combined wood spirit bandages with restorative magic. His teammate now sleeps beside the bed after tending him without any rest, so Itsuki quietly tries preventing death from barking and ruining that hard-earned sleep. The loyal hound responds with exactly the loud announcement he hoped to avoid, earning one exhausted curse as Subtlety exits the room before anyone else. Iberia awakens swinging, convinced a disaster beast has reached his injured partner, though the resulting breeze could barely inconvenience a monster, let alone repel one. Relief replaces panic when he realizes Itsuki is conscious and sitting upright, then his habit of excited hugging returns at full strength before questions begin. He learns 3 hours passed, placing them around 3:00 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2, while Aiden and Jasuk remain safe and no new beasts have appeared since. Still, Linga's warning felt too real, suggesting the enemy is planning another move, and at 3:03 a.m. Itsuki officially wakes from his short coma, guard restored. Iberia celebrates his apparent recovery, seeing strength return despite those severe injuries, before Itsuki leaves to ask Jasuk whether the expected reinforcements ever arrived. Along the way, Iberia asks whether the Shikigami's name is simply Death Hound, offering his legendary naming services before remembering Itsuki is not technically a Shikigami user. One glance back at Double I revokes those naming rights before another branding incident. Jasuk confirms bandages alone could not heal him, that quickly crediting Iberia's real ability, which includes offensive wind skills, although their damage remains almost comically small. Itsuki asks whether any other awakened arrived during his unconscious 3-hour recovery, and Jasuk's cautious response makes the missing help immediately sound suspicious. Local reinforcements should have arrived, although reaching this deep forest requires Iberia's guidance, giving Jasuk a logical explanation but failing to erase the growing unease. Itsuki senses something evil drawing closer, turning that concern into an immediate warning. Meanwhile, 3 local trainees race through the forest toward Aiden's remote residence, with Kobayashi estimating only a few kilometers remain before their destination. Completing this mission should promote them into third-class saviors, despite the miserable commute, until the red-haired woman senses danger and abruptly orders everyone to stop. Her warning comes too late as unseen force scatters the advancing group across the path, and one companion asks whether she detected whatever is approaching from ahead. A distant silhouette confirms the enemy noticed them first and deliberately blocked their route, so the surviving trainees draw weapons and prepare for Disaster Beast combat. Red Flame Demon King and White Oni appear, casually asking where everyone is rushing, then recognize that these humans are traveling toward the same destination as themselves. A single fireball tears through the formation before any trainee can counterattack, leaving Red Flame amused that human bodies collapse under such effortless power. He asks whether White Oni has finished dealing with the companions thrown aside, and a bloodied fist confirms those defenders have already been crushed into the ground. Red Flame calls them flat as pancakes, appreciating his partner's brutal efficiency. The remaining woman demands how they traveled here without any nearby monument barrier, only to learn the demons simply crossed a considerable distance under their own power. That answer destroys her last assumption about safety as the pair closes in, but Frostbite orders them not to kill her, interrupting Red Flame's long-awaited entertainment. When the fiery demon protests, his commander instantly encases him in spreading ice, warning that another ignored order will bring consequences far worse than this restraint. Red Flame immediately submits and begs for the freezing spell to be released, while the bewildered survivor wonders whether their internal dispute has somehow spared her. The thawed demon complains he nearly froze to death, all swagger briefly extinguished, and the woman mistakes their pause for permission to escape the impossible encounter. Red Flame notes only the target and Evil Eye's owner are protected from execution, while Frostbite merely wants to test a new ability bestowed by Lord Linga. Black energy engulfs the fleeing trainee, dropping her before freedom reaches the next tree, and her face disappears beneath darkness as the conversion begins from within. Red Flame assumes she died, but Frostbite identifies the process as demonization. An evil eye mark opens on her forehead, confirming the transformation has taken hold. And completed demonization makes humans entirely subservient to Linga, converting enemies into assets. The altered woman kneels without resistance and requests orders from her new masters, receiving instructions to hide her identity among humans until Lord Linga descends. Her cover story will claim beasts ambush the team and comrades sacrifice themselves saving her. Then Frostbite dismisses the obedient infiltrator after confirming she understands every detail. She rises with a blank expression, the former trainee reduced to a convincing mask, and immediately departs to carry that fabricated tragedy back into human society. Red Flame questions the value of recruiting such a weakling instead of killing her, but learns tens of thousands, including awakened, have already been secretly demonized. Frostbite explains these hidden converts will prove crucial when Lord Linga unifies the world, then orders everyone forward because their primary mission matters more than further entertainment. By 3:05 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2, Aiden has reactivated his Iron Golem, whose level 30 equivalent stats compensate for missing labor, though Jasuk and Itsuki would suffice. While Tenma visits the workshop, Jasuk and Iberia remain outside beside the restored Guardian. Aiden asks about the earlier critical strike and its probability when the attack landed. Learning the crystal showed 3% beforehand, then increased to 4 after victory. The crafter calls that success extraordinary luck, noting chance sometimes decides entire battles, before hearing the hit also triggered sharpened concentration and an unfamiliar sense of omnipotence. Every surrounding detail became vivid, yet his mind remained calm and completely undistracted, a description precise enough for Aiden to recognize the phenomenon immediately. He identifies it as flow state, surprising Itsuki with a term unrelated to artifacts. Flow occurs when complete immersion distorts time while concentration and excitement peak together, meaning the fighter enters what athletes and artists simply call the zone. A painter forgetting food or an athlete moving instinctively demonstrates the same condition, as does a student losing track of time while solving one difficult problem. For an awakened, however, supernatural focus sharpens every sense beyond ordinary limits, simultaneously increasing stats and skill effects to 120% of their normal values. Aiden has never personally met someone who achieved it, and only a handful can because entry requires one's own skill, mental clarity, and considerable luck simultaneously. Flow separates genius from average talent, and even Taewajin cannot summon it at will. While Aiden himself first entered that state 2 years after becoming awakened, achieving it after roughly 1 month makes Itsuki absurdly early, even by prodigy standards, but Aiden's explanation stops when the younger fighter begins listening beyond the workshop. Three enormous mana signatures approach, initially resembling awakened guards sent by Nento, yet their rough, stagnant waves feel unmistakably closer to disaster beasts. Itsuki heads outside to verify the threat rather than gamble Aiden's safety, although he destroyed the barrier beasts and sensed no replacement monument nearby. The workshop door slides open as every instinct insists his fear is justified, and Iberia jokes that his friend looks unusually tense after finally emerging. Itsuki reports a sudden mana surge that he initially mistook for another beast, but Iberia trusts the restored golem to handle any ordinary attacker without a barrier. A thunderous impact interrupts him before that confidence can finish becoming a sentence, revealing the iron golem already shattered across the ground outside the residence. Jasuk realizes it fell before the Guardian could even register its assailants, now facing Red Flame level 37, Frostbite level 87, and White Oni level 54. The attack began at 3:01 a.m., 4 minutes before Itsuki sensed their approach. And every invader appears stronger than the intelligent monsters inside the green barrier. Frostbite stands foremost with a volume of magical energy beyond anything Itsuki has witnessed, then advances to capture the target while assigning everyone else to his subordinates. His only restriction is preserving the demon eye, regardless of what happens in combat, and Red Flame casually agrees as though avoiding one organ makes the task easy. Hearing them speak, Itsuki wonders whether Aiden is truly the person they came to capture, then places himself directly before Frostbite and refuses to let him pass. One swift movement drives Iberia and Jasuk away from the commander's path, leaving both defenders unable to understand when the enemy crossed that distance. Itsuki barely follows the motion himself, recognizing speed comparable to his lightning acceleration, yet promises Frostbite will never reach Aiden while he remains standing. The demon general answers by raising a broad wall of enchanted ice, cutting Jasuk off from his allies and splitting the defense into separate battles. Striking the frozen surface reveals hardness far beyond an ordinary elemental construct, while Iberia warns that White Oni has already appeared behind the isolated guard. The massive demon swings before Jasuk can turn and establish a proper defense, launching him violently across the clearing with one overwhelming physical blow. Itsuki calls after Jasuk, but another enemy has already selected him. Red Flame tells him to forget everyone else and focus on surviving their duel, opening with the rank projectile Red Flame bullet at dangerously close range. Itsuki orders Iberia away and activates Black Wall to absorb the incoming fire, but the collision detonates through his defense and engulfs the ground beneath him. Flames roar across the clearing, briefly hiding both fighters behind their expanding impact. Overmimesis detects the rank attack and begins analysis at only 1%, while Itsuki regrets trusting Black Wall instead of dodging with Thunderbreaker. Red Flame laughs that stopping his fire with such weak ice was always impossible, then worries he used excessive force if this human carries the demon eye. A status check reveals Tenma Itsuki remains permanently fixed at level 0, convincing the demon no lowly human could be their protected target after all. Itsuki rises from the flames and summons Death, immediately changing the apparent matchup, although Red Flame mocks the idea that one Shikigami creates meaningful numerical advantage. Another blast sweeps forward before Master and Hound can coordinate an attack, but Itsuki quietly entrusts something crucial to Aiden as the assault closes. He evades the explosion, proving the first defensive failure did not diminish his speed. While Red Flame notices Death has ignored their fight and started running elsewhere, the Hound is heading toward the true target, carrying out Itsuki's protection order, leaving Red Flame to ask whether this human seriously intends to fight alone. Itsuki acts weakened because contempt can buy precious time for Red Flame Bullet's analysis, yet deliberately appearing cowardly before a disaster beast remains difficult for him. He still answers the taunt and lets his familiar confidence surface despite the burns, bluntly declaring that after all his opponent looks weak as hell. Red Flame condemns such arrogance from a supposedly inferior human race and abandons the planned game, deciding to reduce the insolent target to ash immediately. Itsuki notes the demon favors long-range skills, so closing distance removes that advantage, then uses lightning speed to appear inside Red Flame's guard almost instantly. The sudden approach catches even the confident Demon King completely by surprise, as accelerated movement turns the entire clearing into one blue streak. Red Flame cannot believe level 0 crossed so much ground in a single instant, but his alarm becomes a grin because this apparent opening was deliberately prepared. A hidden flame shield intercepts Itsuki's strike before it reaches the demon's body, revealing the exact defensive answer reserved for enemies who exploit close range. Red Flame boasts that only a fool would overlook his own most obvious weakness, then converts the shield into a violent counterattack centered on the trapped fighter. Itsuki is caught at point-blank range, apparently validating the demon's entire setup, and the fiery impact drives him away with his clothing and skin badly scorched. He admits falling for the trick while struggling upright through the lingering heat. As Red Flame recognizes intelligence and speed incompatible with the displayed level 0, Itsuki nevertheless remains standing, concealing how deliberately he accepted these attacks, prompting the demon to claim the human fooled him more completely than expected. Red Flame advises quiet surrender, promising death will become much easier that way, while a rank complexity slows analysis through 79, 80, and 81%. At 3:14 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2, danger reaches Aiden's workshop itself, whose inventory includes 3 unique, 16 epic, and countless rare artifacts. Frostbite calls Aiden humanity's most talented crafter, confirming the old man is his true target, and Aiden asks whether displaying his life's work means the demon plans to kill him. Frostbite promises usefulness will keep him alive, but Aiden refuses to become anyone's obedient craftsman. So the general answers that defiance by instantly encasing his body in enchanted ice. The frozen restraints lock Aiden in place before he can reach any weapon or artifact, revealing an ice skill he recognizes as a rank at minimum, with power far beyond his defense. Frostbite orders him to surrender because every remaining breath now depends entirely on the demon's decision, while Iberia watches from hiding and considers launching a surprise attack to rescue his father. Before the boy can move, Death charges into the workshop as Itsuki's first line of backup, and Frostbite immediately recognizes the beast as the level 0 human's contracted Shikigami. Death lunges straight for the general, obeying the command to protect Aiden without hesitation, yet Frostbite merely watches the incoming fangs, showing no concern about their speed or force. A burst of demonic cold freezes Death solid in mid-attack, ending the rescue attempt instantly. Before Frostbite casts the immobilized Shikigami aside like inconvenient frozen luggage, Aiden and Iberia realize even the reinforcement they allowed through cannot approach this overwhelming enemy, and the boy understands that neither Death nor his own current strength offers any winning route. His first instinct is to find Itsuki, but that idea collapses almost as quickly as it forms, because Itsuki arrived gravely wounded and could die if forced into another battle tonight. The memory of his friend's burned, battered body makes gambling on that rescue feel impossible, since Itsuki would have come personally instead of sending Death if he still possessed enough strength. Iberia knows he cannot save Aiden alone until one forbidden possibility cuts through the panic, the epic dragon gear hidden beneath his father's bed, essentially their emergency button with consequences attached. That artifact gives him a genuine chance against Frostbite, however slim and dangerously temporary, so Iberia silently tells Aiden to endure while he slips away to retrieve it. Frostbite notices the hidden observer fleeing, dismisses the cowardice, and orders his subordinates to return after finishing their battles, then carries the immobilized crafter king away toward the destination chosen for Lord Linga's plan. Elsewhere, Red Flame confidently leaves the remaining cleanup to White Oni and his superior, while Itsuki coats his burned leg with black ice wall and forces himself back into motion. He activates Roaring Wave to disrupt the battlefield and create space against the demon's ranged pressure, but Red Flame mocks the idea that damaged legs can keep dodging attacks of this speed. Another Red Flame bullet forms, carrying the same rank penetration that already pierced Itsuki's defense. And this time the demon raises both hands, preparing a far denser barrage instead of one shot. Scarlet bullets erupt in rapid succession, turning the surrounding air into overlapping lines of fire until attacks close from several directions and leave almost no safe route between them. Itsuki twists through the first wave, dodging some projectiles and redirecting others with precise movements. Though his injuries prevent the clean evasion he could normally maintain against so many simultaneous shots. Every narrowing gap threatens a direct hit, but remaining inside the barrage keeps over mimesis working, and Red Flame continues firing, convinced that relentless pressure will eventually break the struggling human. Analysis climbs through 90 and 92% as Itsuki reads each variation in the barrage, then reaches 94 and 96, leaving only one final piece of the technique unresolved. At 98%, another direct exposure could complete the counterskill and trigger Nirvana's recovery, but the flames surrounding him resemble that terrible day too closely, dragging buried memories forward. He sees his mother dying amid the fire again, turning Red Flame's attack into something painfully personal. While the demon concentrates an even stronger penetrative shot, expecting one decisive execution, Red Flame releases the empowered bullet with a command to die, driving it directly toward Itsuki, and that final attack pushes over mimesis to 100% at precisely the needed moment. The projectile crashes against newly forming ice instead of finishing the wounded fighter as expected, leaving Red Flame staring through the impact, confused by the sudden change in resistance. Analysis completes and grants Black Ice Wall Level 3, the evolved answer to rank Flames, which continuously coats his body in ice, blocks a rank Fire, and boosts defense. Nirvana raises every base stat to 380, clears debuffs, and fully heals him. That gain equals 4 normal levels, and Itsuki now needs only to close the distance and win, while Red Flame notices the bullet missed and assumes such a defensive skill cannot outlast those injuries. Fresh ice spreads continuously across Itsuki's body as the upgraded wall consumes mana to maintain itself, seemingly confirming the demon's belief that his opponent is desperately covering a failing body. Red Flame declares the game finished and prepares to end their duel without further delays, only for Itsuki to step from the flames upright, composed, and visibly restored. The demon recoils because every blackened burn and crippling wound has vanished as though never inflicted. While Itsuki admits he originally planned to save Aiden first and settle this confrontation later. However, these flames revived memories he would rather leave buried, changing the order of business, and his red-eyed promise makes it clear that Red Flame will be crushed before anyone else. Far from them, Jasuk lies amid shattered ground after White Oni's overwhelming physical assault, yet he rises behind his great sword, using the weapon to absorb another brutal impact. He knows the protective equipment saved his life, because taking that force unguarded would have killed him, then plants the massive blade and braces himself for the monster's next rush. Jasuk measures how far the previous blow launched him, recognizing the enemy's monstrous raw strength, but all defenders must return quickly before Frostbite escapes with Aiden. Dust rolls across the torn ground as he searches for the pursuer through the debris. And White Oni emerges after following him away from the workshop exactly as intended. The beast grins at finding its opponent still alive and willing to continue their isolated fight, while Jasuk calls the situation perfect because drawing it away makes Tenma's side easier. He could flee, but protecting his master in Iberia means this enemy cannot be allowed to follow, so Jasuk vows to win quickly and asks Aiden to hold on until he returns. Back inside the damaged workshop, Iberia searches frantically, certain the hidden artifact remains nearby, and reaches beneath his father's bed toward the place where dragon gear was concealed. His hand finds the forbidden equipment, giving the rescue plan its only realistic source of power, and Iberia prepares to stake the next 15 minutes on dragon gear once again. The epic artifact grants 100 attack and agility, then adds 20 to both for every equipped minute. As he equips it and trusts Itsuki to handle the enemy still standing in his own path. This time, Iberia refuses to slow anyone down, but he must save Aiden before the severe 15-minute penalty, and after 1 minute, 120 bonus attack and agility let him smash straight through the workshop wall. Meanwhile, captive Aiden asks why Frostbite walks so calmly when the defenders could catch them, but the general considers only special class saviors meaningful threats among all human awakened. Those elite fighters remain occupied by the Demon Lord's larger assault, leaving this abduction deliberately uncontested, and Aiden questions why the demons traveled so far merely to capture one old craftsman. Frostbite explains that he has only one objective in a broader operation, serving as both prize and bait, prompting Aiden to ask what organization and purpose truly stand behind this coordinated invasion. The demon calls humanity persistent pests, treating resistance as an irritation rather than a serious obstacle, until a fast-moving silhouette appears behind them and closes the distance through the darkness. Aiden hopes Jasuk or Tenma has arrived, though confronting Frostbite alone still seems nearly hopeless, as the approaching figure accelerates and launches himself directly at the general carrying him. Iberia attacks with a demand to release his father, Dragon Gear's second minute raising both bonuses to 140, and Frostbite coolly notes that the Shikigami has now been followed by an equally reckless human child. Back at the other duel, Itsuki advances beneath a continuous layer of defensive ice, while Red Flame remembers seeing his entire body burned black only moments earlier. The demon cannot understand how someone so badly damaged recovered completely without any visible healer, yet insists the outcome remains unchanged regardless of how many times the human restores himself. Red Flame unleashes Crimson Flame bullets, rapid fire, filling the battlefield with another concentrated barrage, and Itsuki activates Black Ice Wall, meeting every errant projectile beneath its renewed armor. Successive explosions hammer the ice-covered fighter, surrounding him with fire and dense clouds of smoke. While Red Flame mocks him for taking the barrage head-on, already imagining his opponent roasted like meat, Itsuki emerges unharmed because Black Ice Wall now nullifies these flames, gaining another 15% defense, raising defense to 627 before Thunder Roar Wave activates and reverses who resembles fish on a cutting board. Red Flame notices his speed rising again, but still trusts the Crimson Flame barrier surrounding his body. Whereas Itsuki announces that he will begin by peeling away every last protective scale. His lightning-accelerated fist slams directly into that barrier before the demon can retreat, and the impact rips across its fiery surface, making Red Flame regret forgetting Itsuki's own defense. A second armored blow drives into the burning shield before its damaged layers can stabilize, followed by another crushing strike that keeps the demon trapped beneath relentless close-range pressure. Black Ice Wall blocks another rank fire attack and adds 15% more defense, bringing Itsuki's displayed defense to 684 with an 80% Black Ice Wall increase. He batters Red Flame across the scorched ground and dryly declares that now it is cooking time, while the suddenly terrified demon realizes running is his only chance to avoid certain death. Red Flame screams for White Oni and the Grudge King, abandoning every trace of earlier superiority. then begs for help while desperately scrambling away from the level 0 opponent he dismissed. Itsuki closes in behind him, leaving no room to rebuild the barrier or escape through the forest, yet Red Flame refuses to believe that any human could possibly be the one to kill him. He gathers his remaining flames for one final attempt to resist at point-blank range, still choking on the insult that his executioner is supposedly only level 0. Itsuki answers with an enormous spectral strike, and demonic force gathers around the finishing blow, as broken critical crystal guarantees that his next attack will land as a critical hit. Red Flame finally recognizes something demonic in the human bearing down upon him, before the guaranteed critical tears through his body with 10 times Itsuki's attack power. The impact drives the demon into the ground hard enough to shatter the surrounding earth, leaving a deep smoking crater where Red Flame's attempted escape and final resistance both end. Itsuki stands over the defeated commander, whose flames have gone out beneath the settling smoke, and realizes the critical hit triggered flow state again, earlier than he actually wanted. He had intended to make Red Flame suffer longer, but the automatic critical ended that plan, suggesting that landing a critical may itself be the trigger sending him into flow state. Flow raises attack and magic to 456, agility to 524, defense to 752, and total stats to 2188, while Red Flame's released karma condenses into a glowing orb and divides into several green streams. Those streams fly in different directions, tracing living presences connected to the surrounding battlefield, and one heads into the forest, leading Itsuki to suspect it is traveling toward Jasu. Another reaches the workshop but does not split between Death and Aiden, revealing Aiden is no longer there. So Itsuki races forward, knowing Death is immortal unless dismissed but fearing Aiden has already been taken. Meanwhile, Iberia's Dragon Gear Fist crashes against Frostbite's armored guard without moving the general, and even the boy's full power strike cannot pierce that overwhelming demonic defense. Iberia decides one failed blow means only that he must continue attacking until something finally breaks, while Frostbite calls him foolish for refusing to understand the vast difference between their strength. Aiden orders his son to remove Dragon Gear immediately, threatening disownment because its side effects are terrible, but Iberia answers that even losing their family bond will not stop him from saving his father. He believes Itsuki would make exactly the same choice, and uses that conviction to keep fighting, until the frightened Aiden desperately shouts for his stubborn son to stop. Frostbite finds their familial love disgusting, treating human attachment as another revolting weakness, and ends the exchange because he has no more time to waste playing with Iberia. A massive ice dragon forms above his hand and crashes toward the boy in one decisive attack, blasting the frozen Iberia far away as Frostbite coldly orders him to remember his place. Aiden watches helplessly from his restraints, horrified by where the attack sent his son, while Dragon Gear's timer reaches 3 minutes and continues increasing both combat bonuses. At 3:20 a.m., Red Flame's karma reaches frozen death and raises the Shikigami from level 19 to 20, giving the Hound enough strength to shatter Frostbite's ice prison from within. Itsuki reaches the workshop and calls to Death as the newly strengthened beast breaks free, confirming that his Shikigami absorbed the defeated demon's karma and leveled once again. He immediately asks what happened to Aiden and the powerful disaster beast that attacked them, but the answer becomes clear when his sharpened senses detect a sudden disturbance nearby. An enormous ring of ice erupts beyond the damaged workshop, marking the route Frostbite took, and the intense wave of magic within it confirms an enemy far stronger than Red Flame. With no time to wait for Jasuk, Itsuki gathers Thunderbreaker's lightning and races after Aiden, while Jasuk continues carving through White Oni with heavy, red-edged sweeps of his great sword. The monster catches another strike and counters with a crushing blow against the massive blade, forcing Jasuk backward across the forest floor despite his equipment and defensive stance. Worse, the wound he cut moments earlier has already regenerated completely before his eyes, making White Oni exactly the kind of self-healing disaster beast he hates fighting most. Green karma passing nearby tells Jasuk that Tenma defeated his opponent, strengthening his own resolve, and he notices White Oni always shields its head and neck with both arms during regeneration. That protective habit exposes the monster's weakness more reliably than any spoken explanation could. So Jasuk decides he can handle the fight now that he understands its pattern. He launches another sweeping cut, forcing both guarding arms away from the vulnerable upper body, planning to sever them together because White Oni requires at least 1 second to regenerate. During that single second, its instinctive protection cannot cover the head and neck, leaving the weak point completely open before new arms can finish growing back. Jasuk drives forward through the spray, exploiting the exact window created by his first cut, and focuses every ounce of strength into the exposed target before regeneration can resume. His great sword cleaves through the monster's unprotected neck in one brutal finishing stroke, sending White Oni crashing away beneath the enormous red arc of the completed attack. Jasuk still cannot believe a speechless disaster beast forced him into such a difficult battle. But he immediately turns back because reuniting with Tenma matters more than celebrating the victory. Frostbite's distant ice techniques remain troublesome, warning him that the true battle is still ahead. As captive Aiden tells the general he has clearly been holding back something he wants to say. The father offers to accept any condition if Frostbite will simply release his son, but the general says his distant ice no longer needs control because Iberia will soon belong to them anyway. Frostbite recognized at a glance that dragon gear was crafted from the remains of a demon dragon, whose tribe possesses such powerful life force that blood, organs, and scales retain wills after death. Wearing equipment made from those remains too long allows that lingering will to consume its user's consciousness, until the demon dragon takes over the entire body and turns artifact power into possession. Red scales and monstrous features spread across Iberia as the dormant creature awakens through him, completing synchronization and transforming the boy into a towering demon dragon form. The story rewinds to before the prophecy. While Itsuki traveled toward the Green Barrier and Iberia worried for him, when Josuk noticed that Iberia admired Tenma and heard the boy wanted to become like him. Asked why, Iberia initially cannot understand what makes that choice unusual enough to question. So Josuk points out that the boy has met plenty of remarkable people already. Those examples include Aiden, Dewa Jin, and humanity's legendary savior Izumi Nento, while Josuk himself possesses more fame and combat experience than the much younger Tenma. He therefore asks why Iberia specifically chose Itsuki as the person he wants to resemble, leaving the boy visibly startled because he has never seriously examined that admiration before. Josuk says he was merely curious and tells him not to worry about answering immediately, but Iberia realizes that he truly never considered what kind of person he wanted to become. The question carries him 10 years into the past, when a much younger Iberia cried outside his home, and his mother offered to give him whatever birthday present he wanted that year. He chose a toy sword named the Invincible Justice Hero Sword, earning her amused approval for the title. Then brandished its rainbow blade as an awakened hero arriving to challenge imaginary calamity beasts. Excited Iberia runs outside to show every neighborhood child his magnificent new hero weapon, while his mother urges caution and Aiden bluntly wonders whether their son actually has friends. The children gather around the shining wooden sword, and Iberia proudly presents it like genuine treasure, but their shadowed smiles suggest admiration is not the only reason they welcomed him. One older boy calls the present impressive and casually asks to borrow it for a second, leaving Iberia frozen between protecting his birthday gift and risking rejection from the group. They invoke Aiden's crafting fame like an unlimited replacement policy, promising to return this one immediately, and although every instinct tells him to refuse, fear of losing acceptance makes the answer stick. The smiling bully presses harder, asking whether Iberia is really selfish enough to say no. So the lonely child forces a smile and reluctantly hands over his precious sword. The others immediately race around playing heroes while Iberia watches from outside their excited circle until the courtyard empties and leaves him alone beside the fountain without his gift. He cries over their broken promise, knowing the sword was supposed to be returned, then walks home empty-handed while his parents wait outside for their supposedly happy son. His mother warmly asks whether he had fun, unaware that the other children exploited him again, and Iberia hides his pain behind a nervous laugh, insisting the afternoon was wonderful. Her next question about the wooden sword exposes the lie before he can escape indoors, while Aiden angrily concludes those same brats must have taken another possession from him. His mother demands that Iberia retrieve it, refusing to let the theft pass as ordinary play. But Aiden argues recovery solves nothing because the same weakness will create a next time. He says Iberia cannot protect what matters or even summon the courage to request help, then declares he never raised such a weakling, leaving the child curled alone in shame. That painful memory lingers beneath the present question of why Iberia admires Itsuki so deeply, before the past moves several months forward, when doctors admit his mother's frail body cannot be saved. Aiden furiously asks whether they can only wait for her death, but the doctor recommends staying beside her, because she has very little time remaining and asks to speak privately with Iberia. The frightened boy approaches her bed, calling for his mother while struggling not to cry, and she assures him that Aiden mistakes his unusually gentle nature for simple weakness. Yet kindness without power can become cruel, leaving loved ones unprotected and eventually wounding the kind person too. So she asks Iberia to become strong and wield that strength with genuine courage. She believes he can grow into a kind, brave awakened and entrusts Aiden's care to him, before her hand slips from his and the monitor beside the bed falls silent. Through grief, Iberia promises to become the world's strongest, bravest, and kindest awakened, connecting his mother's final wish directly to the reason he chose Itsuki as his model. Their first meeting stunned him with Itsuki's ability to overpower death and its former master, and although Iberia initially wanted only a temporary alliance, time revealed more than raw strength. Whether surrounded by over 10 awakened or facing a terrifying calamity beast, Itsuki never retreats, displaying an almost absurd reserve of grit whenever a stronger opponent tries forcing him down. Beneath that stern exterior, he also protects his companions with the unexpected kindness Iberia values most, until Josuk notices the long silence and asks whether the boy is still considering his answer. Iberia explains that Itsuki is strong, brave, and kind, exactly the awakened he always dreamed of becoming, though he calls himself a talentless coward and considers ever reaching that ideal practically impossible. Simply fighting beside Itsuki would still let him share that path, even without becoming his equal, and Iberia decides such companionship would already be more than enough for him. Back in the present, the possessed dragon gear body growls beneath its newly formed red armor, then rises from the shattered ground, moving with the demon dragon's will instead of Iberia's. Its glowing eyes fix on a familiar figure approaching through the forest smoke. And at 3:31 a.m. on Prophecy Day 2, the transformed Iberia lands directly before Itsuki. Itsuki recognizes dragon gear and asks why Iberia is wearing the artifact he was forbidden to use, but the armored dragon only stares back, breathing heavily without answering his concerned questions. That unnatural silence and vacant reaction immediately tell Itsuki something is seriously wrong, especially because the artifact has altered Iberia far beyond the form he displayed during the preliminaries. A hostile red gaze replaces the boy's normal expression as the dragon prepares to attack, while Itsuki asks what happened and demands to know where Frostbite took Aiden. The possessed body answers with a roar and launches its first savage rush, smashing down with enough force to crater the ground where Itsuki had been standing. A massive claw sweeps past his face as he narrowly slips around the follow-up strike, allowing him to climb onto the dragon's back and reach toward the trapped boy inside. Itsuki shouts for Iberia to wake up, hoping his voice can break through the possession, but the dragon violently throws him away and continues attacking without visible recognition. Wind gathers around one claw as Iberia's own elemental power begins moving through the transformed body, and Dragon Gear activates Wind Blade, converting that mana into a broad cutting current. The rotating blade tears across the clearing with power and reach far beyond Iberia's normal technique, forcing Itsuki to sharpen his eyes and read the unfamiliar attack before it reaches him. Mana detection confirms the current is a genuine wind elementalist skill rather than a demonic ability, and Itsuki evades just before the invisible edge slices through the trees behind him. He cannot tell whether Dragon Gear caused this condition or another disaster beast controls Iberia. So he activates Thunder Wave and decides to immobilize his friend before investigating further. Lightning accelerates Itsuki into point-blank range, where an armored strike collides with the dragon, but the possessed body endures the blow and responds with another furious roar. Its mana signature is unquestionably Iberia's, making the deliberate attacks against friends even harder to understand, until Itsuki demands to know exactly what happened during the abduction. Iberia briefly surfaces through the monster's voice and begs Itsuki to kill him, then the dragon lunges again before Itsuki can process that horrifying request. A huge claw catches him across the torso and drives him backward beneath overwhelming force, but Jasuke arrives in time to block the next strike and warn Itsuki away. The guard throws his armored body between them, using the great sword to redirect the dragon, then lands beside Itsuki as the temporarily repelled creature circles for another attack. Jasuke confirms the worst possible outcome has occurred and prepares to explain Dragon Gear's possession, while the transformed Iberia accelerates around them as a red blur searching for another opening. His speed leaves a complete ring carved across the clearing before either defender can intercept him, proving Iberia has lost control and been fully consumed by the demon dragon's will. Itsuki urges removing Dragon Gear immediately, believing the artifact itself remains the solvable cause, but Jasuke says the equipment has already fused completely with Iberia's body. He once witnessed another Awakened suffer this takeover, and the gear could not be removed until its user died, leaving his great sword as the only solution he believes remains available now. Itsuki rejects that conclusion, unable to accept that rescuing Iberia has already become impossible. Yet Jasuke insists their only choice is to kill the boy before the demon dragon grows stronger. The guard volunteers to finish it himself and tells Itsuki to leave if he cannot endure the task, but Itsuki refuses to burden Jasuke with that cruelty and says he will handle Iberia personally. He asks the guard to follow death toward Frostbite and rescue Aiden while he contains the dragon, then summons the Hound, admitting he still has important things left to tell his friend. Jasuke accepts the division and says he is counting on Itsuki to resolve this impossible fight, while warning that an escaped Iberia will only become stronger and more ferocious, so this must end here. Death and Jasuke depart as Itsuki blocks another descending claw and orders them to chase Aiden, leaving him alone beneath the transformed friend's relentless physical assault. Dragon Gear releases another wind blade, sending a brilliant cutting arc directly across his path. But Overmimesis does not activate, meaning Iberia fired the skill without genuine intent to harm him. The attack leaves only a shallow line across Itsuki's cheek despite its destructive potential, confirming that somewhere inside the possessed body, Iberia still refuses to hurt the friend he admires. Yet the demon dragon forces Iberia upright again, roaring as another storm gathers around its armor. Before activating 1,000 wind blades and multiplying one cutting current into a lethal airborne swarm, the converging arcs flood Itsuki's path from every direction, leaving practically nowhere safe to evade. But instead of retreating, he stands motionless while the blades weave a glowing cage around him. Countless cuts tear across his body, and Itsuki emerges drenched in blood yet still advancing. While tears stream from the dragon's eyes, revealing Iberia understands exactly what his friend is enduring. Elsewhere, Frostbite reports Aiden's successful capture to Lady Linga alongside Red Flame and White Oni's deaths, but she dismisses those losses because fighters of their caliber are replaceable, and Aiden was the prize. Hearing Saru Shokuma is struggling matters little too, since his assignment was merely delaying special class saviors. Although her many-eyed informant clarifies the Demon King has actually been fighting only one of them, intrigued that anyone besides Taewajin could contain Saru Shokuma alone, Linga asks for the human's name, and the informant identifies him as the Insider's candidate for humanity's strongest physical body. Special Class Savior Height Akira, currently driving a colossal punch straight into the Demon King's face. Heighten follows with another explosive blow, red energy turning the ruined battlefield into a private earthquake, and the shock wave reaches the distant defenders like a one-man kaiju countermeasure nobody ordered. One injured witness realizes their battle has continued since yesterday afternoon, long enough for his wounds to heal, while Choha watches from dangerously close range as another collision detonates across the shattered ground. Her opponent is formally revealed as Saru Shokuma, one of the demon tribe's 8 demon kings, whose blows carry enough force to fracture the earth despite Heighten absorbing them directly. Fearing nobody can stop the beast if Heighten falls, Choa tries rushing forward to help, but her armored companion restrains her and insists attacks like these are nowhere near enough to kill him. The recovering witness can only stare as Saru Shokuma rises beyond the enormous ravine their exchange created. While Choha's companion reminds him every special class savior stands among humanity's absolute monsters. Across the crater, Saru Shokuma plants one huge fist and drags his battered body upright, glaring toward Heighten with humiliated fury as the battle refuses to follow his expected script. His rage turns to alarm when Heighten's body swells beneath a violent dark red aura, and the armored observer recognizes Heighten's rarely witnessed second form before Choha even understands the term. Muscle, hair, and killing pressure transform together, replacing the exhausted savior with something almost feral. As Choha explains, his stats explode upward in exchange for extreme aggression and cruelty. Heighten's expression confirms the warning, looking less like a protector than the final boss's secret phase, before that red-black figure launches beneath Saru Shokuma faster than the giant can react. The form even earned its own ominous nickname, though the next impact explains it better than words, because Heighten tears through the Demon King's guard and drives his fist downward with savage precision. Saru Shokuma's massive body whips sideways, blood scattering as raw momentum overwhelms his monstrous frame. Then Heighten catches him and slams the towering Demon King headfirst into the broken ground. Dust and shattered stone erupt around Heighten as he springs clear of the collapsing giant, leaving the bloodied savior standing alone beneath his red aura after decisively ending their exchange. When he abruptly runs elsewhere, the observers realize he is targeting the stone pillar maintaining the barrier, proving Heighten can preserve reason even in a state everyone expected to produce mindless destruction. That restraint matters, because indiscriminate strength would make his upgrade a disaster instead of salvation. And no one lacking that control could genuinely serve as one of humanity's special class protectors. Heighten reaches the pillar and smashes it apart with one heavy strike, completing the mission, while his feral eye gradually clears as the second form finally releases its grip. Returning to himself amid the rubble, Heighten looks around and confusedly asks why he is there, then wonders whether the enemies were already handled and realizes that other side emerged again. Nevertheless, he calls that alter ego as meddlesome as ever, apparently accustomed to its inconvenient rescues, while the crimson barrier dissolves above the forest now that its sustaining pillar has fallen. Choha asks her armored companion whether everything is truly settled this time, but he instead confronts her for attempting to heal Heighten by sacrificing her own life. Normally, she would recommend retreat over such terrible odds, making this recklessness increasingly Tenma-like. And the comparison leaves Choha blushing as she hurriedly denies becoming anything like him. Still, she worries about Tenma's forest group, reassuring herself that a high-level fighter like Josuk is there. Back at Aiden's home, Iberia screams through the possession, asking why Itsuki refuses to dodge his attacks, and Itsuki answers that physical pain numbs the mind, so he has deliberately accepted every strike. Covered in wounds, he faces the dragon at point-blank range with his hesitation finally burned away, then seizes its armored head in both hands before Iberia can launch another wind attack. Violet energy coils from Itsuki's palms into dragon gear as he softly addresses his trapped friend, before activating Kaitsushinku and declaring this possessed rampage ends right here. The technique condenses into a focused purple vortex and pierces directly through the armor's center, carving a luminous seam down dragon gear as its demonic shell begins splitting apart. Itsuki catches Iberia against his chest the instant the boy separates from the collapsing armor, while the abandoned dragon shell buckles and its heavy foot crashes uselessly against the ground. Human once more but mortally wounded, Iberia sags into Itsuki's arms as black energy disperses, then tearfully apologizes for messing everything up again despite trying so desperately to help. He admits his only wish was to stop being a burden to the person he admired, but Itsuki immediately says he never considered Iberia a burden, not even once. When Iberia asks if that is true, Itsuki explains they are simply talented at different things, and the dying boy reveals he faintly heard Frostbite intends to control Aiden rather than kill him. Trusting Itsuki can still save his father, Iberia receives one final promise to leave everything to him. As Itsuki remembers the disaster beast responsible for turning this entire night into tragedy, tears cutting through blood, he vows to crush that monster with his own hands, while Iberia weakly grips his friend's shoulder, finding comfort in the certainty behind those words. His hand begins to slacken as the last tension leaves his exhausted, tear-streaked face, and Iberia says he is glad they could speak honestly together before the end. Calling their partnership Double I, he entrusts everything ahead to Itsuki during one final embrace, before the prophecy records 3:33 a.m. on day 2 and confirms Iberia has died. From her distant throne, Linga tells Itsuki he has done it now and calls this only the beginning, promising to erase each precious thing in his life one by one through increasingly twisted methods. Meanwhile, Choha and her escorts continue through the dark forest toward Aiden's secluded residence, where one companion admits he never expected to escort her this deep after defeating the disaster beast. The assignment originally belonged to Heighton, but his brutal battle left him unable even to stand, until Choha's butterfly Shikigami detects an unfamiliar emotional wave nearby and alerts the group. Its source waits directly ahead, a bloodied Itsuki carrying Iberia's motionless body through the trees. Mistaking the approaching silhouette for a humanoid disaster beast, one escort draws his sword and challenges it, but Choha recognizes that familiar back before anyone can make a catastrophic friendly fire mistake. She calls out to Tenma, freezing both armed escorts as he turns toward them, and the devastated boy answers Choha-sensei while continuing to support Iberia's body. Seeing their terrible injuries, Choha demands to know what happened at the residence. So Itsuki promises an explanation as Death and another survivor emerge from the darkness behind him. Choha notices the additional presence and asks who else returned with her student. Recognizing first-class savior Jasuke Bokyudo, Aiden's personal guard, and demanding why he abandoned his post, Jasuke recounts Frostbite's invasion, the two defeated demon commanders, and Aiden's successful abduction, then faces Choha with the exhausted certainty of someone already measuring every loss. His verdict is brutally simple, despite the surviving defenders and slain demons they lost. At 3:34, the prophecy records half of North Continent District 7 destroyed, Aiden kidnapped, and Iberia dead. Jasuke explains that immediately after his master was taken, he launched their only available pursuit, ordering Death to track the magical traces Frostbite left while escaping through the forest. Yet every trail ended at another decoy clone instead of the real disaster beast. Because Frostbite anticipated pursuit and scattered enough copies to make locating him impossible. Later, beneath temporary shelter, Choha finally asks Jasuke how Tenma is holding up. Jasuke says most of Tenma's wounds are scratches and the bleeding has stopped, yet he stubbornly refuses treatment, while Choha senses the flame of anger inside him burning far more fiercely than before, and fears that hatred may swallow his heart as he sits alone with Death in a darkened room. Itsuki silently studies a framed photograph of Aiden, Iberia, and Iberia's late mother, its frozen image preserving the family that this one terrible night has torn apart. Before his memories return to Iberia cheerfully introducing himself and asking Itsuki's name, then to carrying his exhausted new companion after one of their earliest battles, and hearing Iberia promise that he would never leave Itsuki-san's side. He even offered to name Itsuki's Shikigami, proudly advertising a naming sense nobody had certified. But the present holds only a blood-stained survivor staring back through that grief, until Itsuki rises and quietly tells Death that they are leaving, joined by a now level 20 B-rank hound with 350 attack, 300 agility, 200 defense, and 150 magic, because he intends to find the disaster beast responsible and crush it himself. The red glare in his eye revealing that vengeance has already seized the steering wheel, as Master and Shikigami march toward the exit without waiting for anyone's permission, only to find the masked Izumi Nento standing squarely in the doorway. Itsuki asks why Sensei and everyone else have suddenly gathered around him, while the silent room of saviors makes clear this will not be a casual farewell. And one blue-haired escort recognizes him as Nento's second disciple who created a green barrier and defeated a level 30+ beast alone, although the same observer mistakes Iberia's death as proof that the talented newcomer can coldly kill even a friend. Nento asks where he is going, and Itsuki answers that he will find the ice attribute beast and rescue Aiden, but his teacher rejects the plan with a single no, immediately drawing an angry demand for an explanation. Since Itsuki is not yet a savior and the Alliance has classified this incident as a special class danger, meaning any sanctioned rescue requires at least a second-class savior rather than an unqualified student, and that official answer only sharpens the crimson fury behind the boy's eyes. He argues that being outside the league cannot erase his right to help, especially after his promise to Iberia. Shocking the escort with his defiance while Choha silently begs her father to understand Tenma's mental state, until Nento asks whether he could live with somebody dying because of his reckless intervention. The question stops Itsuki cold, striking precisely where the fresh loss still hurts most, before Nento admits his own mistake in assuming Frostbite only targeted him and neglecting Aiden's protection. Yet explains the enemy would not expend this much effort to capture Aiden only to kill him, whereas Itsuki would die chasing them now, leaving the student to clench his fist around rage that strength alone cannot presently satisfy. Nento instead declares that Itsuki possesses limitless potential and could genuinely surpass special class, promising to make the Alliance entrust Aiden's rescue to him once he reaches that height. So Itsuki immediately asks what he must do now to become stronger than a special class savior, and receives a direct answer. Join the Apex camp, a name unfamiliar enough that he repeats it before hearing the explanation. Only the preliminary tournament's national top 10 are invited to this Savior Alliance camp in Nakasu, where elite humans such as Taewajin and Heighten Akira endured brutal training before becoming pillars of humanity, and this year's Apex camp will begin in just 3 days. Surviving its trials can secure a high main tournament placement and provide the shortest route towards special class, which is enough for Itsuki to accept the invitation without the slightest hesitation, though Nento says the first obstacle is dealing with the student's injured body, prompting Choha to surround him with green healing butterflies and begin treatment, while Itsuki asks whether she already knows what kind of place Apex Camp is. and confirms he will attend because Sensei called it the perfect environment for gaining strength. Choha warns that only geniuses among geniuses ever receive the chance to enter, and that prestige is precisely what makes the camp so merciless, because people praised as prodigies throughout their entire lives arrive there expecting confirmation, only to discover they may be painfully ordinary among the elite and suffer complete mental collapse, making the celebrated training ground a graveyard for geniuses. The Hunter exam with better public relations, especially when its brutal trials operate at such a high level that fatal accidents occur every year. Rather than recoil, Itsuki says that sounds absolutely perfect, startling Choha so badly that her concentration nearly slips in the middle of healing, while he reasons over mimesis will not activate against half-hearted beasts or awakened who lack real killing intent. So life or death battles against powerful disaster beasts offer both the growth he needs and the duty he already chose, and his unwavering resolve leaves Choha staring with a sudden blush, until Itsuki notices her red face and asks whether healing him has exhausted her. She hurriedly denies it, claiming prolonged skill use simply raises her body temperature and asking how he never knew, even as the heartbeat thundering in her ears exposes a considerably less clinical diagnosis. And Choha internally panics over why her thoughts have wandered there at all. Once treatment is almost complete, Itsuki thanks her and stands, prompting her to ask where he is going, to which he answers that he needs to say goodbye, leading him and Jasuk beneath a tree where Iberia has now been laid to rest, with yellow roses and the invincible Justice Hero sword placed beside a grave marked January 18, 2000 to September 18, 2018. Jasuk apologizes for demanding something so cruel, but Itsuki says the final choice was his own, then confirms he will leave for Apex Camp, grow stronger, and personally kill the beast that took Aiden. While Jasuk admits he would have died or become a disaster beast long ago without his master and never become awakened, gripping his great sword as he says every weapon and piece of armor he carries, along with the life using them, was given to him by Aiden, whom he will never stop searching for. So Itsuki extends a fist toward the loyal guard above Iberia's grave, and the two survivors seal their shared purpose with a quiet bump, Itsuki promising to become a savior and rescue Aiden together if Jasuk stays alive until then, while the older fighter privately feels almost pathetic beside this wounded boy's resolve, before answering that he will wait for Itsuki to reach him. Their joined fists leaving Iberia with a promise stronger than any funeral speech. Watching from a distance, Choha and Nento see grief hardening into forward motion, and she marvels that Tenma appears recovered only hours after being wrecked physically and mentally, though he has merely buried the pain, so Nento explains his student is storing those emotions until the day he can finally unleash them. Then calls the enemy attack suspicious enough to require a meeting of every continental commander, while assigning Choha to look after Tenma in his absence, an order she accepts with a smile and far more enthusiasm than professional duty requires, prompting Itsuki to observe that Choha-sensei seems unusually happy today, before asking where they are going and receiving the tantalizingly useless answer that it is classified. She explains her father appointed her as his guardian from now on, a responsibility she privately does not mind at all, then asks what he intends to do next as their preparations begin, and declares the obvious first move is leaving immediately for Nakasu and the Apex camp, earning a crisp Roger from Itsuki. Elsewhere, a violent explosion erupts inside another young man's recurring nightmare, where a lightning-wreathed vision of Itsuki charges through the darkness with one eye burning red. And the memory of that overwhelming defeat makes Kinoshita Ryuji scream in terror, collapsing beneath the same opponent who shattered his confidence along with his body, as the nightmare traps him before Itsuki's looming silhouette and an approaching fist, until Ryuji awakens crying out, his head and face wrapped heavily in hospital bandages, then thrashes atop the bed while his alarmed mother rushes to his side, assuring her injured son that he is safe because she is there. Before gently asking whether he dreamed about the person who hurt him again, Ryuji swears he will return that suffering 100-fold and make his attacker experience a living hell. But his mother tells him not to worry, because his big brother has returned and will surely avenge him, leaving the bandaged heir to stare upward as a new presence fills the room, and a huge, broad-shouldered man steps beside the bed, telling Ryuji that his injuries must have hurt. Ryuji immediately begs his big brother to punish the enemy who reduced him to this condition, and the giant confirms that Tenma Itsuki is the one responsible. Hearing the boy is an orphan with no family who nevertheless took first place in the preliminaries while remaining level 0, which guarantees Itsuki will participate in Apex Camp and gives the returning brother a destination, as his broad grin promises he will crush Ryuji's enemy there. Meanwhile, Choha announces their arrival with Itsuki standing just behind her, and he stares up at a colossal circular complex whose glass dome looks nothing like the camp he imagined. Yet the procession of elite entrants confirms Choha described its intimidating atmosphere accurately, with proud awakened and imposing Shikigami parading toward the entrance like every arrival is already a victory lap. Choha explains she cannot accompany him inside, leaving Tenma on his own beyond this point, before returning the record bracelet he will need throughout the camp, and warning him not to attract too much attention or place himself on everyone's radar, advice Itsuki acknowledges while walking through the dome's bright entrance alone, though Choha knows his personality well enough to worry that subtlety may not survive the day, as her student reaches reception and asks to register as a participant, where the tired-looking clerk simply holds out a hand and requests his bracelet. then takes the device and places it into the registration scanner, which surrounds the receptionist with blue energy while reading Itsuki's stored record, making the newcomer realize even Apex Camp's front desk workers are level 40 or higher. Before the screen displays Tenma Itsuki, level 0 order breaker with a special grade gift. The clerk wonders how a level 0 participant entered and assumes connections carried him through the preliminaries. But privately notes influence means nothing here, because anyone without real ability will eventually break, then tells Itsuki to select a room and settle the accommodation fee, stunning the penniless student with the revelation that staying at camp is not free, while the receptionist dryly reminds him that this institution is not a charity, and Itsuki silently wonders why Choha neglected the tiny detail that he has no money. Until the clerk explains passing the preliminaries should have earned him points, because every point gained there transfers into the camp and determines each participant's available assets, with more obtainable through missions and required for food, necessities, and lodging. The hero curriculum comes with its own landlord DLC, so Itsuki decides his unusually large preliminary score should cover whatever he needs, although the growing line forces the impatient receptionist to hurry his choice. And Itsuki responds by asking for the camp's most luxurious accommodation, learning a 35 square meter room costs 100 monthly, a 75 square meter luxury room 500, and a 200 square meter villa 2000. A normal room would suit him alone, but keeping enormous death there would turn every doorway into a boss mechanic, so Itsuki calmly chooses the villa for both of them, making the clerk protest that daily life devours points, and even a large balance should not be wasted. Yet the student says his decision is final and requests immediate processing, leaving the receptionist to call him clueless and warn him not to return crying later, before handing back the fully registered bracelet, and explaining that inside camp all status information becomes hidden, preventing checks of other people's names, gifts, or levels. After Itsuki departs, the clerk wonders exactly how many preliminary points could justify choosing a villa. Then clicks open the participant's newly registered account, only for the result to shock him upright in his chair, as he questions whether the impossible number on screen is some kind of system bug, because Tenma entered Apex Camp carrying 106,600 points. The receptionist nearly falls over remembering his own preliminary total was only 1,600, while outside Itsuki passes a crowd of elite contestants who make the exhausted clerk fear for his generation. Until one small realization stops the newcomer in his tracks. He paid for a villa but forgot to ask where the villa area actually is, forcing him to consider walking all the way back to reception for directions, when two nearby participants quietly notice the uncertain newcomer and mark him as prey, though Itsuki senses their attention immediately and asks whether they need something. The huge armored man and his blonde partner claim they arrived from the South Continent yesterday and offer to guide him. But when Itsuki asks for the villa, their improvised directions suddenly become suspiciously difficult to remember, and both scammers gape at the word villa as if their target just announced his bank balance, before stalling while they supposedly reconstruct its exact location, an act so transparent that Itsuki asks why remembering a place requires them to sneak around. As North Preliminary 5th place finisher Akagami Shin notices the exchange with her black cat, recognizing the South Continent pair's routine of scamming points from newcomers under the guise of giving directions, and wondering which unfortunate fool is about to become their latest victim. Then she identifies that supposed fool as the monster who earned more than 100,000 preliminary points, watching Itsuki wait behind the whispering pair without the slightest visible concern. And deciding this collision has suddenly become very interesting, while the scammers guess their villa-bound target may be another continent's first-place finisher, though even a winner should not burn 2,000 points on lodging, so they settle on a more convenient theory. He is merely a spoiled rich brat who does not understand value, which makes the apparently sheltered weakling perfect prey in the blonde man's eyes. And the pair decide to take every point he owns before claiming they still cannot remember the route, only to reverse themselves a moment later and announce they can guide him after all, leading Itsuki through the sprawling dome settlement as other contestants gather in the evening light, while witnesses identify his guides as South Continent outcasts Fumiya Futaki and Ikatora Sano, and realize the newcomer entered their trap. Predicting the weak-looking boy will soon lose every point he possesses, as Itsuki walks past a red-haired fighter carrying a massive polearm, and that fighter recognizes him as the strange student who asked unusual questions before the preliminaries, unlucky enough to meet those two. Yet North Preliminary 3rd place finisher Ugaku dismisses the problem, focused solely on surpassing first-place Tenma Itsuki. While the false guides finally bring their unknowing target to the enormous villa district, Itsuki stops before the luxurious residences as both men close in behind him with predatory smiles, and the blonde scammer abruptly demands payment of a guide fee, which Itsuki finds reasonable enough to call a tip after they brought him this far, astonishing the pair with how easily their target seems willing to cooperate, before he raises his bracelet and simply asks how much they want. The large man begins requesting at least 500, but his partner hurriedly doubles their demand to 1,000 points, and Itsuki calls that expensive yet still agrees, asking whether the amount is acceptable, then innocently asks how to transfer points while the scammers privately celebrate finding someone both weak and clueless. Greed immediately rewrites their invoice, and they claim the long trip now costs 5,000 points instead. with the armored man ordering Itsuki to surrender everything if that total exceeds his balance, until the quiet student answers that he finally understands what is happening and names them for exactly what they are: extortionists, his killing pressure transforming the easy mark into something that sends both criminals rushing forward in alarm, although they still threaten to make him regret resisting and blame his own carelessness for whatever follows. So an enraged Itsuki tells them he is seriously angry and warns them not to complain about the consequences. The blonde man boasts that he placed 6th in the South Continent preliminaries and cannot lose to trash like Itsuki, then launches B-rank lightning punch with enough confidence to promise instant cremation, but Thunder Roar Wave absorbs the entire attack, adding 10% agility and raising its absorption count to 2 of 15. Which brings Itsuki's displayed agility to 475 through a total 25% modifier while he remains perfectly still, before one casual counter launches the stunned attacker backward like the fight skipped directly to its result. Moving so fast that even the armored partner's focused eyes cannot follow him, the larger man decides to end a speed-type enemy in one blow and activates Z-rank body enhancement on his right arm, swelling that limb into a colossal mass of muscle before smashing it down toward Itsuki, who catches the giant fist and recognizes the same body-altering nature found in his own abilities, while the shocked attacker identifies him as an order breaker and enhances both arms to overpower him, while the bruiser's multiplied, enlarged fists rain down from every angle, seeming to seal every route of escape. Itsuki slips through the storm with a curt too slow, treating all those arms like badly coordinated stage props, and charges straight through the center to hammer his opponent before the barrage can close, each impact folding the swollen limbs back until Z-rank body enhancement begins to look less like an advantage and more like excess luggage, leaving the big man unable to believe that arms carrying nearly 300 attack and defense are being dismantled. Yet Itsuki bluntly tells him those enhanced numbers still do not come close to his own and sends him flying, where the fallen scammer demands to know what continent could have produced someone this absurd, so the answer lands as cleanly as the punches. Itsuki Tenma, champion of the North Continent preliminaries, who raises his fist while broken critical crystal marks the next blow as a guaranteed tenfold critical, dropping it toward the terrified man's face with enough force to turn this shakedown into a funeral, only to stop a breath before contact, because Itsuki realizes a direct critical would take the man's head off and leave almost nothing medicine could repair, and choosing restraint over a corpse orders both scammers to get lost, which they do at record speed, screaming that he is a monster while abandoning their 5,000-point business model. As Shin notes that Itsuki just crushed the South's 5th and 6th place finishers without anything resembling a struggle. The camp loudspeaker then summons every participant to Apex Plaza immediately, prompting Shin to tell the Black Cat Mei-chan that their real work is finally beginning, while Itsuki remembers Choha's warning that this entrance test eliminates half the field, and walks toward it resolved to give everything he has. Soon entering a plaza filled with elite awakened from every continent, each impressive enough to have been someone else's final boss, among a crowd whose concentrated pressure makes the gathering feel like a tournament arc that skipped the warm-up, until a hand lands on his shoulder and his battle-scarred reflexes answer with an instant punch, freezing the unsuspecting pink-haired woman behind him in place, before recognition catches up and he realizes it is Seiya. While Rikuru welcomes him by pointing out that throwing a fist at Seiya is a remarkably bold greeting, so Itsuki apologizes for mistaking her for an enemy, and Rikuru observes that his paranoia has not improved, then asks where Iberia is since the pair had become practically inseparable, dragging Itsuki straight back to the image of Iberia dying in his arms, as Seiya gently wonders whether their absent friend was injured in the last attack, and Itsuki hides the truth by saying Iberia stayed home, only for Rikuru to cheer him up with the belief that a mere injury will heal, even revealing how distracted Itsuki had been during training, which earns the talkative metal user a sudden punch from Seiya for saying far too much, while Itsuki silently accepts that the last battle exposed his weakness and vows to seize every scrap of strength this camp offers, baffling Rikuru, who cannot imagine anyone calling Itsuki weak, before Seiya shushes him for the opening announcement, delivered by an official whose thunderous demand for silence instantly conquers the plaza. He tells the entrants there is one essential fact to understand before camp life begins, namely that every piece of status information except their names is private and their old accomplishments carry no weight, meaning the champions and prodigies standing here all restart from zero, which surprises Rikuru enough to make him check his own status, where the screen indeed shows only the name Ribo Horino while hiding his level, gift, skills, and attributes, just as the official opens a huge blue portal and declares the entrance test underway, ordering trainees to pass through one at a time in sequence, then watching the restless contenders file forward, until Itsuki arrives inside a venue even larger than the preliminary arena, only to hear someone behind him accuse him of insulting the South Continent, making him turn with a puzzled look toward Keijin and Mamichi, first place in the South preliminaries, flanked by the same two battered scammers, who feed their champion a heroic rewrite in which they politely requested payment. Itsuki attacked without cause and the entire South was mocked as worthless, leaving Keijin to demand an explanation, while Seiya immediately defends Itsuki and correctly guesses that the pair tried extortion and received a beating instead. Then Rikuru steps in to say he educated Kajin's underlings for free, so gratitude would be the proper response. But Kajin bats his pointing hand away in a blur before the sentence can cool, warning Rikuru never to touch him with filthy hands unless he wants that arm torn off, which makes Rikuru surge forward until Itsuki catches his shoulder and holds him back, as the Southern champion refuses to explain every detail and turns his cold attention to Itsuki. Itsuki's grief-hardened restraint fractures at the threat to his friend, and he promises to kill Kajin if he lays even one finger on Rikuru, filling the space between them with enough murderous pressure to make their postponed duel feel inevitable, though the others intervene because fighting now would bring a penalty and the entrance test is already starting. So Kajin points out a camp training ground where trainees may battle without punishment and proposes meeting there afterward. Receiving Itsuki's calm agreement just as the portal ahead opens into darkness, and the crowd complains that a pitch-black room is hardly a reasonable testing environment, until the official glides beside Itsuki, pleased by everyone's fire and curious whether any of it survives the exam, then begins explaining the entrance test rules, with the small complication that there is almost nothing to explain because this test has no rules. A statement that leaves even veteran contestants wondering what kind of exam they have walked into, before he reveals 4 rooms for 4 different stat tests, selectable in any order and with no restrictions on equipment, items, or skills, while clarifying the sole objective. Raise each score as high as possible. Above 80 earns bonus points, 60 to 80 means observation and extra training, and anything below 60 means expulsion, which immediately delights contestants carrying enough gear to turn an entrance exam into New Game Plus, whereas empty-handed Rikuru regrets bringing nothing from his mentor, although Seiya insists their preparation will carry them, and he asks Itsuki which attribute they should test first, only to hear that any order works because they must finish all 4, so the nearest room will do, making Rikuru cheer when that first door proves perfect for him. For it leads to defense, the natural comfort zone of a metal element user, where the trio enters a long, stark testing hall and spots a lone examiner waiting at its far end, a formidable level 40 earth element user who welcomes them to the defense test, then explains that he will launch 5 types of rock across difficulty levels 1 through 5, and every trainee's assignment is brutally simple. Block them, beginning with the North Continent contestant whose displayed name is Ribo Horino. A selection that catches Rikuru completely off guard, though Seiya urges him to do his best and he assures both friends that a few rocks will be easy, before the examiner permits skills to be activated ahead of the launch, so Rikuru immediately coats himself with C-rank metallization and gains 50% defense, raising the displayed value to 258 as he braces with crossed arms, while the examiner forms the first, difficulty 1 projectile, and fires the ordinary stone hard enough to crack against Rikuru's guard, only for the metal-clad trainee to laugh that it does not even hurt, then grow bored enough to ask the instructor to skip straight to level 2, which the Earth user accepts while condensing a glowing magic rock, and hurls the far nastier projectile toward his suddenly less confident target, whose crossed arms catch it with a crushing impact, holding the blazing sphere at bay as smoke and force roll around his body. While Seiya anxiously asks whether Ribo is all right, and he answers with a grin and thumbs up that there is no problem, though Itsuki activates magic detection and sees that this is no ordinary rock but one created from the examiner's own magic, its hardness belonging to an entirely different class and its damage dwarfing that of the first projectile, which explains why Rikuru's supposedly steady metal hand is visibly trembling. As he privately admits his arms are going numb even through metallization, and the test is far stronger than expected, yet when asked whether he will continue, he demands difficulty 3 without hesitation, hoping that 1 level higher will somehow be fine despite level 2 already sending his nerves an overdue reality check. The examiner answers by forming a difficulty 3 magic rock far larger than either projectile before it. But Rikuru locks his metal arms together and insists that a little extra size will not scare him, right before the projectile smashes through his guard in an explosion of stone and force, hurling him bloodied across the floor, to the horror of Seiya and the suddenly alert Itsuki, as the battered trainee slumps amid smoke and rubble with metallization gone from most of his body, bringing both friends rushing over to ask if he is all right. While Rikuru shakily raises one hand and claims he is fine, though he privately curses himself for underestimating a difficulty 3 rock at least 3 times stronger than level 2, and the examiner admits that remaining conscious after a direct hit is impressive enough for a good score, before calling Itsuki Tenma as the next North Continent candidate, leaving Itsuki to help his wounded friend back onto his feet. As Rikuru warns that every increase multiplies the rock's power several times and begs him not to push too hard, only for the examiner to ask which difficulty Itsuki wants first, while Itsuki compares Rikuru's sub-300 defense with the 627 he can already reach through Black Ice Wall, and the official mistakes his pause for fear after witnessing that last impact, threatening to begin at 1 if Itsuki cannot choose until the answer comes back, 5. A number so absurd that even the examiner needs him to repeat it, but Itsuki calmly confirms he wants difficulty 5, while Rikuru protests that level 3 was already his limit and level 5 is outright insane. The surrounding trainees call it shameless grandstanding, though some remember that the North's national first-place finisher was named Itsuki, as the examiner forms a colossal magic boulder and dismisses him as this year's reckless attention seeker. Recalling how such fools end up unconscious or severely injured, miss the remaining tests, and are forced to leave camp, yet he grants the requested difficulty and suspends the enormous stone overhead, making the crowd understand why Apex Camp is considered dangerous when one hit could finish a trainee instantly. Before the examiner offers time to activate a skill, and Itsuki replies that he has none he needs, which sounds like mockery to the offended Earth user as he launches the monster projectile, sending what looks like a meteor from Madara's playbook straight down at one unguarded level 0 entrant, until it collides with enough force to blast fragments across the hall, forcing every observer, including Seiya and Rikuru, to shield themselves from the shock wave, while dust and shattered stones swallow the impact site, and horrified trainees decide a strike that powerful must have killed him, prompting the annoyed examiner to call a medical team for the supposedly serious casualty, before someone spots a silhouette inside the smoke, and the examiner turns toward it in disbelief, because Itsuki is still standing exactly where the rock landed, leaving the official fumbling for his radio to report the injured trainee's location, then receiving no reply as Itsuki interrupts the call, walks out without a visible wound, and casually asks whether that really was difficulty 5. Stunning an examiner who has tested hundreds over 3 years yet never seen anyone endure it barehanded and without a skill. The official hurriedly excuses himself, privately classifying Itsuki as a top-tier monster even among past participants, while the other trainees back away from an aura that finally convinces them he truly won the national preliminaries, and Seiya praises him as Rikuru admits he hoped to win the defense test but only watched their gap widen again. Though Itsuki says no awakened is perfect and sincerely believes there are things Rikuru can do better, a kindness that briefly lifts the metal user's spirits before realism returns, and Seiya is called next, sending her forward with Itsuki's warning to be careful and Rikuru's louder encouragement. Before the examiner permits her to prepare a skill, so Seiya surrounds herself with B-rank flow shift. Water Wall bravely requests difficulty 3 and receives the incoming magic rock, meeting its crushing charge with a spiraling barrier of water, whose current bends around the projectile instead of trying to halt it head-on, while Seiya strains to keep the shifting flow under control and finally redirects the rock past her in a violent arc, leaving the exhausted fighter upright as the projectile buries itself harmlessly nearby, which earns a simple but meaningful verdict from the examiner: smart, because she used the water's movement to divert the impact rather than overpowering it, demonstrating the adaptable battle sense he calls a savior's most important quality before she thanks him, while Itsuki calls her performance amazing and the examiner summons East Continent trainee Mana Magari, leaving Seiya delighted that praise from Itsuki has become its own bonus score, as the trio moves on to the neighboring attack power venue. A dense second group has already gathered inside the new hall, where a silver-haired examiner lounges with sunglasses, tea, and the energy of a man grading disasters on his lunch break, until he orders the assembled brats to listen carefully, explaining that every trainee will be scored according to the power of their attacks, while Rikuru wonders aloud whether they are expected to hit the instructor, and Seiya tells him he talks too much, before the examiner clarifies that their target will be his Shikigami. Summoning B-rank Nendoroid Tanma, a gigantic stitched creature with a tooth-packed grin, whose discount nightmare appearance creeps out Seiya and Rikuru, yet somehow strikes Itsuki as cute, as the rules allow bare hands or weapons and require each contestant to attack Tanma with full strength, drawing jokes that the Shikigami resembles a punching bag and questions about what happens if it is destroyed, which the examiner dismisses because even a level 50 awakened might fail to break it, while Tanma itself measures every received blow, demonstrated by the instructor landing an effortless punch, that Tanma immediately rates at 50 points, with the scoring scale deliberately calibrated so that his casual hit equals 50 and a perfect score equals 100. Although the theoretical ceiling is 99 and matching the level 40 range examiner closely enough for perfection should be impossible, after which he takes his seat and officially begins the test, calling East Continent's Yuakairo Hanma, who assumes an all-out effort will easily double that careless 50-point punch, though Itsuki warns Rikuru not to mistake the instructor's relaxed style for weakness because even his casual strike eclipses theirs. As the level 45 Shikigami user orders Hanma to attack Tanma whenever ready, Hanma almost feels guilty about striking such a harmless-looking creature, but powers his fist with writhing green energy because admission to Apex Camp matters more than sympathy, roaring that the target should return to the dirt, before driving the enhanced punch directly into Tanma's stitched body, only to receive 37 points and stare in disbelief that his skill-assisted blow scored so low. While the examiner sips his tea, tells him to stop whining and calls the next trainee, as 3 more attacks earn only 28, 49, and 77 points, until North Continent contender Gaku-O is summoned while the instructor remains absorbed in a swimsuit magazine, and Gaku calls everyone unable to reach 80 pathetic despite recognizing that the grotesque target must actually be extremely durable, because unlike the others, he has absolute confidence in his own raw power, which he channels through a massive hammer and swings down in a blazing arc worthy of a boss phase opener, finally making the examiner glance up and concede that the strike was not bad, as Tanma awards an excellent 91 points, though Gaku clicks his tongue at missing 100 and decides nobody present can beat him in power anyway, accepting 91 as good enough while shouldering the hammer, then searching the crowd for Itsuki and wondering how many points his rival will score. Exactly as the examiner calls Itsuki Tenma next, causing Gaku to halt mid-step and turn back, his competitive glare sharpening now that he has finally found the man he came to surpass. Gaku relishes finally seeing Itsuki's strength with his own eyes, while the North Continent champion calmly walks toward Tanma, and the crowd recalls his 100,000-point preliminary score as Gaku privately insists that even Itsuki cannot exceed the power of his 100 hammer. A unique rank weapon granting 100 additional attack while keeping its special effect private, which convinces Gaku that the preliminary winner's raw attack should be roughly equal to his own at best, whereas Itsuki feels slightly guilty about using a critical hit on such a cute creature, but knows the test demands it, as the board examiner assumes another sub-50 result is coming and returns to his swimsuit magazine. Unaware that Itsuki is compressing the stored critical power around his clenched fist, until red light burns through his eyes and the pressure makes the next punch look anything but casual. Then he drives that crimson-charged fist straight at Tanma, detonating a circular shock wave across the Shikigami's enormous body, and launching the supposedly unbreakable target clear across the hall, while its own master remains engrossed in the magazine's far less dangerous curves. Right until Tanma crashes down behind his chair, sending the examiner sprawling as he finally notices the impact, then stares at the Shikigami's separated body and wonders how a trainee tore it apart barehanded. While Itsuki realizes the guaranteed critical he spared the scammer had remained stored and has now been consumed, after which he approaches the battered target and asks whether it is still alive, finding Tanma reduced to a detached, leaking head yet somehow conscious enough to answer and request its score, which the trembling Shikigami declares to be a perfect 100. The spectators erupt because Tanma was meant to resist even level 50 fighters, yet Itsuki scored 9 points above hammer-wielding Gaku with one bare fist, although the sweating rival understands that 9 points cannot describe the real gap. Since the scale simply ends at 100, and Itsuki's casual punch surpassed Gaku's full power by an unknown margin, the sort of measurement problem Saitama tends to leave behind, forcing Gaku to drop his boast that he could never lose in power and admit how badly he overestimated himself. As the examiner kneels beside Tanma and remembers calibrating perfection for power beyond the level 50 range, leaving him to wonder whether Itsuki has already crossed that threshold. While the champion nervously mistakes his concern for anger over the destroyed Shikigami and considers escaping, only for the examiner to stop him with a flustered call, then suspend the attack power test for 10 minutes so Tanma can be repaired, as Seiya and Rikuru praise Itsuki's incredible offense and defense, though he calls the critical result lucky and admits he cannot reproduce it every time. While Rikuru loudly taunts the doubter who predicted fewer than 30 points, prompting Seiya to remind him that the 100 belongs to Itsuki, before she notes the delay and suggests Itsuki complete another test while they wait, so the trio agrees to reunite at the plaza after finishing everything, and as Itsuki heads toward the magic power test, he passes Gaku still brooding over the same destination, then enters through the clearly marked magic power doors, where a level 42 crafter with long red hair gathers the trainees and begins explaining her examination, immediately turning several men into love-struck volunteers who imagine a high score might earn them a dinner invitation, which makes the silver-haired Shin scoff that boys are painfully predictable, until she notices that Itsuki has entered too, and mistakes his forward stare at the examiner's station for the same infatuation, deciding men really are all alike. In reality, Itsuki is studying the object hidden beneath a red cloth and correctly identifies it as the testing equipment, just as the examiner reveals that she personally crafted the measuring tool, unveiling a rare piece of gear called a magic storage crystal, whose procedure is simple. Place one hand on the sphere and pour magic into it, with greater magic reserves filling more of the crystal and producing a higher score. Although one trainee asks how anyone can finish the remaining exams after spending all their mana here, so the crafter explains that her crystal can absorb the entire reserve and return it afterward, leaving the blushing questioner barely able to stammer his understanding, before she opens the test without a fixed order and invites any willing challenger forward, prompting that same young man to volunteer first because he believes initiative will impress her. And she leans close to tell him he may begin whenever ready, making him swear not to embarrass himself before such a beautiful woman and expect a good score even if it costs every drop of mana, which he releases into the sphere in one explosive green surge, only to recoil when the result falls far below his expectations, because exhausting his entire reserve has not even filled half the crystal. Though the examiner calmly retrieves the stored energy and admits she forgot one important detail, namely that the device reaches full capacity only after absorbing the complete magic reserve of an awakened around level 40, stunning the level 10 range trainees, who realize most of them cannot approach halfway, even as she reassures the first volunteer by returning every trace of mana, then confides that she can read a person's character by sensing the energy entering her crystal, teasing that he is surprisingly innocent and reducing the hopeful challenger to a scarlet-faced wreck. Before calling for the next raised hand, only for the crowd to retreat from the idea, some would rather face another rock while others have not recovered from the agility test, a reversal so sudden that Itsuki can only marvel at how quickly their enthusiasm evaporated and decide to step forward himself, whereupon the examiner welcomes what she believes is her second challenger, but Itsuki freezes with his hand still halfway raised because she is looking past him. toward Hanyu Kana, the second-place finisher from the Northern Continent qualifiers, whom the spectators recognize by name and beauty while Itsuki finally understands why the familiar face caught his attention. And Shin watches with interest now that both Northern first and second place stand in the same room, as the examiner confirms Hanyu knows the rules and permits him to begin, prompting the quiet swordsman to place one gloved hand on the crystal. Then channel a steady current of green mana into its core, which rises through the sphere but initially stops only a little above the first trainee's result, inviting immediate mockery from onlookers who expected far more from Northern second place, as South Continent trainees tell him to step aside and boast that they would have won the North with ease, until Hanyu ignores every jeer and reaches over his shoulder for the ornate sword, quietly unlatching its sheath. Then drawing the blade just enough to release the energy sealed within, and flooding the test platform with a violent storm of emerald mana. Hanyu's eyes flare beneath that spiraling pressure, while the crowd recoils as his output multiplies several times over without warning, and Itsuki identifies the sword itself as Hanyu's mana source, realizing that drawing it releases the enormous reserve stored inside, which then flows from the weapon through Hanyu's body, driving the magic storage crystal close to full capacity, as the swordsman maintains the transfer with one hand on the sphere and the other gripping the partially drawn blade, until the examiner estimates nearly 80% and judges that performance worthy of first place among the last 5 years of candidates, after which the exhausted Hanyu seals the sword and removes his hand, only for the delighted crafter to praise the strong, cute girl who filled 80%, forcing Hanyu to correct her with 3 quiet words. He is a guy, a revelation that leaves the room's admirers demanding their feelings back while even Itsuki admits the face and name fooled him, and the embarrassed examiner can only observe that the boys must be disappointed before quickly changing subjects, asking whether Hanyu is ready to receive his mana back and getting a firm yes. Though returning such a massive reserve all at once visibly tires even the level 42 crafter, who catches her breath and calls for the next volunteer, allowing Itsuki to finally complete the raised hand he started earlier and declare that he will go, while the examiner perks up at the handsome challenger and asks him to introduce himself first. So he gives his name as Itsuki Tenma from the Northern Continent, alerting everyone that their regional champion is stepping up. And Hanyu passes him with a cool challenge to show what he can do, as skeptical trainees note that Itsuki has neither a magic-focused job nor a weapon, and wager his mana capacity cannot exceed 300. But once the examiner permits him to start, Itsuki privately acknowledges that his base mana is only 380 and would not even fill half the crystal by itself. His hand settles on the sphere anyway because he possesses the passive effect of Mana Sense, whose active form consumes mana to detect its flow within 1200 meters, while its passive restores 10% of his own reserve for every enemy unit sensed, meaning even one nearby person with mana can immediately replace 10% of what he spends. And the crowded hall contains far more than one, including Hanyu, Shin, and the examiner, making every awakened around him another source for the recovery effect. So Itsuki activates the skill and spreads a vast violet field through the venue, recovering 38 mana again and again until the presence of so many targets makes his supply effectively infinite, as repeated notifications confirm one sensed unit and another 10% restoration with every cycle, leaving the crowd baffled that an empty-handed trainee without Hanyu's artifact still has mana to spare, while even the crafter watches her crystal approach full capacity with growing concern, its interior now churning with a dense galaxy of violet energy, though Itsuki sees that the seemingly full sphere can still accept more, and continues pouring because his replenishing reserve refuses to run dry, forcing the alarmed examiner to order him to stop before the equipment reaches its limit. But her warning comes a moment too late as Itsuki feels the device shift beneath his palm, hairline fractures spreading across the overloaded crystal, until the rare gear bursts in a violent eruption of violet light, blasting the examiner backward and making the spectators shout about an explosion, while Hanyu hears the unmistakable sound of something breaking, and Itsuki remains planted over the shattered pedestal as the released mana rolls around him. He awkwardly explains that he only kept pouring until the crystal broke by itself, then asks whether he will be charged for it, while the crowd wonders whether his magic was too great for the sphere and starts calling him a monster. But the stunned examiner is remembering how many years have passed since anyone last achieved this, because the previous person to burst her crystal was Taewajin exactly 10 years ago, and now another anomaly of the same scale has appeared before her, though she reassures Itsuki that a spare exists and worries instead that he spent all his mana before the remaining tests, only for him to thank her and casually reveal that he still has magic power left, leaving the crafter stunned that even such an enormous output failed to empty him, until curiosity leads her toward the faint residue of his mana so she can judge what kind of person produced it, and one touch floods her senses with the emotional imprint carried inside, overwhelming her so violently that she doubles over and asks what she has felt. Because the residue contains boiling anger, bone-deep regret, and a cold intent to kill, a whole graveyard of emotions hiding behind Itsuki's calm face, while he is already walking away through the unsuspecting crowd, reflecting that an ordinary person could not endure mana sense in a place packed with so many minds and calling the advantage somewhat unfair. Yet skills are unrestricted, and only the agility test remains when Seiya's familiar voice suddenly stops him. As she runs over with the utterly dejected Rikyuru dragging behind, learns Itsuki has already finished the magic power test, and says they are heading to Agility 2, while both friends whisper that Rikyuru's pride collapsed after he scored below Seiya in attack power, provoking the furious metal user to lunge forward and remind them that he can hear every word. Beneath the outburst, Rikyuru fears an excellent evaluation is already impossible, and can only hope his final score stays above 60. So Itsuki places a reassuring hand on him and promises that both friends will pass. Although Rikyuru protests that the champion can relax after enduring difficulty 5 and destroying Tanma in one hit, which practically guarantees excellence, then begs him not to compare their situations because constant training only made Itsuki stronger while they face extra work if placed under observation. Until Seiya tells Rikyuru to focus on the last test and promises that neither friend will hold back, then advises Itsuki to rest because his supposed mana expenditure must have exhausted him, and he quietly agrees while she looks up at him with concern, before jogging ahead toward the final venue under Seiya's encouragement, and waving that he will see them later, though Seiya's smile fades the moment his back is turned, because she kicks Rikyuru for saying something that could make Itsuki feel guilty about his advantage. Worried that their longtime friend might deliberately hold back and enter the observation group with them, while Rikyuru argues that Itsuki's earlier scores are surely high enough to remain above 80 even if he eases off now, since nobody sensible would abandon excellent student privileges for an observation tier requiring extra training, unaware that this is exactly Itsuki's plan. He wants a final score below 80 and has no interest in the bonus points from an excellent evaluation. Because the observation group would let him keep training beside Seiya and Rikyuru while his bracelet still shows 104,600 camp points, and the additional instruction is more valuable to him than status, so after assuming his previous performances were perfect, he decides the agility test must be scored as low as possible, ideally 0, only for someone to call out to the Northern Continent fighter before he can enter. Revealing Keijin and Mimichi and the South Continent group, whose battered blonde companion accuses Itsuki of avoiding them. Itsuki glances back and asks whether they want another round, but Keijin reminds him of their promised duel and calmly notes that he apparently has not forgotten. So Itsuki lets a small spark crackle between them and promises all the time Keijin wants once the exam ends, after which the South champion turns away with his entourage, leaving Itsuki to wonder why the challenger is suddenly behaving like the one who agreed to accommodate him, before dismissing the strange exchange and returning his focus to the final test, whose venue consists of a wide floor enclosed by a red circle, as the level 40 order breaker examiner describes the trial as a simple game of cat and mouse, illustrating the cat with an innocent sleeping kitten and the mouse with a plump rodent that must dodge its pursuer. Before revealing that he will play the cat, while every participating trainee becomes his mouse, confined inside the red circle and required to avoid capture as long as possible, with 1 full minute of survival earning a perfect score, which sounds so easy that several contestants treat the last exam like a bonus stage, until the smiling examiner selects South Continent's Fumiya Futaki as his first mouse, and Keijin sternly tells the nervous scammer not to disgrace their continent. Though Futaki recovers enough swagger to boast that his lightning element makes speed his specialty, only then learning that one touch from the examiner means immediate elimination, yet he accepts and jokes that the cat should avoid being run over by its mouse. The examiner's pleasant smile turns predatory as he replies that the result depends on the mouse, and Futaki suddenly loses sight of him before the chase has even registered, noticing only a red-eyed blur materializing at his back, followed by one gloved hand settling gently on his head, as the examiner whispers that a noisy mouse with slow reactions makes perfect prey, then slams the terrified trainee face first into the floor before he understands what happened, ending the attempt in just 0.47 seconds, while the spectators panic because none of them saw when the instructor moved behind Futaki, although Itsuki judges that the man is naturally fast rather than merely relying on a skill. And Keijin agrees the speed is extraordinary but not impossible to follow, just as the examiner names the South Continent champion as his second mouse, prompting Keijin's allies to cheer while he enters the circle without concern, and promises Itsuki a perfect score if he watches closely, whereas the examiner recognizes South's number 1 as a member of the prestigious Imamichi family, only for Keijin to reject the implied advantage and insist his family had nothing to do with his ranking. Because the reason is brutally simple. He is strong, which amuses the examiner, who hopes that confidence is more than talk, before vanishing behind Keijin with the same opening move and drawing a frantic warning from Futaki. Yet Keijin pivots in time to catch the incoming hand, his focused eye confirming that unlike the first mouse, he saw the cat coming. Keijin immediately rolls through the intercepted attack and slips away before the examiner can convert the blocked touch into a capture, earning cheers for dodging motion too fast to see while Futaki loudly claims his warning deserves the credit, although Itsuki knows Keijin's body had already reacted before that warning arrived, and notices the South champion is not tracking the examiner with his eyes, raising the real question of how he senses the man's position, as the examiner smiles at this unexpectedly capable mouse, while Keijin admits the chase is difficult but declares it far from impossible. only for the cat to attack mid-thought and ask whether this is really the time for reflection, forcing Cajun to maintain total concentration against an expert who punishes even a momentary lapse, because the examiner refuses to grant him another instant of rest, and floods the circle with a relentless chain of feints, lunges, and near touches, until the audience can see nothing but afterimages and wonders whether Imamichi is truly a trainee like them. Whereas Thunder Roar Wave lets Itsuki read both fighters and identify Cajun's temporary overclocked state as a massive stat boost, one already approaching its limit as Cajun's speed begins to fall and capture becomes only a matter of time. So the examiner reaches for him again and announces that the little mouse has finally shown his tail. But Cajun refuses to fall here when Taewajin would last longer, and he has already sworn to surpass that legend. Activating C-Rank Air Cannon, a disliked wind skill that releases compressed air with almost no damage but tremendous recoil, then weaponizing that supposed weakness to twist his posture out of the instructor's grasp, a clever use of recoil that earns Itsuki's approval, though the position still looks terminal, and the examiner asks exactly how Cajun intends to dodge while trapped at that angle, whereupon the answer arrives as an air cannon fired at full power. The blast checks the instructor and launches Cajun away like recoil has become his personal movement system, making the examiner recognize a brilliant strategy that restrains the cat, creates distance, buys time, and lets the exhausted mouse recover, while Cajun rockets toward the far side of the arena, and the crowd realizes even a humble C-Rank skill can rewrite a fight when its user understands the assignment. Just as the amused examiner judges Cajun a genuine combat genius capable of drawing out a skill's full potential, before calmly pointing out the fatal expense. His opponent has almost no stamina left, then manifesting a colossal blue cat aura and declaring the game over, as the sweating Cajun struggles to keep his body ready, while Itsuki agrees that a few seconds of rest might help but sees the South champion cornered with nowhere left to turn. Except Imamichi still has one escape route the floor plan forgot to close, and Cajun finds it by looking straight into the air, springing upward the instant the examiner closes from below, then activating C-Rank Skywalk to dodge through open space on solidified footholds, which the spectators call flight, technically legal because he remains inside the circle and extraordinary even for the rare wind element job. As Itsuki explains that Cajun solidifies air beneath his feet and rebounds from those platforms to escape pursuit, praising the application while concluding from the cat's earlier actions that the examiner cannot fly or remain airborne this far up, only for that assumption to collapse when the instructor appears face-to-face with Cajun in midair, catches the startled trainee, and announces his victory before driving them back to the arena floor in an explosive landing, where the examiner checks his stopwatch while Cajun coughs amid the settling dust. Smiling, the cat admits it was close and that his best mouse almost made it, then announces Cajun's survival time as 1 minute and 2 seconds, enough for a perfect result, leaving the exhausted South champion with a satisfied smile, while the entire venue erupts because the preliminary number 1 has proven his title was not decorative. And Itsuki finds himself anticipating their duel after seeing Cajun's clever pacing and ability to extract every advantage from modest skills, as Futaki and Ikatora celebrate the pride of the South with enough force to turn one battered scammer into a victory trophy, before the examiner offers Cajun a hand and helps him rise, praising him as the most outstanding trainee encountered in 9 years and a future special class savior if he keeps working. Which leaves Cajun flushed as he offers a formal thank you, and the examiner moves on to South Continent's Ikatora Sano, whom Cajun encourages while the giant confidently claims his leader's performance revealed the cat's movement patterns, though Cajun stays beside Itsuki to watch and decide whether the next test is worth visiting, warning his rival not to waste that time, only to bristle when Itsuki calmly apologizes that the coming performance may disappoint him. Until Ikatora is caught in 0.55 seconds because the examiner changes his approach, proving pattern recognition does not unlock immunity to Phase 2, and Itsuki dryly observes that Cajun failed to provide a very useful example, earning a furious silent idiot from the masked champion, while Ikatora apologizes for embarrassing his leader and Cajun snaps that the man embarrassed the entire South continent. Before the examiner turns to the north and recalls that only one of its trainees remains in this venue, calling Itsuki Tenma forward as the crowd identifies him as both North's champion and the national number 1, yet doubts his quiet presence can last a minute. Although Itsuki originally intended to stand still, pretend he could not follow the cat, and take a clean 0, Cajun's performance has made the game interesting enough to alter that plan. The impatient South entourage complains that the magic power test remains and demands to know who destroyed Tanma, until Cajun orders them to watch, intent on discovering how capable the national champion who defeated every continent's best truly is, while the examiner welcomes the highly anticipated record breaker who surpassed Taewajin and admits he has awaited this arrival. Yet Itsuki secretly sets his own survival target at exactly 5 seconds and warns that the result may disappoint expectations, prompting the cat to reject such modesty and launch the opening rush, which Itsuki evades as the examiner praises the national number 1's speed, before the man cuts off his route and asks where Tenma thinks he is going, while Itsuki ignores the taunt and counts the first 2 seconds, leading the pursuit around the circle in a tightening curve. As spectators compare his speed to Imamich's but mistake the deliberate retreat toward the boundary for blind panic, and Cajun dismisses the supposed rival as an idiot digging his own grave, even walking away because being cornered in under 3 seconds makes the outcome appear too obvious to merit another glance, while the examiner is equally baffled that Itsuki uses no skill, acceleration, or interference and chooses the worst route available. Until his prey skids to a halt against the red boundary with the cat already descending, then flips the switch with Thunder Roar Wave, doubling agility by 100% in a burst worthy of a true lightning speed reveal, though the examiner believes this late activation cannot save him and reaches for the final touch, only for Itsuki to vanish past the hand, evade cleanly, and tap the instructor's shoulder on the way by, leaving the cat stunned that his trapped mouse actually escaped. Because Tenma accelerated to a speed even the examiner could not track in that instant, and added a shoulder tap that feels less like evasion than a calm correction delivered mid-attack. Itsuki meant the touch as a warning just in case, but realizes it has somehow made the instructor angry instead, for this cat has caught countless mice, and even the interesting ones never forced the chase beyond a game. Whereas Tenma becomes the first mouse to make him go all out for reasons that are now painfully personal, so the examiner grins that a mere mouse has mocked the cat, and the playful scoring rubric quietly acquires a vendetta clause, before he explodes forward at a speed that tears across the arena, promising to make Itsuki regret the insult, and vowing to finish before information from the champion's optic nerves can even reach his brain. As Itsuki calmly counts 4 seconds while the incoming fingers close, only for the examiner to realize those green eyes have caught his movement after all, then complete the lunge in a violent impact that blasts dust across the circle, making the crowd wonder whether Itsuki dodged again while Cajun, now watching, declares the attempt already over, because the cat has pinned his mouse and planted a hand squarely on his chest. Although the examiner cannot understand why someone capable of reacting chose not to evade, until Itsuki looks up from the floor and simply says, 5 seconds, a number that leaves the baffled instructor asking what he means, before the stopwatch confirms a perfect 000500 and the examiner stares at the display as the entire encounter rearranges itself in his mind. While onlookers wonder why their instructor suddenly wears the expression of a man who has discovered he was the one being tested, so Itsuki asks him to announce the result, and if possible remove the hand still holding him down, forcing the shaken examiner to declare North Continent's Itsuki Tenma eliminated with a survival time of exactly 5 seconds. Itsuki walks away believing 5 seconds should score near zero and safely drag his 3 perfect results into the observation group. While Cajun calls him fast but mocks his supposedly awful combat sense and adaptability, claiming such a fighter cannot win their duel, so Itsuki asks for the time and place, receiving training ground number 1 after the tests and a promise of complete defeat, which draws only a cold look before the South champion turns away with his followers, as Ikatora asks what chance even North's number 1 could have against Cajun. And Cajun repeats his answer with absolute certainty. Tenma cannot beat him, backed by followers who say only a handful in the entire South can last 3 minutes against their champion and predict Itsuki might survive 6, though Cajun shuts down the fan club and orders them to worry about their own tests or stop calling themselves representatives of the South, before the group reaches the crowded Magic Power venue and wonders why so many trainees are waiting. Learning that Itsuki's absurd mana shattered the crystal, forcing the instructor to fetch a replacement from storage, while one spectator identifies the culprit as North's champion and recalls the name Tenma, making Cajun confirm Itsuki Tenma as the stranger asks whether he also comes from the North, until the South entourage angrily corrects him and the crowd begins wondering which continental number 1 is stronger, a question Ikatora and Futaki answer by pointing straight at Cajun. Just as the red-haired instructor asks for the next volunteer at the restored crystal, and Cajun raises his hand, declaring that strength is settled by ability rather than words, prompting the room to announce South Continent's champion as he steps forward, while the instructor briefly loses professional focus to his silver hair and matching eyes, then starts explaining the simple test until Cajun cuts in that he already knows to pour mana into the crystal. As spectators debate whether Cajun or Itsuki has more magic, and the South champion remembers Tenma's supposedly limitless supply, Cajun begins filling the replacement sphere with a dense violet current, initially planning to stop at the exact amount needed for a perfect score while the smitten examiner invites him to dinner. But pride intervenes because if Tenma made a crystal explode, Cajun decides he will do the same and pushes the already full sphere beyond its intended capacity. Even as the instructor praises the complete fill and promises to return all the stored mana afterward, while Cajun silently keeps the pressure climbing, until her flirtation becomes panic and she warns him to stop, realizing Apex Camp may be losing a second crystal, an accurate fear, because Cajun releases another overwhelming surge and bursts the replacement apart, sending the crowd into celebration while the stunned examiner watches her equipment budget take a consecutive critical hit. And Cajun refuses the mana return because he still has plenty left, leaving her to mourn my crystal ball, as his followers boast that destroying a sphere able to absorb a level 40 reserve guarantees first place, although Cajun considers victory in a low-level test meaningless and saves his interest for the coming duel, just when Rikyuru discovers that Itsuki survived only 5 seconds in the agility test. and Itsuki blames the examiner's absurd speed plus his own lack of specialization, despite Seiya's stare showing she knows he held back, whereas Rikiru celebrates lasting an entire 5 seconds himself and finally finding one exam where he beat their prodigy, before an announcement confirms every entrance test is complete and the scores are being calculated for delivery within 1 minute. So Rikiru opens his bracelet and begs the universe for the 60 points required to stay. Tapping the display as the result arrives, revealing attack 11, agility 15, magic power 18, and defense 17 for a total of 61 and mandatory observation, which he celebrates like a perfect score because 1 point above expulsion still means he survives Apex Camp. Seiya's bracelet follows with attack 12, agility 16, magic power 16, and defense 18, totaling 62 and the same observation verdict, prompting Rikiru to marvel at her 1-point lead and welcome her into their shared training group. While Itsuki calculates that if 8 seconds earns 15 points, his 5 should still be worth around 10 and leave him above 80, and his friends reach the same conclusion, assuming 3 perfect tests plus even 6 agility points must place him among excellent students. A result Itsuki reluctantly agrees seems unavoidable, until all 3 stare at his actual display and Seiya wonders whether he somehow earned the instructor's hatred. Because the bracelet awards 25 each for attack, magic power, and defense, but only 5 for agility, producing exactly 80 and mandatory observation, so Rikiru mistakes his silence for disappointment and comforts him that the 3 friends can train together again, which Itsuki quietly admits is not bad, then celebrates the exact 80 with a tiny victory dance. Only for Kajin to arrive and mock the North's lack of ambition, if merely reaching the observation group causes this much excitement. While Rikiru demands to know what score gives him the right to act superior, and Futaki proudly announces 4 perfect results for a total of 100 before Kajin orders him to stop bragging, then reminds Itsuki of the promised lesson, receiving assurance that the challenger has not forgotten, as applause calls their flying sparks exactly how young fighters should behave, making both groups turn toward the source, where the agility examiner stands with several other instructors, and announces that he heard the 2 champions are planning a duel, reassuring Kajin that such a match is not merely allowed but enthusiastically welcomed, with one condition, because a duel this promising would be boring without spectators, so the meddling cat invites every trainee in the venue. He advertises Itsuki Tenma versus Kajin and Mamichi for 8 that evening at training ground number 1, presents the 2 continental champions like a promoter who found his main event before lunch, and instantly turns their private grudge match into a camp-wide spectacle with bets already forming, framed as nothing less than a duel between the strongest, while Kajin tells Itsuki he never wanted this much attention and to blame the interfering instructor for the circus, although Itsuki's sharp smile says the larger stage only makes him look forward to it more, as excited trainees scatter toward food, naps, and good seats before the 8 o'clock show, until the examiner calls Tenma aside for a private second, and Kajin takes his followers to eat while Itsuki tells Seiya and Rikiru to go ahead so he can catch his breath, whereupon the examiner drops the act and says he alone understands how extraordinary Tenma's agility performance truly was, explaining that 5 seconds would normally earn far more than 5 points, and asking why Itsuki thinks he received that exact score. Because the man recognized that Tenma was hiding his strength and offered the desired observation placement as his personal form of kindness, yet promoted the duel into a public event as punishment for the student's half-hearted attitude during the test, warning that if Itsuki wants his true strength hidden, he must avoid going all out beneath tonight's spotlight, though Itsuki doubts Imamichi can force that much effort, until the instructor reveals Kajin possesses a special grade gift. Then ends the whispering, tells Tenma to rest, and wishes him luck, leaving Itsuki shocked that Imamichi has a gift like Nirvana, and recalling that special grade powers can alter reality's laws, as his own special grade Nirvana and Z-rank over Mimesis remind him how intense a duel between 2 such gift users could become, especially because over Mimesis has not activated in some time, and Kajin may be strong enough to push his growth to the next level. Before Seiya and Rikiru pull him from the thought, and the exhausted champion invites both to rest at his suspiciously spacious room, Itsuki merely says it is not that small, causing Rikiru to fear the obvious answer, which becomes a shout when they arrive and discover he rented an entire villa, where Rikiru catalogs the soft sofa, spotless windows, quality carpet, and sparkling walls as though each were legendary loot. Then finds a premium kitchen, fresh meat, vegetables, and a mountain of rice while Itsuki declares the villa their shared base whenever they want. Although both friends soon return to the duel and urge him to avoid the dangerous silver-haired challenger, since an injury could ruin future training. But Itsuki explains that his gift and skills improve only through sufficiently strong opponents and believes Imamichi may finally qualify. Then hands Rikiru the practical part of the battle plan. Cook something good and victory is guaranteed on a full stomach, a mission the delighted cook accepts with more confidence than some trainees brought to the exam, while Seiya remains worried because Itsuki made the same promise of certain victory when skeleton soldier number 10,369 attacked their school, and he argues that he did win, only for her to note she was not present when that fight ended. because he broke his promise to keep himself safe, taking the skeleton's attack head-on when he clearly could have dodged. And when Itsuki starts blaming his skill, Seiya stops him because even she is forbidden from learning what an Order Breaker's ability does. Yet she already deduced that after he summoned the giant Blue Lotus, his wounds healed and he defeated the skeleton, meaning she knows he endured the blow because he trusted that recovery, but insists he could have won far more safely and admits his habit of deliberately entering danger infuriates her despite his apology, then says a truly angry girl rarely announces it plainly, leaving Itsuki to ask whether that means she is no longer mad and proving her point in real time. So Seiya calls him unchanged since childhood, reminds him he is not alone, and points to herself and Rikyuru as the people standing beside him, ordering Itsuki to begin valuing his own life a little more. While Rikyuru serves dinner and calls it Seiya's lecture time again, immediately earning her denial that this was a lecture. With 5 minutes left before the duel, Itsuki tells everyone to finish putting dinner away and head out, and by 7:55 p.m. training ground number 1 is already packed, with trainees betting camp points on Tenma or Imamichi until the arena sounds suspiciously like a fantasy sports exchange, while both special grade gift holders step into view beneath the crowd. And the agility examiner notes that trainee duels happen often, but never before as a spectacle gathering practically the entire camp, admitting even he is curious despite wondering whether two kids' quarrel really deserved this much production, then deciding all key players are present and calling for silence so he can announce the rules, which instantly cuts through the shouting before he orders both duelists into the ring, where supporters roar for Kajin and Itsuki with equal enthusiasm and considerably less dignity, as Rule 1 declares loss of consciousness, incapacitation, or being knocked outside the ring an immediate defeat, while Rule 2 permits every kind of motto tool, and Rule 3 places all injuries or even death under mutual liability, a waiver carrying unmistakable dark tournament energy, though the examiner says the duel will begin at once if neither side objects, prompting Kajin to ask whether the word death frightened Itsuki, who finds the taunt more annoying than intimidating. So both men raise no objection and the duel officially begins, with Kajin promising to end it quickly as he gathers wind between his hands, activating the C-rank skill Vacuum, whose violent updraft sucks in the air and every object within its radius toward the caster, letting Kajin compress that gathered force and fire a full-power air cannon straight at Itsuki. The blast erupts through the arena like a vertical storm front, carving a crater through the floor and burying Itsuki's position beneath broken stone and smoke, while Kajin calls that opening attack barely a greeting and tells him to surrender now or die, only for Itsuki to stand unharmed in the wreckage, brush off his shirt, and warn Kajin not to get cocky over one weak hit, making the air between the strongest trainees tighten as both prepare to rise another gear, with the air cannon's shattered path stretching between them as proof of what Itsuki just tanked, and spectators wonder how a C-rank skill became so destructive, then wonder even harder what Tenma's defense must be, while the instructor observes that wind techniques normally lose power as their target gets farther away, but Kajin used Vacuum to close the distance, preserve the shot's force, and disrupt his opponent's rhythm at once. A combination that would have left an ordinary awakened unable to continue. Yet Itsuki is anything but ordinary, and the examiner recognizes one monster facing another as their battle truly begins, with Itsuki rushing through the remaining wind and Kajin meeting him head-on, their fists colliding in an explosive contest that hammers the broken floor beneath them, while neither gives ground and both dig their feet through the rubble, locking eyes across the impact as they abandon distance entirely, then trading a blur of short-range blows too fast for the ordinary trainees to follow, until their hands clasp and every trick narrows into raw leverage, leaving Itsuki and Kajin arm against arm in a deadlocked grapple, which the spectators identify as the most primitive possible answer to a tactical duel, a pure contest of strength with enough force behind it to keep cracking the arena wall. Seiya initially calls the struggle even, but the fighter beside her sees Kajin being pushed backward and warns that he will lose at this rate, as sweat beads across Kajin's face and his arms begin to tremble, because moving Itsuki now feels like trying to shove an immovable mountain, until Itsuki coolly asks whether Kajin forgot to eat, and the insult drives Kajin to break the lock with another close-range air cannon, landing the blast directly against Itsuki's head at point-blank range, with enough concentrated wind to throw debris across the ring. Yet Itsuki simply emerges from the glare and turns his neck, leaving Kajin to wonder whether he is facing a tank-type specialist built for both attack and defense, while Itsuki rubs the spot and asks if that was supposed to be serious. So Kajin decides brute force will not work and resolves to beat him with speed, shaping compressed wind around his fist and surging in, then driving the wind-wrapped strike into Itsuki at close range, before winding up another heavy follow-through, as both fighters stare through the pressure with neither willing to blink, and Kajin begins calling another C-rank air skill, only for Itsuki to interrupt the cast with one perfectly timed body blow, smashing Kajin into the floor hard enough to erupt another crater, while his supporters cry out in disbelief, because Tenma's single punch carried the destructive power of Kajin's full air cannon, making the arena's math a certified one-punch problem. Standing over the staggered Kajin, Itsuki asks whether he is still holding back just to avoid killing him, though inwardly he realizes this is the first opponent ever to give him a handicap and fears the fight will end before overmimesis awakens unless he draws out genuine killing intent. So he decides to play the villain for a while, leaning over Kajin to sneer that all his arrogance apparently amounted to this, then asking whether the South champion feels embarrassed. before grabbing him by the throat and lifting him clear off the ground, only to hurl him back into the rubble with contemptuous ease and tell him to look at his pathetic face because a one-sided beating can no longer be called a match, finally branding him a coward as Itsuki's manufactured cruelty turns the pressure red-hot, while Kajin's furious supporters demand that Tenma stop insulting their champion. And the crowd argues that winning does not justify going that far against a warrior worthy of respect, leaving Rikyuru disturbed because Itsuki never talks this way, though Seiya trusts that he has a reason and chooses to watch, exactly as Kajin's rage detonates into a violent pillar of wind, and he asks what happens when someone truly makes him angry, blood streaking his face as he promises to show Itsuki, and a storm of razor-edged currents bursts outward around him, which makes Itsuki's eyes redden because the reaction he wanted has finally arrived, with Kajin unleashing the C-rank skill Wind Blade, sweeping a huge compressed edge across the arena toward his waiting opponent, while Itsuki recognizes the technique as the same Wind Blade Iberia once used, and the memory of that earlier battle flashes through him with painful clarity. Itsuki recalls the cutting wind tearing across his body and remembers what that skill once cost him. While Kajin's own past surfaces, beginning with a childhood in which he was the strongest among everyone his age in the clan, followed by years of defeating awakened opponents praised as geniuses, whom he dropped almost on instinct before he even understood that each fight had started, until constant victory gradually changed the way battle felt, draining away the excitement that had accompanied his very first win, as triumph became something natural rather than earned. And fighting eventually became boring, right up to the day Kajin met Taewajin, the awakened called humanity's strongest, and convinced himself that even losing to that legend might revive the thrill he once knew. So he challenged Taewajin directly, only to suffer the first defeat of his life in exactly 2 seconds, then admit he had expected defeat to restore his passion when Taewajin noticed how depressed he looked. But the overwhelming loss left Kajin just as bored as before. Because Taewajin explained that being crushed by someone vastly stronger solves nothing, and that true excitement comes from an opponent close in level, age, and ability, forcing the beaten prodigy to ask whether anyone like that truly existed, to which Taewajin gave one destination: Apex Camp, promising Kajin would find someone worthy of his full strength there and finally experience the joy of battle. And back in the present, Kajin drives forward behind surging blue wind while demanding to know what happened to Itsuki's earlier confidence, then releases the gathered pressure in a massive circular blast that engulfs the space in front of him. Seeing Itsuki read the invisible blades, Kajin laughs that his opponent must possess a detection skill, yet warns that recognizing a single strike might let him dodge once, whereas that advantage means nothing when the attack covers the entire arena. And although Kajin has never dared use this technique against another human, he now unleashes the B-rank Wind Blade Tornado, offering Itsuki 2 choices: leave the ring and admit defeat, or remain inside and be ripped apart, while a dense web of cutting currents closes around the level 0 fighter, who welcomes the danger because overmimesis has finally begun responding, confirming that the killing intent he provoked has achieved exactly what he wanted. As the system detects Wind Blade, Tornado activates analysis and starts at 1%, though Seiya and Rikyuru see only an execution in progress and scream that Itsuki will die, with horrified spectators urging him to surrender because no duel is worth his life. While even South Continent trainees admit Kajin has never been this ruthless and has gone too far, until demands to stop the match spread across the stands, only for the presiding examiner to refuse, arguing that both fighters' spirits are at their peak and an interruption would spoil the contest. So Itsuki activates Black Ice Wall as his analysis rises from 38 to 39%, stunning the crowd with Black Ice armor despite his previously displayed lightning power while progress reaches 40%. Yet the onlookers doubt even that unknown defense can withstand another direct hit. And their fear proves justified when the wind blades carve through the armor as analysis reaches 50%, because Kajin knows Black Ice Wall was built to resist fire, making it a disastrous matchup against wind. Itsuki knows that weakness too, but decides the armor only needs to keep him alive until the analysis finishes, even as the B-rank Tornado tears open bloody wounds across his body, leaving him barely upright while progress climbs to 75%. And Kajin warns that trying to exhaust his mana will never work, because Silver Eye, his special class gift, reduces every skill's cost by 90% and automatically restores spent magic as his eyes turn silver, leaving the level 18 Wind Elementalist with 250 attack, 250 defense, 400 agility, and only 20 magic power but an effectively endless supply. The mana economy has officially become optional. A rule-breaking combination that shocks the spectators and makes Itsuki's defeat look inevitable, while Shin and the others conclude that enduring attacks is pointless against an opponent who cannot run dry. But hidden beneath the storm, overmimesis quietly reaches 95%, and when Itsuki drops his shattered armor, Seiya and Rikyuru fear he has exhausted his defense and is about to die, although the blades keep striking as analysis rises to 98%, then 99%. Until Itsuki finally gets the result he was waiting for, completing the analysis at 100% as a vast blue flower-shaped formation opens around him, and granting magic detection level 2 from the fully analyzed Wind Blade Tornado, whose active range becomes 500 meters, whose enemy detection recovery rises to 20%, and whose new effect automatically counterattacks any detected B rank or lower wind skill. prompting Itsuki to marvel at the wind counter while wondering what detecting magic's true nature will reveal, before Nirvana removes every debuff, completely heals him, and raises all 4 base stats from 380 to 400 for a total of 1,600. Raw numbers equal to an ordinary level 32, with Thunder Wave and Black Ice Wall then pushing the combined total near the level 40 range. Displaying 400 attack, 500 agility, 660 defense, and 400 magic for 1,960 overall as Itsuki decides his objective is complete and the duel can end. The blue formation catches the incoming wind blade, tornado so completely that the crowd cannot decide whether it is a shield or an attack, then blooms with enough light to wash the entire arena in blue-white radiance, forcing every spectator to shield their eyes, while the examiner realizes that Itsuki's supposedly fatal injuries have vanished. And the light fades to reveal him shirtless, restored, and standing without a single wound, leaving Cajun frozen in disbelief, as the stands erupt over a fighter who had been covered in blood only moments earlier. But Cajun refuses to accept the reversal and insists that healing will not change the result, pouring maximum power into another wind blade, Tornado, only for Itsuki to activate the upgraded magic detection, gathering a visible current of countering mana around his hand and body. Until the crowd watches his magic halt the tornado head-on and wonders why he did not use it sooner, before the automatic counter surges outward and erases Cajun's attack, proving the additional effect even stronger than Itsuki imagined. While Cajun can only demand an explanation for how his wind blade was stopped, and Itsuki answers that he withheld unnecessary skills, yet now recognizes Cajun as an opponent worthy of respect as orange power gathers around him. So he will honor that strength by ending the duel with everything he has, even as Cajun roars that he will still be the one to win, prompting Itsuki to activate Lotus Burst at full force and detonate a colossal orange pillar that swallows the arena in fire, debris, and thunderous pressure. When the blast finally collapses into burning smoke, stunned witnesses find Cajun down and can only ask how the match turned so completely. While the battered prodigy bitterly says Itsuki could have won long ago by using that power from the start, ruining his hope that he had finally found an equal, but Itsuki points out that Cajun remains conscious and is among the strongest awakened opponents he has ever faced, insisting he barely won after going all out and nearly died himself, though Cajun calls him a liar for standing there without a scratch, until the examiner confirms the match is over and prepares the official decision. Announcing the winner before the pact stands, as North Continent champion Itsuki Tenma, and Cajun quietly remembers Taewajin, realizing Apex Camp truly did contain an incredible rival he could not defeat even without seeing that rival's full strength, then thanking the strongest awakened for sending him here because merely imagining another fight with Itsuki makes his blood race again. While the audience erupts, Itsuki's supporters celebrate, and those who bet against him mourn their points. After which the agility examiner praises the battle and leaves Cajun's treatment to a colleague while he prepares the observation group's training plan, directing instructor Kinoshita, already responsible for readying the training disaster beasts, to handle the rest as he privately catalogs Itsuki's agility-boosting lightning, defensive ice, fatal wound healing, and abnormal explosive attack, satisfied that the duel has given him plenty of useful information about this troublesome trainee. Though Itsuki suddenly senses an unfamiliar wave of mana from the instructor's seats, even while Seiya and Rikyuru mob him in celebration and relish how thoroughly he silenced the South Continent's arrogance, leaving him to wonder whether the strange aura was his imagination or the true nature of an instructor's magic revealed by magic detection. Before he dismisses Rikyuru's question, accepts Seiya's reminder to relax after winning, and tells everyone to rest while they still can because extra training begins tomorrow. Instructor Kinoshita confirms that warning, tells the trio to get a good night's sleep, and approaches the exhausted victor, explaining that he came both to congratulate Itsuki and announce a special training session prepared for the following day. When the same irritatingly cheerful examiner greets the observation group by video and reminds them they nearly failed, prompting Rikyuru to complain that even the man's way of speaking gets under his skin, before the instructor explains that limited resources allow only 15 simultaneous trainees, and the honor group already occupies 6 spots, leaving just 9 places for the 18 observation group members after this extra test. Which means half of them will be eliminated despite Rikyuru's furious protest, as Instructor Kinoshita is called on to explain the rules, and Itsuki recognizes him as the official who presided over last night's duel, before Kinoshita introduces a special format called Survival Race, Tag, where the trainees will be transported to Area A and may choose any route to reach Area B across the river, although Area A is packed with disaster beasts ranging from level 5 to level 25. Leading Rikyuru to suggest avoiding their territory and sprinting past the mostly slow creatures, until Kinoshita reveals that the beasts are not the only obstacle because the instructors will join the exercise, serving as the players who are it and hunting every trainee in the field, a condition the group immediately condemns as impossible against opponents that powerful, though the instructors have already accepted limiters that reduce their levels to approximately 20. Which still leaves their experience, instincts, and skill mastery far more dangerous than those of an ordinary level 25 beast. And with everyone permitted to form teams freely, Seiya eagerly proposes their usual trio, only for Rikyuru to refuse another easy ride behind Itsuki because surviving this training means nothing if he never improves himself. Kinoshita adds the final conditions. Anyone caught by an instructor or defeated by a disaster beast is disqualified, and only the first 9 trainees to reach Area B may remain at Apex Camp, then concludes the explanation and gives everyone 5 minutes to assemble before the warp gate, prompting the instructors to leave and make their own preparations. While inside the spectator room, Central Continent's top-ranked Zen Takahashi complains about being dragged in on his day off to watch weaklings train, until an imposing newcomer calmly admits that the invitation came from him, and Zen demands to know who he is, only to learn he has just mouthed off to Tenio Yamanaga, the director of Apex Camp, turning the cocky champion's voice into a nervous stammer. As he hurriedly apologizes and Yamanaga explains that he wanted every available elite to observe today's race, because even the supposedly weaker observation group can teach the honor trainees something through the way they fight, a point Zen accepts with an embarrassed grin despite still calling them losers. While Choha arrives in Izumi's place and Yamanaga says the honor is his because her side has produced so many outstanding awakened. After which the officials signal that the extra training can begin, acknowledging that teams lower the difficulty but revealing that the trial starts the very instant the trainees are warped, as the portal flares to life around the waiting participants, and Seiya warns Rikuru not to depend on Itsuki for everything, insisting all 3 must cooperate for real before survival race. Tag launches with a violent spatial crack, and the trio discovers far too late that they are being teleported high into the air, dropping separately toward the forest below, because every trainee is scattered over a random location mid-fall, where anyone unable to adapt immediately becomes prey and gravity gets first turn. One unfortunate participant plummets toward the trees screaming for an explanation, only for a level 1500 vine to seize him before he can even land, dragging the helpless trainee away as his cries echo through the forest, while the observers record an immediate injury and dispatch a rescue team, making Zen decide the honor group was the correct placement for him because that trainee would not have survived its opening second. As Itsuki continues falling elsewhere without panic, spots a level 16 iron worm below, and wonders whether the instructors expected the drop itself to eliminate people. While a nearby armored trainee braces himself against what he assumes will be his own first opponent, selfishly hoping more competitors receive similarly terrible spawns so his road into the honor group becomes easier, only for Itsuki to recognize the worm as a perfect target for improving piercing bullet, firing a concentrated purple shot before the creature can attack, and blasting the level 16 beast apart in one strike, leaving the armored trainee speechless. As the system raises piercing bullet's flight speed by 200% to 55 meters per second, for a total increase of 5,500%, a speed faster than most cars, while the stunned witness wonders why someone capable of instantly killing that monster is trapped in the observation group, though Itsuki is already moving on because Seiya or Rikuru would have little chance against an enemy of that level, and he must find them quickly. While the first leaderboard places Suguru Chijima, Akira Higuchi, Kyoya Meishi, Tako Handa, and Go Takahashi in the top 5, prompting Zen to mock the absent North Continent trainees as Choha notices Itsuki still circling the starting region in search of something. And elsewhere, wounded Seiya suffers the worst possible luck by landing beside a lightning element enemy, the level 20 Thundercat. The beast immediately launches the B-rank Thunder Snap, making exhausted Seiya apologize to Itsuki because she fears she will never fight beside him again, until Itsuki arrives in time and tells her everything is all right now, absorbing the attack through Thunder Wave, gaining another 10% agility increase with 3 of 5 charges remaining, and raising his displayed agility to 540 with a 35% bonus, while Rikuru explains that Itsuki found him immediately after landing and the pair have been sprinting around to locate Seiya, who reaches toward her rescuers and eagerly declares that the 3 of them can work together after all, before both friends recoil from a sudden attack behind Itsuki, only to watch the Thundercat's head erupt under his instantaneous counter, as Itsuki calmly checks whether Seiya is alright, accepts her shaken yes, and turns from the dead beast, ordering both teammates to stay close behind him while he leads them straight toward the goal. So the reunited trio tears through one disaster beast encounter after another, racing across the digital course map at abnormal speed, until 30 minutes have passed and the leading contenders have crossed more than half the route, triggering an unfamiliar speed limit alert in the observation room, where the officials explain that constant battles should restrict the average sub-level 20 trainee to roughly 50 meters per second, and the system flags anyone faster, meaning someone on the course has broken that expected ceiling, as a bright marker streaks across the map, even though maintaining such speed should be impossible without a perfectly straight, enemy-free path. Yet the live data shows that disaster beasts are not slowing the unknown runner at all. Yamanaga immediately orders the surveillance team to show him who triggered the alarm, and the feed reveals Itsuki, Seiya, and Rikuru still racing together from the starting region, prompting Zen to dismiss Itsuki as an ordinary trainee who must have been lucky enough to avoid every enemy, until the map predicts an imminent level 19 encounter and Yamanaga decides it will expose whether the pace comes from luck or real ability, as a magma bear erupts across the trio's route, only for Black Ice Wall to block its B-rank magma attack, gain another 15% defense bonus, and raise Itsuki's displayed defense to 720 at plus 80%. while he reflects that Piercing Bullet, Thunder Wave, and Black Ice Wall have all grown stronger in less than an hour, proving that choosing the observation group was worth it. And Yumanaga watches the level 19 bear fall in a single second, as Seiya and Rikuru beg Itsuki to slow down while he tells them to keep up, because this brutal pace has been their routine from the start, and without waiting for his friends, Itsuki would already have reached the finish, driving the shocked director to demand a summary of his file, which identifies Tenma Itsuki as the North Preliminary Champion, an order breaker, and a registered Level 0 trainee, forcing Yumanaga to ask for the level again, before the answer 0 hits the room like corrupted system data, and the file adds that Itsuki earned 116,000 preliminary points and broke Taewajin's record, baffling observers who remember that the finale required fighting level 15 Inferno Giants and cannot imagine how many kills such a score demanded, until the displayed total of 21 leaves Zen shaken because he won the central preliminary yet exhausted himself after only 2, while Yumanaga admits he once managed 6 and even humanity's strongest. Taewajin defeated only 10, then leaps up to verify whether Itsuki's impossible record contains a mistake. Choha stops him, guaranteeing the result because she personally witnessed the North Continent preliminary, which leaves Yumanaga struggling to reconcile a level 0 registration with such absurd stats and so many powerful skills, before he asks what other high-level enemy lies ahead and learns Itsuki will soon encounter the level 25 fabled rampaging wolf, as the racing trio senses a crimson presence blocking its route. And Itsuki warns his friends that this opponent is nothing like the beast they have faced so far, while a seemingly human silhouette rises inside the overwhelming red aura, causing Rikuru to mistake it for an old man until Itsuki reads the mana and identifies one of the forest's most dangerous disaster beasts, which sheds the disguise, reveals its monstrous wolf form, and welcomes the challengers for finding it, leaving both Seiya and Rikuru horrified by the creature before them, because they are already spending everything just to maintain pace, so Itsuki orders them to keep running while he handles the wolf alone, though Seiya plants a hand against the ground and desperately calls for him to wait, as shocked viewers question placing a level 25 monster in training for level 10 participants, and Yumanaga answers that no one should beat it alone, the point is teamwork. Then explains that this fabled rampaging wolf has served as an apex camp trial since the facility was founded more than 10 years ago, remembering how his own rookie team once encountered it during a group test, where its speed, razor fangs, cunning, and insane brutality turned the fight into a nightmare. And even as that year's top trainee with 2 allies, Yumanaga won only after losing 1 teammate, because this is a genuine killing beast rather than a controlled target. Yet precisely for that reason, he considers it perfect for measuring Itsuki's true strength, while Zen calls the solo charge suicidal and Choha argues that Itsuki still has a chance, especially if his teammates support him, leaving everyone to expect a fierce battle between the Level 0 Anomaly and Apex Camp's legendary Predator. The wolf lunges forward promising to devour him, but Itsuki activates Thunder Wave and orders the Predator out of his way, then reinforces the charge with Black Ice Wall as blue armor and lightning converge around his fist, driving one overwhelming blow straight through the giant beast, and killing the level 25 fabled rampaging wolf instantly, leaving even Zen to wonder how much Itsuki held back before, while the officials reject his registered level and assume he must be secretly level 30 or higher, though Itsuki only feels disappointed because he had hoped to find a tougher disaster beast, and judges the legendary camp killer too weak to compare with the monsters he has already fought. As the progress board moves Itsuki into first place, Seiya into second, Rikuru into third, Suguru Chijima into fourth, and Akira Higachi into fifth, prompting Yumanaga to reveal the course's safeguard. Once any speed alarm runner reaches 70% progress, a new obstacle activates automatically, just as magic detection finds 4 enemy units ahead and restores 80% of Itsuki's mana, making Seiya and Rikuru look up in alarm, where 4 level-limited instructors are already waiting together, turning the trio's sprint into a 4-boss ambush at the course's next deadly checkpoint.